Wait.
I see the dawn of a new beginning. This time we can't go home.
Wait.
I hear the streets of tomorrow calling. I go where you go. 'Cause we belong to something. We belong to something new. In the midst of the midnight hour, you said to me, we are a different kind. Oh, I've been kissed by power, saying, don't wait until it's gone. 'Cause we belong to something. We belong to something. We belong to something. One of the things I really love about World Ventures is the culture. It's people caring about one big team, about one big family. What is your upper band stuff on you?
There's nothing better than coming home and spending time with your family, working with your family, going on vacation with your family.
Thanks to World Ventures for making my life worth living even more and more each day. I had more fun than I ever had in my life. I was scared of having fun. Now I can live my life and it's like free. I'm able to start doing and just enjoy myself. Or just gave me hope. And I'm in love with something new. I love what I do in every second of my life because of World Ventures. I never thought that I could have real friendships like this. We are the ones that will be remembered. Singing, this time we can't go home. Oh, I've been kissed by saying, don't wait until it's gone. We belong to something. We belong to something. We belong to something new. What we do and what World Ventures has allowed all of us to do is more than what any individual person can claim to have done. I wanna go to London town. Let's go. I wanna go to Amsterdam. Let's go. I wanna go down under the Sydney. Let's go. Who's coming with me? Let's go. I wanna go around the world. Let's go. And party with the girls. Let's go. And when I get there, when I'm there, I wanna go. I wanna go crazy. I wanna go crazy. I wanna go crazy.
All right. Hello and welcome, guys. Welcome to the Super Saturday, 30th of May. Powerful day, 16 IMDs. Today, I'm telling you, we're about to create history. And I love that I stopped it deliberately at that point where it says, I want to go crazy, because we are about to go crazy in the awesome sense. So guys, my name is Efrosini Adamidis. I get the pleasure and the privilege to be your host today. And for those of you guys that maybe you don't know me, maybe we haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, to speak, to shake hands at one of our events. I've been with World Ventures, wow, for over 11 years right now. 11 years ago, my brother invited me to a presentation to share this really cool idea with me. And I'm telling you, the last 11 years have just been such a blessing. Now, before we get started, okay, just a couple of things in order to get your mindset prepared for what's about to happen. Today, this event has never happened before. We have never had 16 IMDs training you. You can watch this from the comfort of your own home. Maybe you're watching this right now by yourself. Maybe you're watching this right now with some team members. Maybe you invited a few friends over, you know, if you're not living in a country that's currently still on lockdown right now. I'm living in London, so we're still on lockdown. We can't do that right now. And the thing is that if you've invited some friends over in order to watch this amazing, my invitation to you is just be 100% present today, because we've done this for a reason. Myself, Stavros Zinanos, and some of the main leaders of this team brought this event together in order to help you, prepare you for what's about to happen in our world over the next few months and the next few years. So the thing is, everybody right now is talking about something that's been, you know, circulating around the world, which has caused the lockdown, which for some countries, it's caused a little bit of a panic. For some people, it's caused a little bit of distress, okay? For some people, it's caused a lot of distress. And the best way to describe it, that even though we're now entering the summer season in Europe, I know some of you are tuning in right now from our Oceania team. I know some of you guys are watching this, it's the middle of the night and you're going through your winter. We're about to go through our summer. Some of us, it's in the middle of the day, some of you, it's in the evening, okay? But the one thing that's consistent is that over the next few months, the whole world is about to go through a winter, a financial winter. And 11 years ago, when I came across this idea, we just finished the 08-09 crash. You know, there was a very big economic crash in 08-09, and that had a lag-on effect going into the next few years. And the thing is, one thing that I've learned over the last few years is that sometimes it's through your darkest times that you can create your best of times. You're going to hear so many different stories from so many different backgrounds, guys. You're going to hear from some people that when they saw World Ventures was their only shot. Some of them had their backs against the wall. Some of them were entrepreneurs, but their businesses were failing and they needed a way to change it. Some of them, you know, in fact, one of them was virtually homeless when she came across this opportunity. You're also going to hear from some people that when they saw these, financially, they were in a good position, but they lack time freedom. And they saw this as a way in order to change that lifestyle and get their time back. You're going to hear from so many different people. You're going to hear from people that were single before World Ventures, some people that had a family and kids and juggled everything. You're going to hear from some people that went all in to build to IMD, and you're going to hear from some people that build IMD part-time. You're going to hear from all types of backgrounds, whether some people finished university, went on, you know, to get a secondary degree. You're going to hear from some people that didn't go to university. here's the one common factor in all these different stories. They had a reason to run for a season, and they sacrificed that season in order to build a better future for themselves. And I know a lot of you guys that have basically jumped on this call today, you jumped on because you want something more, okay? Whether you got into World Ventures because you need to change something drastically, or maybe you got into World Ventures because you saw a community of like-minded individuals. You saw a way that you can improve your environment, improve your peer group. Or maybe you just saw this a way that you can just supplement your income. You know, maybe you don't want to sit there and make the millions, but maybe you just want to make an extra few $100s a month in order to give you more choice. Whether that choice means to have the choice of what kind of schools you send your kids to. Whether that means, depending on what background you're from, you know, what age you are, whether that choice means whether you're relying on a pension that is probably not going to exist in the next few years, you want to create your own pension scheme. Whether that means you want to take your kids to college, whether it means you just want to take an extra few holidays on a yearly basis. Whatever it is you are seeking from World Ventures, over the next few hours, we will give you all the tools you need. But more importantly than the tools, we will give you the empowerment and the mindset in order to make this happen. And before we get into it, here's what I want to do. I want to take you down a path of history. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen here. Give me 1 second. I want to take you and give you a little bit of a history lesson in terms of how this all began, okay? So World Ventures, to give you an idea, guys, was created in 2005 by an amazing individual called Wayne Nugent. He was someone that had this vision in his mind for years before because he loved to travel. In fact, his background was being a Marine, and he got into the Marines. One, because he wanted to serve his country, but two, because he wanted the opportunity to travel, something that he had not had the chance to enjoy growing up. 2005 it launched. 2009, myself and my brother come across this idea. My background, I was working and living in London. Funnily enough, it's come around full circle the last 11 years. Living and working in London, I used to work 80 to 100 hours a week. I had 2 businesses and a full-time job. So my full-time job was working in radio PR, getting brands talked about on the radio. Had a business that was a marketing consulting agency, doing the marketing for Warner Brothers, Village Films, big brands, little margins. And I just spent literally, before I saw World Ventures, I just spent tens of thousands of pounds in order to launch my own real estate company, because I saw real estate as being the opportunity to create residual income. I just borrowed money that I had and didn't have, and really stretched myself in order to get on the property ladder and buy 2 properties. And then the economic crash happened. So I found myself with a few £100,000 of debt. I found myself with 2 properties that were worth less than the mortgages that I had actually borrowed in order to acquire them, and my back against the wall. And then my brother, who you see in the picture there, my brother's got a background of 15 years at the time. Now it's well over 20 years, 25 years in the hotel, travel, tourism industry. And he comes home one day and he excitedly tells me he's found the solution to our problems. I was very skeptical. I saw the presentation, but I didn't believe. And the reason I didn't believe is because a lot of the things that we have access to now, we didn't have back then. Let me paint a little picture for you, okay? Last year, I think we did, I don't even know the exact number, but thousands and thousands and thousands of dream trips last year. When I saw the presentation, we were doing about 100 trips a year, I think less than 100 trips a year. The majority of them were in Mexico, US, Caribbean, because it was an American company and it was in pre-launch international. So when I saw this, it hadn't officially launched international. It was pre-launch. We officially went international 1st of June, 2009. I saw this April 2009, okay? So we couldn't formally sign people up. And the website was very, very clunky. And the product, there was only one dream trip for all of Europe. It was in Switzerland for 10 days and included flights from Chicago. Because of course, what you want to do if you're living in London, you want to fly to Chicago so you can catch a flight from Chicago to go to Switzerland to experience a dream trip, okay? Doesn't sound very exciting, does it? That was our product. No booking engine, no dream trip reward points, none of these golden deals that we have access to right now, no anytime escapes, no silver membership. There was only one membership. And that one membership was like the gold membership, but it was the price of the platinum membership now. So we were paying $360 to get started for a Dream Trips membership with no Dream Trips in Europe. Okay? I know you probably, some of you are sitting there looking at each other right now going, what? And they were signing up and excited about this? Yes, we were super excited about this because we caught the vision of the company. See, within 1 week of joining, I literally jumped on a plane, went to Los Angeles to go to a training, a 2-day training where I got to see the big picture of World Ventures. And my brother couldn't take the time off work at the time. So I remember calling my brother from the US going, bro, it's so much better than we originally thought. I'm telling you, in 6 months, you will leave your job because of this company. And there was absolute certainty in my voice because here's what I saw. I saw a company that I felt like had the potential to be the Facebook of travel, okay? But we saw it at the beginning. And seeing what the US had, in my mind, I'm thinking, this is what we're gonna have in the next 5 years. We just get to be a part of it now. You see what I mean? We caught the vision. Now let me paint a picture in terms of what the business looked like when we saw this. The business was get 4, pay no more. We had that, no problem, okay? Get 6 sales, you pay $360 and you make about $350 bonuses back then in commissions, okay? So we didn't have the generous compensation plan that we have now. We didn't have the lifestyle bonus and residual income. So our ranks, okay? Here's was the ranks in terms of World Ventures back then. Get 4, you're qualified, congratulations. Now the next rank is 90 on the left, 90 on the right to go to director, okay? So there was no 1-star, 2-star, 3 stars, senior rep. There was no residual senior rep. There was no lifestyle bonus, okay? There's a lot of these things that we have now that we didn't have then, but we had so much enthusiasm and excitement that we built a crazy story with this. Now, I can go more into the history of it, guys, but what I would love to do, okay, because I know some of you guys, maybe you've been in the team for maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 5 years, okay, but pretty much everybody on this call, apart from a very, very, very small handful, has not been around as long as me and my brother. So we've seen the company evolve so much. Because in case you're wondering, kind of thinking, okay, Francine, what do I need the history lesson for? I'll tell you why this history lesson is going to be so key. Because I want you to appreciate and understand where our company has come from, how much it's evolved in the last 11 years, and how much we're going to keep evolving because we have big goals and big vision as a company. We're going to be a force to be reckoned with, guys. And the one thing I can promise you from my experience, company's never going to be perfect, okay? No company is ever going to be perfect. But the one thing that I love about our company is that we strive to become better. Our company is always looking for ways that they can keep improving the product for us, that they can keep improving the compensation plan for us, Why? Because the founder of our company, Mr. Wayne Nugent, his heart has always been in the field. He was a rep before World Ventures. So he knows the journey that you go through. He knows about the peaks and valleys, the ups and downs. He's been through it. And that's why his biggest focus is always, how can we give more back to the field? So instead of sitting here and telling you about the first couple of years, because when I show you this video, guys, this was a video that my brother had put together when we celebrated, pretty much 1.5 years of World Ventures International. Okay. And man, I was watching it this morning and it gave me goosebumps because it literally took me back. And when you see the beginning of it, we launched this video right before we were about to launch World Ventures in Greece. Okay. When you see the beginning of the video, it shows some of the headlines that were circulating in the media at the time that we launched Greece. Okay. In the 12 months that we'd been a part of World Ventures in Cyprus, myself and my brother created a team of 5,800, close to 6,000 people in the first 12 months of World Ventures. Straight after a crisis, you'll see some of the headlines. And when you watch the headlines, how the video starts, you will actually see and realize that it looks familiar. It will give you a little bit of a deja vu because a lot of what's happening now, and this is why I started at the beginning talking about the financial winter we're about to go through. This is what was happening then is about to happen now, but in a bigger way. But even though back then was a very big economic crash, we created some of the biggest success stories in the history of World Ventures in the worst economic times. And I want you to see this because when you understand history, then you're able to see and recreate a better future by understanding the mistakes from the past, what you learned from it, by understanding what you did right in the past and how you can improve on. So fasten your seatbelts, okay? And what I'm gonna do is share this video with you. Opa. Okay, give me 1 second. Opa. Just to keep the suspense going. Right, here we go.
Time to scream, time for silence. Time for truth against the lie. Time for faith, time for silence. There's a time for us to shine. There isn't time for next believing.
There you go, guys. A little bit of a history lesson here for you. And you saw like this, we literally launched this video right before we were about to kickstart Greece. And we kickstarted Greece when the riots were happening. There was riots happening in Greece. I remember we had boot camp in Greece in 2011. Wayne Nugent calls me and he says, all over the news in the US, they're saying don't travel to Greece because of the riots and all the chaos that was actually happening. And he goes, is it safe? And I'm like, of course it's safe, you know? And he came to Greece, and literally that year in the midst of the crisis, what we did is we gave people hope. And, you know, we went on later on, you know, 2014, if I remember correctly, 15, we launched Romania, then we launched France, we launched Australia, we launched so many countries through our team. You know why? Because our team and our leadership is used to dealing with adversity, is used to overcoming adversity. And sometimes that's what it takes in this business, because the one thing that you can always be guaranteed is that the world out there is always going to be changing. There's always going to be things happening, whether the economy is going up and down, whether your internal economy is going up and down, okay? And the one thing that I love about World Ventures, there's many things I love about World Ventures, but here's the biggest thing, right? If someone said to you today, I'm going to give you two options. I'm going to give you option one is a briefcase filled with $50,000 cash. Okay, that's option one. Option two, I will give you a briefcase with a set of skills. It might be the skills of self-determination, self-motivation, self-responsibility. These are some of the key things in order that you need in order to build something gigantic. How many people would choose the cash? We'll go, yeah, $50,000 cash. I need that cash today. Give me that money. I don't have a job, or I've lost my job. I got a pay cut or this. And most people would go to the cash. And the old me would have gone to the cash a few years ago, because that cash meant paying off credit card debts. I had 40,000 pounds of credit card debt when I started World Ventures, plus the mortgages. I was up to here in terms of debt. My mindset at the time was on the money, okay? And I remember my mentor said to me, he goes, when you get money out of the way, you realize the important things in life. And at the time, I remember thinking, is it for you to say you're already a millionaire? Because my mindset wasn't ready for that message then. Only later on, as the mindset evolved because of the trainings of World Ventures, because essentially, guys, what our company does, everybody sees the travel, they think we're a travel company. We're not. We're a personal development company in the heart, wrapped around in travel. What our company does better than anybody else is our company builds people. So when you get the briefcase of skills, you can make the money and so much more. And if you lose the money with the briefcase of skills, you can make the money over and over and over again. Any of the leaders you're going to get to hear from today, any one of them, if you place them in a different country with the skills that they have learned to build IMD, I promise you, they're going to be able to go and do it again and again and again, because they have the mindset and they have the skills. And over the next few hours, guys, our goal is to give you this mindset, is to give you the skills. We're going to do whatever it takes to give you as much of the journey as possible, so that way you can take a little something from each and every single trainer, so you can go out and build your story. Now, I'm very excited about bringing up the first speaker, the first lady, okay? I remember when I met this lady, when I was living in Australia at the time, and this lady kept on creating these very, very big waves. She came from a little island in Oceania, in the Pacific Ocean. And one thing that I've learned from my experience, having seen what we did in Cyprus, is that big things can happen from little places. The big stories can come from any person. This lady, before World Ventures, she always wanted to get into the travel industry. She tried to get into the travel industry, but she wasn't able to succeed. But her heart always wanted to get into that industry. She was a mother. She always had a very strong work ethic. And when she saw World Ventures, there was nobody in her country that was a member of World Ventures. She was the first, and she was the pioneer. Now, it's difficult to be the pioneer, because when you're the pioneer, there's no roads. You got to go out and you got to build the roads, okay? She came into World Ventures and literally worked like crazy as a mother as well, because being a mother, being a wife, her journey was filled with ups and downs, okay? But she stayed the course, and she stayed focused, and literally worked her butt off, because her goal, one of her biggest goals, was to be able to take her family traveling with her. And now, because of World Ventures, after 2 years of building the business, she's achieved the level of international marketing director. Not only that, she's also an 100K ring earner, and the highest honor that you can receive in World Ventures is to get knighted as an international trainer. And she had that honor, and she trained for the first time. Now, wait for this, in English. She spoke no English before World Ventures, but she trained at United, which we did on Zoom like this, not Zoom, but, you know, digitally in English. And again, we have the pleasure of having her here training in English for the first time. Give it up for IMD Glenda in the house. Welcome, Glenda.
Hello, guys. Hello, Efrosini. Thank you very much. All the way from New Caledonia, Glenda Wamitan, IMD. And today I'm so proud to be here for the first big event with 16 IMDs. And I'm gonna share with you my journey with World Ventures. As you can see, it's a winter season in New Caledonia. Is almost 10 p.m., 10 and a half. And so I joined World Ventures in September 2015. At this moment, I was a teacher in education in New Caledonia. I live in New Caledonia, a little French Melanesian island in Oceania. I was a teacher in education, mom of 3 kids, married, and no experience in network marketing. I was completely unable to speak in English. And when I saw my first presentation, the only thing that I wanted at this point of my life was to travel more with my family. Because of the situation of the people in New Caledonia, we are lost in South Pacific, and the ticket flight to travel is very, very expensive. So just for give to you some an example, to fly from New Caledonia to Sydney, we spend almost $500 just for 2 hours by flight. So people here wanted to travel, but it's very difficult. So this is the first reason. When I saw the presentation, I said to myself, okay, this is it. This is the solution for me and my family to travel more. At this moment, I travel one time every 2 or 3 years. And when I joined, the only thing that I wanted was to travel with the kids and more far from Australia or New Zealand. And I joined like this. And I took the representative business system because I said to myself, okay, if I be able to find 4 people, pay no more, no monthly fees, good thing. And if I can earn money to travel and to pay my future travel, it will be good. So I signed with my sister, CG. She's a R&D with World Ventures now. And we started, at this moment, we were 3 people. And we just saw the presentation, and I understand that the only thing that I had to do is invite people to saw the same presentation. And I said to my sponsor, okay, if I call 50 persons, and if all these people want to join World Ventures, I will be the sponsor. I just have to invite them. And he said to me, yes, correct. And I said, okay, I just have to fill the chair. And he said, yes, correct. So I invite my hot market, and I take my mobile phone and just invite them in less than 1 minute, because I understand that the only thing I have to do is just invite, no blah blah, no more words, just invite them. So I called 30 people. 20 said to me, okay, we are going to come and see your presentation. 15 came to the presentation, and I had my 6 in one presentation. And it was the beginning of my nightmare. Why? Because my parents signed with me, my husband, my 2 brothers, and my best friend. So at this moment, I get my 6 personal. And the only thing that I thought was to help them to do the same. So we start to present, and at this moment, you know, you have the chance to speak in English. Here in New Caledonia, we speak French, and 99% of the population here in New Caledonia are French speaker. So we just did the best that we can at this moment, and the presentation lasts 2 hours. Can you imagine it? But we give some energy, some smile, and you know, the motivation with the teamwork. And I hit a senior representative rank in 3 weeks. 3 weeks after, I hit the senior representative ranks. And then director in less than 2 months, in 58 days. Guys, no words in English, no experience in networking. I just use my passion. And the only thing that I had in my mind is to help some people to travel more, help them to have their for cancel the fees, or get 6 to have the return of investment within 1 month. And after that, Stavros Zenonos, IMD Stavros Zenonos, contacted me, and I was with one of my upline, She's English. She speaks English, and Stavros explained to me through my upline that I need to go now because I'm a director and because I had a team of 100 people. So I need to go to the training and to train the people and take my team to go with me for the future training. So the first answer that I give to Stavros was, no, I cannot. The ticket flight is very expensive. I know no one in USA because the training was united in Orlando in 2016, in January 2016. And I said to Stavros, no, I cannot. And I gave him a lot of excuses. I said to him, do you know what is the price of the ticket flight to go over there? No. Are you kidding me? I cannot. And Stavros acted as a leader, and he never buy my excuses. And he explained to me why I had to go in a United Orlando. So at the end of this call with Stavros, I said to him, okay, see you in Orlando. And this is exactly how I did my first big event. And guys, at this moment, no translation in French. So I paid almost $500 to do the United seminar. I paid almost 2,000 US dollars for my ticket flight. And at this moment, I knew no one over there, only my upline. And I did my first dream trip. I saw the people with the blue banner, and I say, okay, it's real. And then I went to United, and I saw a lot of people cross the stage and be recognized as an IMD. I saw a little guy from South Africa. He was 21 years old at this moment, Sachin Govinder. I saw Jeta Voinea and Razvan Dinka. I saw Jeff Wolf. I saw a lot of people be recognized as a director, as a marketing director, as a regional marketing director, and then national marketing director and IMD. And I said to myself, what? If they can do it, I can do the same. It's real. It's for everyone. And I took the decision over there to succeed in World Ventures and to be an IMD, even if I was completely unable to speak in English. I was terrified to speak in English with the other. I met Lou Harty, IMD Lou Harty over there. And when those guys speak to me, I was completely unable to reply to them. I just be there and just leave this event. And at the end of this event, I saw Stavros, and he asked me, okay, now, what do you want? And I said to Stavros, I think it's real. So if you hit IMD within 2 years, I can do the same. And I took the commitment to be an IMD. And after this event, I came back to New Caledonia, and I called CG and my sponsor to explain to them that this concept will be work in New Caledonia for sure. And my sister CG said to me, "What are you talking about?" And I said to her, "Yes, I'm going to be an IMD. I took the commitment to be an IMD. I took the commitment to quit my job to be an IMD and to do World Venture in full time." And she said to me, "I cannot recognize you. What are..." Okay, she said to me, okay. So what is the plan? And I said to her, "You know what? We have to bring the team for the next event in Australia." And we did it. 3 months after, you know, guys, when I came back to my home after United, I was completely broke. And let me talk about one of my friends. I present to her World Ventures 2 weeks after I joined. And I did my first, it's not Zoom call, but Skype presentation. And I took the whiteboard of my kids to explain to her how it works with the binary tree. And my friend, Vaitiare Ahutoru Mervin, said to me, "No, I don't have money. I don't have the time. I cannot join World Ventures." And even if I was sad, I was angry, I said to her, "Okay, no problem. I just want to share with you this concept, and you can develop the World Ventures business in French Polynesia, but it's okay. I'm gonna continue, and maybe one day, if you want to join me, you can come back to me." And when I did my first big event in Orlando, I take the blue banner, and I went to Miami Beach with the blue banner, and I said to my son Brian, "You have to take a picture of me, and I'm gonna post it on Facebook." And I post this picture, and then Vaitiare came back to me and explained to me and said to me, "Okay, can you do another presentation?" And I said to her, "Yes, for sure." And she signed with me the 1st of February 2016. And she just became a representative and platinum member. And she said to me, "Okay, I signed with you, so now you have to train me. You have to come in Tahiti and help me to get my 6 as you, like you." And I said to her, "Vaitiare, I was broke. I don't have money, so I cannot come in Tahiti. And let me explain to you through Skype." And she said to me, No. You told me that you are going to help me. So you have to come in Tahiti, in French Polynesia, 6 hours by flight from New Caledonia to French Polynesia. The price of the ticket flight, $1,000. I was broke. And I said to her, "Okay, you know what? If you sign someone today, I'm coming." Because in my mind, I already knew that it's very difficult to have one personal. And at the end of the day, She came to me, tuck, tuck. Okay, this is my first personal. So now you are going to come. You are going to come and train me in Tahiti. And then I have, I don't know how to say in English, but when I say something, I cannot do other things. So because I say to her, sign one person today, and I'm coming. So I don't have the choice. Yes, integrity. Thank you, Efrosini. I don't have the choice to go and to do what I say to her. So I came back in January in New Caledonia, and then in February I went to Tahiti. And my goal for her was to have her 6th personal. And we did a lot of presentation again and again and again. And over there, Vaitiare had her 6th personal. And on her 6th personal, there is Regional Marketing Director, Matira Nouveau, and IMD, Gianni Bizio. And Vaitiare hit IMD rank 2 days before her sponsor, before me. And after Tahiti, came back to New Caledonia, take the plane, go to Australia, to the Momentum with 7 people of the team. And then after Momentum, we did View. View, we were 14. And then 3 months after, we were 21. And you know what? The last big event, United, we were 550 people from New Caledonia, from Tahiti, from the Pacific MAC team. The training is crucial in our business. And if I succeed in World Ventures, it's because I just took the skill training. We cannot explain the training. We just have to live the training. So I'm in 2016, in January 2016, I took the commitment to be in November 2017, I hit the IMD rank. And then in October 2019, I was a NIT trainer. And I did my first training as a NIT trainer for United this year. So if I can do it, guys, everyone can do the same, for sure. Okay.
Perfect. Glenda, that was so powerful. And the thing is, I want to focus on a couple of things that you said. At the beginning, you had no experience, you didn't know what you were doing, but your enthusiasm and your passion is what helped you to get the results. That's very, very key. But there's one thing, just before we wrap things up, there's one question that I'd like to ask you. If you had the opportunity to go back to day one when you first got started, and you could do something different, what would you do differently?
Good question. So if I had to change something, guys, I would change nothing at all. Nothing at all. Why? Because now, when I took the commitment to be an IMD was the end of my movie at this moment. And if I change something in the journey, in the story, the end of the movie will be different, for sure. So every obstacle, every challenges, every sleepless night, every stress, every tears that I experienced make me stronger. So change nothing at all. I cannot hear you.
Yes. Glenda, thank you so much for that. I know that firstly, learning English, and it's been a challenge to learn English, but more importantly now to train in English as well. And you've done so much in such a short period of time. You're a champion, Glenda. Thank you very much. So guys, there you have it. Our first speaker.
Bye-bye.
Our first speaker. Now we're getting ready to bring our second speaker. And before we do that, I want you to pay attention to two things. We've had two people speak so far, myself and Glenda. And one of the common themes is that both of us, when we experienced the training, literally the light bulb went off. When I experienced the training, I called my brother. I said, bro, in 6 months, you're going to leave your job because of this. 6 months later, George left his job. Glenda, when she went to a big event like United, even though she was committed to not going at the beginning, but she went to that event, she made a big decision, results. I mean, you're going to notice, here's one thing that I can tell you. From the whole day today, you're probably going to notice some common themes coming along throughout the training. And I want you to remember, success leaves clues. So the common themes, they're there for a reason. It's a common ingredients to the success recipe of World Ventures. So the next person I'm going to bring up, this gentleman, I had the pleasure of actually training with recently and really got to hear his story and his background. He's always been an inspiration to so many people around the world because he's got a very, very strong work ethic. He's in his early 40s. He had a background in network marketing before. He was actually a part of another company in the beauty industry. So he understood a little bit about the industry. And when he saw World Ventures, he saw an opportunity to do what he did before, but do it bigger because it's travel. He came into World Ventures in a very short period of time, literally just over a couple of years. He was able to achieve the rank of international marketing director. His motto is always, there's always a way. He will always find a way. No matter what happens along his journey, he will always find a way. And right now, if there's one thing that this gentleman, I believe, knows how to do best, is cause crazy momentum. He's building his second position to international marketing director at the moment. He's just hit NMD. So he hasn't just done IMD once and, relax and that's it. He's done IMD once and he's gone back in the field, building stronger than ever, building crazy momentum. And now he's getting very close to double IMD, cycling like crazy. He's now in the top cyclists around the world. And he's none other than International Marketing Director from Romania, Octavian. Octavian, are you ready to rock?
Yes, hello everyone. Yeah, I can hear you. Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly, champion.
Okay, so hello everyone again. Hello world. Hello World Ventures. Hello beautiful people. So let me share my story with you. I'm 42 years old. I'm living in Romania right now. And I saw World Ventures in 2014, in June 2014. And I said yes because at that moment, I was living paycheck by paycheck. I didn't know what to pay first. My income was like 400 euros a month. And I had to pay the rent, and the rent was like 300 euros. So I had like 100 euros left to buy food, to pay electricity, to pay all the bills. So I was struggling a lot. I said yes because I saw that it's travel. I saw that I can build this business online. That means I don't have any borders. So when you open your entrepreneur mind and you understand this, is like game over or game on, because it's easy, guys. It's travel, it's online, it's the best compensation plan. And on the same time, when I saw the business, I said, okay, I can develop this business in any country. That means you know, I will not depend by one economic country, okay? Because when the economic crisis will come, like is happening right now, and if your business, let's say that you have a classic business, a normal business, and if your business is just in one country and crisis is happening right now in that country, in that moment your business is going down. So that was my vision in 2014. And yeah, like Efrosinia Damides said, is my belief is there is always a way. There is always a way. And you know, whatever your belief is will influence your destiny, will influence your actions, your results. So please, so if you think, if you believe 100% that there is always a way, doesn't matter what happens outside, there is always a way. Do you think that you'll find the way? For sure. Why? Because this is your belief. So when you are led by this kind of beliefs, in that moment, I'm telling you, you're gonna become successful because you have strong beliefs. And for the last 3 or 4 months, I work a lot of questions. If you know Tony Robbins, and he says the quality of your life is given by the quality of your questions. So this is so powerful, but you have to change your questions, to ask better questions, because when you ask better questions, you're gonna take better actions and you will have different results, better results. But the number one question, you know, which majority of the people ask right now is like, how can I pay my bills? And when you ask this kind of question, what kind of actions are you gonna make? Like you'll take actions just to pay your bills, to earn like 500 euros a month, let's say, because you asked a stupid question. So how would it be to change your questions? How would it be to ask better questions about where do you want to be in 3 years from now? I remember I attended one event, I think last year, and I had the chance to listen one gentleman who worked with Warren Buffett for some time. And he said that Warren Buffett has the behavior to spend 30 minutes a day asking better questions. So every single day, Warren Buffett, you know, ask better questions about his life, about his business, about his future, about his relationship, and so on. So how would it be every single day to have 30 minutes for yourself to ask better questions about your future, about your business, about your team, about your next strategies, about your relationships, about you as a person, how you can become better. And at the same time, of course, to have some answers, you know, because usually, and please pay attention of what I'm saying right now, usually you don't ask good questions. You don't spend time with you to ask questions about your future. Usually you do the same thing again and again and again and again. Usually you are in the same routine again and again and again and again. That's why you cannot have different results, because everything in life starts with questions, good questions. So how would it be to spend 30 minutes a day with you and to ask questions like, as I said before, where do you want to be in 3 years from now, in 5 years from now? Which are all these actions which you can take right now in order to take your business to the next level for, you know, for the next 4 weeks, in 1 year from now? And write down all the answer. So when I want to create something in my life, to create momentum in my life, I ask questions about what I'm gonna want to create. So this is what I'm doing, because when we have adversity, it's like, okay, I know that there is always a way, and I have to find the way. Only in that moment you can grow, and you can grow like crazy, because the biggest obstacle is, the biggest growth is for you. The biggest growth is. So that's why I love challenges, because only in that moment I know that I can grow, and this is for you as well. So about creating momentum, it's not something what I did over the night. It's something what I did over the years, because I remember 2 years ago, I was thinking, okay, I had to do more for the people. I have to give 10% from my income, because I knew that I listened a lot of trainers, a lot of personal development trainers. I listened or ventures leaders. I listened to Wayne Nugent. I listened Mark Asseta. I listened Stavros Zinonos, and they said, Octavian, it's good to give back. And before 2 years, I was in the mindset of poverty, a poor mindset. I was thinking, if I give the money, I will not have money for myself. And in that moment, when you have this kind of belief, what can happen? You will not have money. The universe, God, will not send you money, because you think that you'll not have money if you give money to someone. So I started to give back 10% from my income, and I encourage you to give back, because I think happiness is in progress, and on the same time is when you give back. Giving is living. So this is one thing. I think since when I started to give back, my life has changed dramatically, because I changed something on my frequency. So if you want to create momentum, I think is a combination between work with yourself, to improve yourself, to work with to have a high frequency, to vibrate of high frequency, but at the same time to think strategies for you and for your team as well. So it's a combination. Every single time is a combination. So this is what I did for the last 6 years. I worked with myself, I knew that there is a law of attraction, and if you don't change your frequency, if you don't change your vibration, you can work like crazy. You can put people in the system, but in 1 month, in 2 months, in 1 year, they'll disappear. Why? Because maybe your thoughts, are not good. Your thoughts, your frequency is low. So that's the thing. So that was my speech. If you have any questions for me, please, you can ask me.
Of course. So I got a couple of questions for you, Octavian. Firstly, thank you very much for that. What you were saying in terms of, changing your frequency and changing your vibration, for someone that's very new into the personal development industry right now and has never heard these concepts before, what's a simpler way that you can explain to those people that are just getting started into the business of what they need to do?
Yeah, okay, that's very good question. So, so you attract what you think. So if you think frustration, if you think that you are not good enough, if you are not satisfied with what you have right now, okay? If you think bad about other people, if you are jealous, let's say, in that moment, your frequency is very low. So if you want to change the frequency in order to attract better things in your life, in that moment, you start to be grateful first, for what you have in your life right now. To be grateful for 10 euros, to be grateful for your team. Doesn't matter if you are 10 people or 100 people, to be grateful for what you have. This is so important too. And in that moment, you change your vibration, and everything, you change the energy and you will attract on that level of energy. Everything is energy. If you understand, this is the secret of universe. If you read Einstein, if you read Nikola Tesla, all these amazing guys say the same thing. Everything is energy.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. So if you could give to everybody watching right now a book that you highly recommend that can help them to get onto that journey of getting their vibration, their energy on the right level, what's one book or one audio perhaps that you've listened to that you'd recommend to them?
So I would recommend right now Joe Dispenza is my favorite, and you can search on internet Joe Dispenza and you can find all his books. And this guy is phenomenal, you know, in terms of explain how the energy works. Because when your brain understood how it works, in that moment, it's easy for you to apply. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Octavian.
No
And
problem.
one more question. I got to ask you this question because I know a lot of people sometimes are thinking this, okay? You've hit IMD, you were struggling financially before you started World Ventures. Now you're making the money that you wanted to. You also got the opportunity and to give back. What keeps you hungry and working harder now than ever to build double IMD?
So I want to give back more. So my target is to give back more. My target is to feed people, you know, like I'm inspired by, you know, what is doing World Venture right now with World Ventures Foundation. I'm inspired with Wayne Nugent. I'm inspired with the things who really understood that giving back, you know, is happiness, is like, and this is my target right now, to help from my income to give back to the people who doesn't have, I don't know, doesn't have money, you know, who are living in poverty.
Awesome. Love your heart. Thank you very much for that, Octavian. So awesome, guys. So now we're literally going to go on to the next person. And this particular lady, I'm very excited to bring her up. This lady, I call her my sister from another mister. I remember the first time I met this lady, and we were at a big event over in Australia, and I was sitting down with IMD Georgiou, one of the founding, one of the leaders of Mac Team, basically, one of the guys that founded Mac Team. And we're sitting down and we're chatting, and all of a sudden we see this amazing lady with crazy, when I say crazy energy, anybody that knows this lady will know what I'm talking about. She's holding the Australian flag and she's dancing outside the venue. I don't even know whether there was even music on, okay? And George said to me, this lady here, I gotta introduce you. And he introduced me to her, and she just had this passion, this energy. And when he introduced me to her, she was the equivalent of she was a senior rep at the time. And when she walked away, Georgiou said to me, she'll be an IMD. And I started paying attention to this lady. And of course, no surprise, I mean, this lady just started hitting rank after rank. She came from a military background, so very highly disciplined. She's a mom. She's of 3 amazing children that firstly, when you meet the children, you go, she's not old enough to be the mother of these kids. And what I love about her, she's just, if there's one person I believe embodies the word fun in World Ventures, it's this lady. She brings the culture. She's also one of the pioneers in Australia. And my sister, IMD, Lou in the house.
Tick, tick, boom. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly, girl.
Okay, so awesome. Man, thanks, Efrosini Moo. I love you so much. It's great, and I feel honored to be as part of this webinar tonight, the Super Saturday, Super Sunday, whatever time zone. I think it's around midnight here in Australia or close to. So let me just set my clock because I'm on a timer, right? Strict time. So guys, thanks for welcoming me. That was a beautiful welcome. And look, you know, I love Efrosini because she was the the first female that I saw doing this, and I thought, man, I want to be like her when I grow up, you know. But she'd already been in, you know, maybe 6 or 7 years when I started, or 5 years, I think, when I started. And pretty much she opened my world to what is possible. So tonight, guys, in my short presentation, wherever you're tuning in from, I'm going to actually give you some content. I'll quickly share my story as I share my screen. And I'm not that young, Efrosini. I just started having babies young. So I need to put my glasses on so I can actually view this. So when you have my screen, just give us a ho. Can you see it?
Yep,
Can you
all
see my
good. Perfect.
Okay, cool. So yeah, guys, I joined like 5 years ago, right? And I had spent 20 years in the Australian Army. I was married with 3 children. I'd just retired from the Army like a year or two before that. And I was actually online looking for something to do around the kids, from home, online, right? So I did a Google search for lots of different things. And then over time, my boss actually put me onto this, and he said, Lou, you love to travel. I said, yeah. He goes, check this out. It's a great, cool travel club, right? Which I did. And fast forward 6 months after I did, I was making money within the first month. I think I hit senior rep. I made about $1,000 in my first month. And then I rang up Stavros Zinanos, who's my mentor in IMD. And I said, hey, look, I've just made, it was George Georgiou. I've just made $1,000. I got 6 people or 8 people. I said, what do I do now? And he goes, sister, just do it again. And I went, okay. So pretty much I just did it again. And then, within 9 months, I quit my full-time job, and then just worked from home. And, I really just pushed through because I had the end in mind. I looked at George, Enfrosini, Stavros, and all of our European leaders, and I just went, man, I want what they're having. I saw, like, whenever I had a time where I was going through a lull, George or Stavros would be always chewing my chops, right? They'd be messaging me, I'd be whinging and carrying on about this and that and complaining. And like Glenda said, man, those dudes do not take any excuses, right? They would just say, just get another 6, just get another 6, right? So in the end, I just thought, man, I got to put my head down and my ass up. I'm a very disciplined woman. Let's just get this done because I want to be like George, Enfrosini, Stavros within, 3 to 5 years. And it took me 4 years to hit IMD. A lot of challenges, a lot of losses in my team, a lot of, really glorious moments. But the greatest of everything is Mac team, is the friendships. I have traveled, honestly, dudes, maybe 100 trips, 65 new countries, and maybe 70% of those have been with Mac team, right? So, if you love World Ventures and you're looking for a way to make a side gig, a side hustle, World Ventures, especially at a time like this, just don't quit, don't stop, right? There'll be times where it's a bit crazy, you'll lose people, you'll have this worldwide crisis that shuts the entire planet down. However, our World Ventures income has been a hedge or like an insurance policy for many of us that, many people have lost their jobs right now, right? But this World Ventures has been a hedge for us, and I'm very blessed and grateful to be part of it, right? So let's, and again, it comes down to all of these people that you see on the screen, particularly with Glenda and Vetiati in our team, Enfrosini, right? We've been all around the world, and then of course, the head of our Travel Blacks team, Stavros and George, were teaching them how to do the haka sort of there. But it is these people that I love. That's why I would never quit. Why would I ever quit? Because it means that I'm quitting on these people as well, right? So imagine going on a dream trip, right, and taking nearly 500 people. So that's Mac team. About a year ago, maybe 18 months ago, and we all went over. Stavros posts a video and says, let's go on a dream trip to Santorini or the Greek islands. So we did, right? Let's go. Enfrosini goes, let's go to Mexico in 3 months. So we took another like 300 or 400 people. let's go to Israel. Okay, let's go to Israel. So that brings me on to what I'm going to talk to you tonight about. So for the next 15 minutes or so, I'm just going to run through our websites, right? Which is probably the key thing and the first thing that you need to do when you first enroll somebody, right? Plus, you want to be able to see the people that they're going to download this app, right? Because as soon as you've enrolled somebody, and the sooner that they can see the trips that they can take, because remember, we're not always enrolling business people, right? Right? Because, they don't want to do it, or they've heard some bad things about it. However, everybody wants to travel. So don't be afraid if no one wants to do the business, but they do want to travel. And even though they're not traveling right now, guess what? They'll be traveling in the next, 3, 6, 12 months time. All right. So we're just going to talk about the two main ones, which is our product, which is Dream Trips with WV Mobile, and then just the front of the business website where you send people. So guys, the first thing you got to do is you have to take your people to the Google Play Store or Dream Trips Google App Store and get them to download the Dream Trips app. Okay. All right. Now, what happens is I want you to walk through this app yourself. You've got plenty of time at home right now to be able to just lay on the couch and daydream about dream trips and where you're going to go with your team. Okay. So it is so interactive, right? And that's all I do. I just spend most of the day, not on social media, man. I'm just planning where I haven't been and where I'm going as soon as a plane takes off, right? So look, here's a beautiful example of the Maldives. I know that Emfrosini's been on this amazing dream trip. It's $2,000, but you can take 600 points off. So this trip alone is only going to cost you 1,400. So what I usually do, guys, is I actually open it up. I find out what's included in the app, right? So you've got snorkeling, you've got whale watching, right? You've got a number of discounts, right? But look down the bottom, you've also got meals. So you've got 4 breakfasts, 3 lunches, 4 dinners, right? And a host. Okay, so, and a round trip transfer. So for $1,400 in the Maldives, which is probably one of the most beautiful destinations on the planet, right? These are the trips that you want to be sharing on social media that you've just booked for, the end of 2020 or the start of 2021, right? And again, we try to do, like, at one point, 18 months ago, I was doing a trip every 12 months. All right. So if you want to go to Hungary, look at this, Hungary, after you take the points off, it's only $100. But for your $100, you're not only getting 4 days, 3 nights, but you're getting the meals. You're getting 3 breakfasts, 3 dinners, and, all of these extra discounts, which is just absolutely priceless. So make sure, guys, you take the time to go through the Dream Trips app, play around with it. You can't break it, right? You can have a look at your Dream Trips local, where the restaurants are, where you can eat your way to a holiday, earn points, right? So, you can add friends, right? You can do whatever it is that you want to do on this app, right? Obviously, you can book your trips as well, book travel, right? So you can open it up. You can see where it's got a section where you can book your flights, right? You can check out the membership, rep tools, etc. Right? If you don't want to use the app, and if you're like me, I love using my laptop, right? So because it's got a bigger screen, you can just go to dreamtrips.com and again, press all the buttons, because you can't break anything, right? You can't break anything. All that will, just don't put your credit card in, right? Because I know one of my Pacific Mac team girls, they actually did this during example, Karine, I won't mention any names. She was doing a training, right? And she showed them how to book a trip, but she actually booked it, right? She booked it to Hungary, and she lives like the other side of the planet. And I think in the end, she gave it to her parents, right? So just be careful about that, right? So again, take the time to go through and have a look at all the exciting dream trips. We've done a Mac dream trip to Dubai, and have a look what's included in these. Right. And if you look at it and then do a cost comparison against everything else, it's just extraordinary, right? And again, when you're over there, take a photo with your "You Should Be Here" sign in front of somewhere where they're going to recognize, and then post it. So you don't actually have to sell dream trips. It sells itself, right? So, and travel with your mates, travel with friends, because experiencing new cultures, staying with your buddies, traveling around the world with friends. Honestly, I don't think there's anything better than the ability to do that, right? Now, this is the place I really want to go again, right? I loved Italy. You know, it broke my heart when Italy first sort of broke out with this crisis, right? But again, you know, I just look at every time I'm doing a presentation, which is every day, and I have photos of my journeys, all it does is just remind me of how blessed I was. Look, while I was in the army, 21 years in the army, I did 4 overseas trips, right, in 20 years. And 3 of those were to New Zealand, which doesn't really count, right, eh? But to be able to travel to 60 odd countries in 5 years, like, you know, that is just gold, right? France, put that on your bucket list. And again, when I'm sharing the slides or talking about or sharing the dream trip with friends, I just drop in my photo of me in front of the Eiffel Tower with my "You Should Be Here" sign and post it on social media. So you've got a lot of ways that, one, you can market this, but 2, when you're sitting down sharing this with people, just show them some of the trips, right? And share your own experiences. If you don't have your experiences because you're yet to book a dream trip, don't worry, borrow somebody else's, right? Get on their Facebook page and share that sign, right? And then make a bucket list, guys, of where you want to travel in the next 12 to 18 months. Many people haven't survived this COVID-19. Many people have passed on, right? They didn't get the opportunity to do what we are having the opportunity to do every day. All right. I'm so blessed and grateful that I've been able to see the world because of World Ventures. Right. I've taken my children all over the world, taken the kids to Disneyland. You know how happy that makes somebody, right? When you take them to Disneyland. Like, even my husband had a smile on his face when I took him to Disneyland. All right. So, you know, all of these things make up the amazing experiences, right? And come to our side of the world, come to Oceania, right? Come and see how beautiful the southern hemisphere is, right? Don't just stick to Europe. All right. Mac team, we also did a bottle school. We built a bottle school. We do so much together, man, right? And the team that does play together stays together, right? And, you know, it's a testament to George, Stavros, Efrosini, and all the leaders, Octavian, Jeddah, you know, bloody everybody in Mac team. I'm just so blessed that I just happened to fall into the right team. Right? Like, I'm very religious, and going across to, you know, Israel, you know, a few months ago with Emfrosini and the crew, like, that was just another bucket list. So again, if I have to close my eyes tomorrow, yeah, man, I've had a happy life. Okay, so that's the dream trip side. When we're back in the app, right? I'm just keeping an eye on my time. We're back in the app. All right, so you've gone through the Dream Trips app. Now I want you to take the time to study the training videos. Now, because my upline was all in Europe, right, I couldn't just ring them up and say, George, Stavros, how do I do this, right? Because there's a system that's already in place. So you might as well just, rather than just hassle everybody else, just do your due diligence, take the time, commit a couple of hours a week, and just watch the training videos over again, right? And that's all I did. I just watched these training videos, right? You can just log in, right? You press the little button down the bottom, and here you just go to Rep Tools, right? So there's a number of different settings there. You can check your profile, you can check how many points you've got, right? But you want to get to the training videos, because the training videos are going to, guess what? Train you. So even if you don't get how to do it, right, and you're not able to get across to the next person, just watch the videos. The videos are perfect. Right? It's monkey see, monkey do. Okay.
Welcome to Quick Coach. Let's talk about inviting with the two-step text. If you haven't watched Quick Coach Inviting Fundamentals, do that now. It provides the foundation for this training. A text message is great because it takes away the fear of inviting. Plus, you have time to think about your responses with no pressure, and you won't get some 2 steps. In step 1, you're going to text your friend. If they say yes, go to the next step. If they say no, reply, cool, catch you later. Side note, wherever it is, make sure it's an environment that's conducive to a focused conversation that allows them to see a full.
They're so cute and they're so short, right? But everything that you need, every step by step, how to set up a travel party, how to edify, how to do your own story, right? All about inviting, about closing. So everything, guys, that will set you up for success is within the app, within the Dream Trips app, all right? So make sure you take the time and go through it, right? Then you can just select the next tab if you want to enroll somebody. Just say I enrolled a friend of mine, right? I would just select the country flag and simply enroll them. I love systems. I come from a military background where systems are everything. And if you can show someone the easiest way for them to have success, guess what? They'll be able to do it quite easily. So make sure you utilize the app, show them where the training is, where the dream trips are, right? You don't need to spend hours on this. It's maybe 10-minute run through, all right? And then just send them on their way and let them over time take the time to just walk through the Dream Trips app. Right. The other app, which is really awesome, is WV Mobile. So just say you don't want to log on to the main website, you just download WV Mobile. You would have received an email recently where you get WV Mobile Pro. It's going to be $9.99 a month, right? And it's got hours and hours of content and training on that. But the good thing about that is you can log straight into your back office through this app. No digging around on your phone trying to type in, oh, is it World Ventures? Is it this? Is it that? Right? So there's a lot of really cool features on this, right? And again, it logs straight into your back office, all right? So you can do the events, you can sign up people, you've got access to all the support tools right there, right? And it's just a matter of having the two main apps on your phone, right? Any new updates from Eddie or from Wayne, right? Any like, there you go, the May updates, booking the next boot camp online, etc. So make sure you download that. You can log into the back there, right? You can see the calendar, support tools, etc. All right, so let me just move on to this. I love this bit. This is the notifications. If you haven't seen this, right, imagine this, getting this, opening this every day and seeing this. Congratulations, your business is growing. Congratulations, your business is growing. So-and-so just became a member. Congratulations, your business is going. You just keep refreshing and it keeps going and going and going. And I think there's about 6 months worth. So if that doesn't motivate you that your team is growing, right, I don't know what will, because that motivates me and it motivates my team, right? So again, I've just pressed support tools, right, guys? All I do, again, is just log straight into the back office through the app, select the country, right? I'm looking for training tools now or more information so I can just continue to learn, right? Select the country that I want, right? And then I can see all the promotions, right? The sales tools, any support documents I need, it's all there, right? And it's all just on my phone. So, you know, I really love that. You know, everything you need is right there, you know, and you don't even need two hands to do it. You just have one, right? You just one hand. Actually, you need this hand for your ring, for your IMD ring, okay? So you can look at your IMD ring while you're checking out the training. All right, so really utilize this stuff, right? Because it is all there. The company has spent, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's so much content, there's so much training, right? Even if you love watching videos or you prefer to read, download PDF documents, maybe that's your preference. You can do that as well, download it, right? The Getting Started pack, give that out when they first enroll. It's got the whole IC, invite, share, enroll, and educate people. You can give them that as a printout or just show them where that is on your phone, all right? So, yeah, that's choice, eh? I love that. That stuff, like, I love that. That's awesome. All right, let me just speed through that. What else is in there, in that video? You like that little video? I did that with my iPhone about 10 minutes before this training.
Perfect, sis. That was awesome. Now, because in a minute, we're going to bring up the next speaker, and I would love the opportunity to just ask you one or two questions just before we wrap this up. The first question I'd like to ask you is that because you are definitely the true definition of being a product of the product, you know, I see you dream trip hopping, right? If you got somebody in the team right now that maybe they've joined and they're saying, look, I can't go on a dream trip yet because when I make the money, then I'll go on the trip. Now, bear in mind, of course, right now we've got lockdown. That's going to change soon. It's already changing in some countries. What is your advice to someone like that right now?
Well, because they've answered their own question, because now external forces have prevented you from dreaming, so they can't actually use that excuse. So the thing is, what they want to do is plan for it now. And like even now, people have gone, I don't want to do the business, but I'll do the membership, right? You have to help cast that vision and share your stories or other team stories of places they've been and the relationships that they've formed. Because even now, if you get them to remember how they felt when they last went on a holiday with their family, they immediately look up to the right and they remember how wonderful they felt. So you've just got to remind them of that emotion, that feeling, of what it is like to actually have the opportunity to travel, and that life is bloody short, right? And if they don't book it now, touch wood, anything can happen.
Perfect. And just one last thing before we go. If you could go back, and ask the same thing to Glenda, but if you could go back and do something different on your journey, what's the one thing that you would do differently, if any?
Well, I probably would have enrolled Glenda's sponsor earlier. Or Glenda's upline, because it was my girlfriend that I'd known for 6 or 7 years that spoke French. And when she told me she's going to go over, she knew a girl in New Caledonia. Like, I wish I actually got onto her sooner. But no, to be honest, I like as soon as Glenda answered the same thing, I wouldn't change a thing, because it's all been a monumental journey for me, both physically, very emotionally, and wisdom-wise, right? I have learned so much about my marriage, my relationships, my just inner fortitude, right? And really what I actually have inside me. I know what I can do now, whereas back then I didn't know what was possible because I didn't really see. So I wouldn't change anything. I'm just grateful that I said yes.
And we're grateful you said yes as well. So thank you for that, Lou. Amazing. I know it's late where you're at, so thank you for your hard work and your contribution.
No worries, guys. Thanks so much, Anthony. Love you, Moo. Mwah. Kisses,
Love
everybody.
you too. So guys, now what we're going to do is I'm literally going to take you to the next speaker. And the next speaker is an amazing lady. Her and her husband literally joined the business in 2014. It was still the beginning of Romania at the time. She saw the presentation. She got very, very excited and she signed up. But then she made the mistake of going home and explaining it to her husband. She told him that, look, we found a way, we're going to become millionaires, we're going to make all this money, we're going to travel. And her husband, to say the least, was very, very skeptical. And he just didn't believe. But, she was committed to making it work. And they literally, when they went to their first training, and at their first training, the person training was IMD Stavros Zinonos, who you've heard the word MAC team being thrown around quite a lot. MAC team is one of the biggest teams in the world. It's under the umbrella of our whole team. There's many teams within our team. Of course, the most important team we're all a part of is the World Ventures team. And Stavros is the guy that literally catapulted and created one of the fastest records to IMD. And he was training in Romania. And when Marius and Stefania saw Stavros training and they got a flavor of the impact of the lifestyle that they could have, the kind of income that they could have, that's when they literally started working very, very hard. And Stefania still works in her job. She's got a background in IT. She's a manager in a software company. She still works because she loves what she does. And World Ventures for her is part-time, but part-time with her and full-time with Marius. They built this to international marketing director, and they've taken 47 trips with their beautiful daughter, which for me, I personally believe that's the biggest gift that you can give to your kids, is show them the world, give them a life with no limits. And they've done exactly that. But one thing that I love about this amazing couple, and especially this lady, firstly, her work ethic is second to none. No matter what time I've ever messaged her, whether it's morning, night, whatever time zone, literally, she replies straight away. She's always in the zone, and she's got such a big heart, always doing whatever it takes, not just to help her team, but to help all teams, because she's a true servant leader. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome IMD Stefania in the house. Stefania, you ready?
Hello, hello. Ready, born ready. Thank you so much, Efrosini. I'm glad that, and blessed that we are able to put together and to be able to be one of the speaker with all these legends, because they are people that get inspired, that I was inspired by them. So huge value for being able to participate and share my story, of course, and to share some tips that helped me to this journey. First of all, thank you, Efrosini, for inviting us and organizing this. For those that don't know me yet, and I'm looking forward to meet all of you, when we'll be able to travel again, when we'll be able to do our events in a big arena. But we are blessed that we are able to put all these continents, all these people in our homes. So for me, I am 36 years young. I'm coming from software development. I graduated computer science when, I love mathematics, scientific sciences. And then, my desire was to go in good jobs, because my mother is a teacher, and she all the time teach me that it's important to have a stable job, because my parents are divorced, and my mother teacher, go to school, take good grades, and so on and so forth, right? And this is me going to the highest, courses, going to the highest numbers of the tests. So all the time being, in this kind of position. In the high school, I met my husband, and from there we start to build our life together, right? Then later on we get married and so on. We have our beautiful daughter that right now it's 7. And we started in 2014 to build this beautiful journey, where ventures that actually bring more fulfillment in our life and completely change our life. And I will provide you today how and why I'm saying this. So when I saw the presentation, I was at the work, and one good friend of mine just invited after work. She is also a manager in another big corporate, to see something. I never ever know about the network marketing industry, and not necessarily I had a bad feeling about it, but I used to know people from high school and so on, girlfriends of mine, that selling, Avon products, Oriflame products, this kind of product, and sometimes I was buying those products, but I never was that kind of person to get involved in it, because I was the type of person behind the computer, all the time. I wasn't so communicative. I was more introverted than extroverted. So for me, I was okay, nice, but for other people, not for me. And if somebody will ask me to go to see a presentation, I'll say very politically correctly, that, okay, I'm not interested in zone. I'm so focused in my profession, okay? But when my friend invited me to go to see something, it was, just on the spot. I said, okay, let's go to see what it is about. I didn't ask question. I just went to see. And there I see a video about work ventures. I get, just crazy. I realized that is network marketing, but I realized that I really like it. And I said yes on the spot, because the money was not an issue. Fortunately enough, myself and my husband were manager in software development. And we earned at that point more than 5,000 euro from both sides. So in Bucharest, it's a good, salary, I will say. We were not millionaires, but good, our life was settled. Not the dream home, but we have an apartment, not, the dream car, but we have a car, and so on and so forth. And I said yes on the spot. I just enrolled with Gold membership, because it was the only membership at that point, $361 pros representative. And I went home to my husband and to tell him that I saw a great idea that will travel all over the world and will become millionaires. And he just addressed me a few questions, normal question. And I was like, I don't know. And I didn't know what I didn't know, because actually I was not understand why he don't see what I was seeing, because I didn't show to him, you know. Long story short, I took him to see a presentation, and from there we start to build together, because for him, and you'll see him later on, make the decision what it means residual income. And actually what ventures, what bring to us, not just an average life, but an exceptional life. And more than that, the possibility and the hope that is freedom for us, financial freedom, time freedom, and the ability to impact thousands of people. I will share with you just few, just 1 second. Efrosini, I'm able to share. If I'm able to share, it will help me.
One second, Stefania.
Yes, if I'll be able just to just a few things. If not, it's okay. Great, thank you so much. Yes, let's see. I believe share. Okay, and I'll go in the beginning of our story, because I like very much the fact that usually in our life we are living, you know, in our life in a world, but we choose to live in a both world. And what I'm meaning, usually when we are going to the job, you know, people are looking, okay, you know, you don't have to have relatives, you don't have to build with your family or something like that, you know. But here in our ventures, actually, you can build with your family. And more than that, we are encouraged. And actually, our vision, and Wayne Nugent vision, our founder, is to help and to impact us on all aspects of our life. And I really, really love this. This is the first time when we use the "you should be here" sign. At that point, we already have booked the vacation with, you know, with other travel agency, because we didn't know about our ventures. But doesn't matter that, it matters that we start, you know, on the spot. And then even though after 8 months we had our first dream trip, we start to see and to discover other people stories, other people experience the platform, and so on. And from that one we use everywhere. And all the time when I'm challenging and I have some situation, I'm saying maybe it's a challenge, maybe I'm not at home to read my children, my daughter, a fairy tale, you know, a story, but I make sure that I'll build her the life as a fairy tale. And this is amazing, because actually we were able to travel with her all over the world. Here are different images in Paris, in Rome, in you know, France, in Barcelona. There are all these kind of images, and not just in Europe, but we are able to travel together with my husband in Asia, in different events, visit different countries, in Thailand, and so on, and also in United States. And actually, right before this period of time, our daughter at the age of 7 was able to receive 10 years visa to United States with the power of our Dream Trips club. So we just planned to go with her, because she wasn't able yet to visit United States, but definitely she has a 10 years visa. And this is a big thing to have visa in Romania, you know, in United States. So imagine that at the year of 7. Here we are with a lot of friends, crazy journey, but it's not just about us, it's about what is possible to do this. A lifestyle change, totally, completely changed. From, you know, normal life to something that it's probably before we just saw it in just movies, you know. And I'm blessed for that. With a lot of friends, not just us. This is very important. And what is more important, just 1 second, because I have some alarms, you know, all the time. It's more important how we started, because all of us have some starts, and I want to bring here. Imagine that I'm the type of person that in my career, I'm very, you know, professional. And when I saw our ventures, the lady that showed me the video was the first time when she went to see the video. So she didn't knew somebody that earn money or travel with our ventures or something else. The person that enrolled her, she just enrolled like 1 day ago. The lady, so I was me, the person that invited me, the good friend of mine, Irina, another lady that just joined, another lady just joined few days ago, but the person that, you know, showed to this lady was not living in Romania, was living in Cyprus. So none of these people earn money or knew somebody close to them, like real friends that earn money or knew about this company. And, you know, I was really, really excited. But in the same time, after I was excited, I started to search because I didn't know that in Romania there are another team or so on and so forth, you know, at that point. And what I did, because I didn't have somebody like a senior, a director, or somebody that showed me how to start, right? I just started to call all my friends and to tell them how at some point we'll travel all over the world, you know? And these people asked me questions and I wasn't able to answer. Long story short, in about 6 days, something like that, I organized with all my hot market and plus my husband hot market. I don't know if you realize, but we have hot markets the same because we just know each other since we were 17 years. So imagine that we built more or less the hot market together. And in about 6 years, all our hot market knew about our ventures through my phone. And more than that, in about 5 days, I had a feeling that maybe is not really exactly what I understood because I didn't have the information. I already at that point enrolled my husband that started to understand the how we get paid, you know, the commissions, how are coming and so on and so forth. And what happened very, very shortly after I get excited, I sent an email. So on 25th of April, I get enrolled. And on 3rd of 25th of March, I get enrolled 2014. And on 3rd of April, I send them email that maybe is not for me this opportunity. And what I want to mention is that later on, I understood that the tiniest line in the world is the one between fear and excitement. And when these people answer to me, actually, I really realized that this company exists and really is possible. And then immediately you can see here, I sent an email saying that maybe I did a mistake and maybe I want to discover what it is about. Because for me, it was not important necessarily at that point, you know, the money is more important, my integrity, my values, and how I'll show this opportunity to my friends and family and then and so on. And you know, this is how I started. And in this moment when I said that it's working, we didn't you know, ask ourselves how is not working. We ask ourselves how to make our ventures work for us. And at that point I was enrolled myself and my husband and start to call support every time when we have a question, because we didn't have somebody close to us to answer to our question, but we call support in the United States. At that point there was no support in Romania. So what happened that exactly on 3rd of May, we are fortunate enough to go to our first event. And there we saw at highest rank in the company, IMD Stavros Zenonos. And at that point from the team that started from me, it was me, my husband, and one enrollment, Cosmin Tronandru, that right now is a regional marketing director. And these 3 people, we took the decision that no matter how hard it will be, what obstacle we have to surpass, will go to IMD. And it was just a process after that. There we meet Jeta and Razvan, then we meet other teams that were, you know, building in Romania and start a beautiful, beautiful journey. And after that, years later, on the same email that I was almost so close, you know, to don't know what to don't know, I received the congratulations for the international marketing director and start to build. But what I want to mention is that doesn't matter the context, doesn't matter your context, doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. Because every day there are people joining our company. Why not in your organization? Make up in numbers what you lack in skills. And what I understood is the more people see the presentation, more money we do. And take out from your vocabulary overwhelmed and confused, because it's normal when we want something big, when we want to do performance, is normal to put and to be ready to put big efforts. But what I recommend is to keep it simple, and never ever compare your chapter 1, 2, 3, whatever your chapter it is right now, with somebody else chapters later. And because I mentioned in the beginning that sometimes, you know, or on the majority of the situation, we live in war. We have to choose either this, either that, but we choose both. We choose all. We choose war ventures, which means, you know, world united. And what I encourage you is to build with integrity and with values. And in order to be able to fulfill all your aspects of your life, list your priorities, your roles. You are a mother, you are a father, you are, you know, what are your roles in your family? Set a goal in your ventures and the timeline for that. Create a plan and cadence. For instance, as Efrosini mentioned, even if you are building it part-time, make sure that you set a cadence. Part-time doesn't mean that right now and after 6 months. No, it means that every day you do something for your ventures, or at least every week, at least 3 times per week. Set expectation right to you, to your children, to your family, to your team. Don't set expectation that you compare with somebody that is from morning till evening. You know, set the expectation right. Build confidence by participating to all the events. Keep the commitment. The commitment is not for me, is not for your upline, the person that invited you, is for yourself and your goals in your life. Involve and celebrate with your family, because then you buy their trust, then you buy their support. Take responsibility of your context and about your results, because when we take the responsibility, actually we take the power. Because if we are saying that somebody else is responsible for our context, it means that we are not in power with our life, and we are the only one responsible for our lives. Take action, think big, and never ever forget, start with first thing first, with first presentation, with first call. One call is better than none call. The worst presentation is better than none presentation. So it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. Follow one course until success and choose to live a great life, because you deserve. So I am blessed. I hope that we together see soon, you know, all over the world, and let's create more fun, freedom, and fulfillment in the life of all friends and family. Thank you, Efrosini, for being able to share a part of my story, and looking forward to see all of you.
Perfect. And just before you go, Stefania, I've got a question for you, because there were so many gold nuggets in what you said about the journey. And I love how you said it as well. It was a very, 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 very thin line between you almost giving up on this dream, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I mean, I can only imagine you've got how many thousands of people that have joined your team so far. Imagine that if you had
More than 8,000.
more than 8,000. So imagine this, guys, more than 8,000 lives have been impacted, because when they send that email, a little voice inside their head, their intuition said, maybe this is real, maybe we should stick with it. So that's
Exactly.
8,000 lives impacted so far. Who knows how many more in the next 5 years? But
Millions.
exactly. My question to you, being a mother, being a wife, working full-time, having such a busy schedule, what would you like to say to moms out there that sometimes they want to build the business, they have some big goals, but maybe they get mommy guilt, like, you know, I'm not there for my kids, I'm missing things, you know, missing them grow up. What's one piece of advice that you would say to them?
Every time, sure. And I know, as I said, you know, I started to take out from my vocabulary, because once I take out from my vocabulary that I'm not able, I cannot, it's hard, and something like that, you know, then I'm thinking to the right mindset, how is possible, how I can improve my skill to manage my time right, and so on and so forth. So what I encourage them is to fight for their dreams and for their families, and what somebody else might be a reason to not do this, to find the power for them. Exactly, this is the reason for them to break records. So just to continue to have faith in themselves, and to celebrate together with their children on the biggest stages by being at the highest rank in our company.
Perfect. Love that. Thank you very much once again, Stefania. Appreciate you, girl. And guys, now we're literally going to go on to the next speaker. Okay. Now, this gentleman is another pioneer. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that we have duplicated pioneers over the last few years within our organization because of the example that was set by our mentors as well. Now, Russia as a market has been open for many, many, many years. And Russia, for a long time, nobody could actually manage to make the Russian market click over. And the dangerous thing that you can do sometimes is create a story in your mind which creates a belief that defines your results. So some people started saying, maybe this is not meant to work in Russia. But one person comes along and changes the game and creates such a powerful team, literally within a couple of years of working in the market of Russia, when a lot of people say maybe this is not going to work in Russia, within a couple of years, they created a sales force of literally close to 20,000, literally within a couple of years. He was a business owner. He will share a lot of his story with you shortly. He was a business owner before World Ventures. He's a father. He's traveled to 28 countries. In fact, I actually remember I was on a dream trip to Cyprus for my birthday. And I meet there's a bunch of Russians there taking videos, taking pictures. And I'm like, these guys got really cool energy. Little did I know that this guy at the time was Ilya, and he was a marketing director in our company, and just literally set Russia on fire. And now he's a 100K earner, IMD, and building a huge momentum around the world, and especially with Russia. So Ilya, are you ready to rock and roll, my friend?
Thank you so much. Are you ready?
Born ready.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. Guys, how are you? If you know Russian speak, you can follow my Instagram. Just moments. Yeah, let's go. Hi, Maxim. Hi, leaders. Hello, World Ventures family. My name is Ilya Stefanenko. I'm 32 years old. I have been at World Ventures for 3 years. And during this time, together with my family, we visited 28 countries. My family is a beautiful wife and 2 beautiful daughters. And by the way, the youngest daughter was born in September last year in America. This was my dream that came true thanks to World Ventures. In general, during these 3 magical years, I think most of my dreams have come true. Disneyland, cruise ship, 3 months of life in Bali, 4 months in America, friends all over the world, buying an apartment, a good monthly check, and the opportunity to be a business coach. And I know this is the beginning, because we are talking about a company that fulfills your dreams. Today, you will hear the stories of the top leaders, and looking at each of them, you can see your future. You know what I mean? Who among you is striving for a bright, rich, happy future? Great. With World Ventures, this is inevitable, but only on one conditions. You will not give up before the time, and you will have enough patents to become successful, to fulfill all your dreams. Here, it happens every day. True, it's really. Friends, you are all lucky, and here's why. Look at this slide and say, do you know someone? Have you seen them anywhere? I'm sure you've ever seen a commercial for a product or service advertised by a celebrity, Olympic champion, model, actor, and so on. Do you know why global brands are constantly searching for some authoritative, popular person to advertise their products or services? Because these individuals are opinion leaders whose choices are trust and followed, which means that the product and service will sell well. Now answer the questions. If you are not an actor, singer, athlete or model with a perfect figure, do you have a chance to become the face of a famous brand and get an advertising contract? Of course not. But okay, let's say you are a celebrity. Now tell me, when you are not at the peak of your popularity, when tomorrow the fashion changes, new, young and ambitious face come, will you be the face of any brands? I think not. And now look at these photos, at the faces of these people. Who is it? Do you recognize anyone? I don't think. These are ordinary people who received the advertising contract from workbenches for the period that you choose. And by the way, the longer you are in the company, the more popularity and authority you have. It's just that not everyone has figured it out yet. You are holding a lifetime dollar contract with the dream company. Just travel and talk about us. And you will be paid a lot of money, you know. Do you realize how lucky you are? But it's not really that simple. When it comes to big money, you have to prepare for a big, long job. As my mentor says, what makes you think that wealth is easy? Today, I will share with you 3 fundamental secrets of success. Okay? Are you ready? Let's go. First, you must have a reason. The reason is what you do something for. It can be a goal, a problem, a dream, a need, a desire, your point of view, your future. This is your fuel. This is your motivation. If you don't have it, you are standing still. You are not forced to move. Understand? How do I find a goal? I recommend writing a list of 100 goals every year. I do it myself. I divide these 100 goals into short-term goals, goals for a day, a week, or a month, medium-term goals for half a year, and long-term goals from 1 year to 5 years. The best fuel for speeding is long-term goals. It's the future you want, your best future. And the path to a long-term goals consists of daily fulfillment of short-term goals and intermediate medium-term goals. Second, when you have a goal, don't let your environment steal your dream. People will talk you out of it. People will say you can do it. Understand that your environment does not benefit from you being more successful than them. Otherwise, they will need to come up with reasons why they are not successful, and they don't want that. Deciding and stealing a dream is the easiest thing to do. Be prepared for this. This is a very strong test. Most people give up their dreams at this stage. It's really. And third, you must be persistent. Why do some people achieve their goals and others don't? Because some give up and others don't. Only your perseverance shows how much the goal you have chosen is really important to you and whether you are ready to go to the end for it. Remember the main rule in life. Anyone can be anyone. I repeat, anyone can be anyone. In 2008, I played in the TV league of the game TVN. This is a very popular humorous show in Russia. And I wanted to be a famous showman, but I soon realized that in this field, a lot depends on luck, and sooner or later your popularity ends and you become unnecessary. In 2011, I moved to Kamchatka and signed a contract for 3 years of military service in the song and dance ensemble. I had all the privileges of soldier, but these were many more restrictions. In this area, I would never be able to earn a lot of money, see the world and be free. In 2013, I started a business organizing concert of show business stars and experienced the ups and downs. One concert gave me a profit of $2,000 and another got me into debit minus $35,000. It's really. In 2015, I found an opportunity to fulfill my long-held dream to open my own bar restaurant. My bar turned throughout the city and was a very successful project until the crisis began and I started living every month in the negative. Then, in 2017, I decided to sell my business and move to Moscow because everything I believed in and wanted to do in small cities, I realized. And in 2017, in Moscow, the capital of Russia, in the city of opportunities, I got acquainted with the network business for the first time and realized that it is an ideal business model and unlimited opportunities for earning and constant development. It reminded to find a reliable company and a product that I would use with pleasure and not be ashamed to recommend it. And then, quite by chance, on March 31st, 2017, in Instagram, I first saw a blue sign with the instruction, "You should be here," from a person I once met in Kamchatka during my service, who after Kamchatka live in Miami. My first 6 connections were my friends from different cities with whom I wanted to build a business and see more often when traveling. And I want to ask you, if I didn't go to my dreams and goals these 10 years, if I was decided, if I listened to someone and gave up everything, would I be dreams come true? No. Would I have so many friends all over the world and have a family, my team of the most positive kind and best people? I'm afraid to think that I might not have had it. In this life, everything happens when it should happen, and our task is to see the sign and not be afraid to try, make mistakes and learn. Each of you is here today because you should be here. Therefore, put aside all doubts, use your time well, and always remember your dreams. And only when your dreams become stronger than your fears will they begin to come true. Out the city and was a very successful project in the crisis. Guys, remember, I repeat, when your dreams become stronger, your fears, they will come true and become a reality. It's true. I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Ilya. And look, I love the fact that when you shared your story, you also shared the struggles of being an entrepreneur. So for someone that's never been an entrepreneur, knowing the journey that you went through right now, and they have World Ventures as a business, what's one piece of advice that you can give those people that have never been an entrepreneur, but they're part of World Ventures and they're new, as to why now is the perfect time to build this business?
I think my motto in life is it is better to do something and regret it than not to do and regret than I did not try. I can say that, and my team did something wrong and I regret something. We did everything and did it and do it right. This is our way. But what I would differently like to do differently is I would try to bring more people to all the company's trainings. Our training system is unique. This is a fact.
Perfect. Love that. Thank you very much for that, Ilya. It's no coincidence you've created the success that you've got, my friend. So guys, now we're going to move on to the next section. And man, wow. There's so many golden nuggets there, guys. So many golden nuggets. And listen to Ilya's story as well. It really makes me appreciate that. A lot of the people that come into this business and they have fast success, it's not because they came into World Ventures and they got lucky. is because when they came into World Ventures, they understood how powerful this vehicle is because they took so many punches before they started in World Ventures. And this next lady that I'm going to bring up in a minute, this lady is also a pioneer in the French Reunion Island. I didn't even know French Reunion Island existed before World Ventures. And this is another amazing lady. And I'm telling you, people that coming into World Ventures without speaking a word of English, learning without speaking English, learning in a language that's not their own, and later on, 2 years down the track, are able to train in English, we have so much respect for those people because that's a very difficult thing to be able to do. So this lady spoke no English. She was also an entrepreneur, but an entrepreneur that lost a lot of self-belief. She had gone through some difficult challenges. She's a single mom, mother of a beautiful 14-year-old daughter, sees the opportunity, spends half her time between French Reunion Island and France. And when she came into World Ventures, literally within a couple of years, was able to achieve international marketing director level, building amazing stores within her organization. And this is the first time she's ever training in English. So please give your undivided attention and love towards IMD Gael. Gael, are you ready for us, girl?
Yes, of course.
Bomba, let's
Hi.
rock.
Hi, Efrosini. How are you?
Excellent, girl. How are you?
Fine, fine. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you so much, Efrosini. Oh, hello, everyone. It is a pleasure, an honor, and a privilege to be here with you today. Thank you, Stavros, for your trust. I have a lot of respect for you and the MAC team. When Stavros told me he wanted me on this training, woo, and I told myself, oh my God, I need to speak English. But the little voice in my head said, hey, Gail, you're not fluent. I'm going to give my best. You know, at the beginning of the 2020 years, I put on my vision board a very special objective to become fluent. So thank you, Stavros, for giving me this privilege to move towards my objective on the here. I am here, let's go. Thank you, Anvers, for listening and sharing your time with me. My name is Gaëlle Vienne. I am a French. I live on a teeny French island, l'île de la Réunion. Réunion Island in the middle of the Indian Ocean next to Madagascar. We have about 900,000 people living there with multiple cultures and religions. Before World Ventures, I never knew what I want to do. I didn't really like a school. I had different jobs, but I never found my professional speaking. I just wanted to be free, and I have big dreams, but doing what? That's an eternal question. And one day, after a burnout, where I could have died after a 24-hour coma, I had an awakening, and I led me to live the life I wanted. I decided to follow up on my dream, and I started my own company. I have been entrepreneur for the past nine years now, and I can safely say before World Ventures, I was an entrepreneur that did not have any money, nada, zero, none. I needed to account every cent to live and pay the bill, the rent, and even by counting everything before the end of the month, I had nothing left. So that meant no financial pleasure, not shopping, and I wasn't able to give any money to my child who was working for it. I couldn't even put 5 or 10 euros in the tank of my car. My car, oh my God, let's talk about it. It was so, or that I prayed every day for it not the breakdown. I clearly didn't have enough money to actually fix it if it were to die. And one day it actually caught fire in the parking lot of my place. I used to live in a social housing just above my parking place. That day I got the scare of my life. I could have lost everything in one day, the few things that I actually want, which is to say next to nothing. With the help of a neighbor, we managed to turn off the fire, which was coming from the engine, and it stayed in the garage for months since I couldn't pay for it. Weirdly enough, I want to tell you, I probably start this fire with to my negative stream of thought. At the time, I surely didn't know about the law of attraction and personal development. My parents gifted me with life, but you have to write your one story. I had this dream of discovering the world would my daughter, I had desired a bird strongly, but I would often tell myself, which future, which example do I want to give to my baby girl? When she was born, I made myself the promise of giving her everything she would have needed through dream life, her house, her garden. I lived for 28 years in the social housing, and I did not want her to have the same life. My little girl was 10, and she had seen me try my best for her whole life, so I prayed really hard for something to appear in my life. And I found an Eminem company in the makeup of nutrition industry, but the market was oversaturated, so I was still counting the money in the end on the month. I was longing for a great life. I want a bigger square house full of light with a garden, a swimming pool, big rooms, and an amazing view on the sea, the mountains, being able to sign up my daughter in the extracurricular activities, like learning to play the piano, for example. A dream lifestyle with trips, a lifestyle I wanted to have a legacy for my child. This was my dream for as long as I can remember. And when my prayer got heard, World Ventures came into my life. My daughter was my first reason for joining. And at the same time, I found around me. At first, I didn't understand how much World Ventures would change my life. I made mistakes, so I questioned it myself, and I did not like what I saw. I did not do the right thing, so I start again with a better foundation. I put 100% of myself in this business, and I knew I needed to travel. We decided to try out this Dream Trip Club, and we discovered the Seychelles. We tried the a la carte, and I have a lot of gratitude for this moment, this paradise place that I have only seen on TV. Luck was finally turning. I had a loving boyfriend who was happy to travel with my club. I was so happy that I probably become a bit crazy. All I wanted to do was to take some picture with the banner. You should be here, you should be here, you should be here. The truth was I did not know when I was going to travel again, and I needed some pictures, some videos, some content to visually and share my experience with my prospect. I had used so many times that, and even before I start doing the business, my boyfriend are in a, oh no. Okay, let's be honest in the chat. Let me know who's done that. Who has used the banner for the further pictures on the dream trip? Okay, when you start seeing the power of traveling and about what World Ventures could mean into your life, you're so excited that you become a little bit crazy. Here I am, coming back from the Seychelles with the wish to succeed in world venture when I get a phone call from Melody Risman telling me, you need to come to an event. I tried to her that I was just coming back from a trip. I couldn't go to her event. And she replied, you need to be there if you want to make world ventures. I definitely did not have the money to go to this training, and my boyfriend wasn't that rich either at the time, but he was very, very, very much in love with me, and he understood that my professional goal was super important for me. So for my birthday, he offered me my entry ticket for my first international training, Momentum Italy. Having the entry ticket in my pocket, I needed to find some money to pay for my flight tickets. I needed to go from Réunion to Paris and then from Paris to Italy. It was costing 1,300 euros without the hotel, the way to move around, and the food. I sold on my gold jewelry. I borrowed money from people. I paid my rent late, and I managed to pay for this flight ticket to go and live Momentum. One of the most important moments of my entire life. I slept in the hostel with strangers in the dormitory with my bag under my pillow because I was scared. I still felt the pain, the oath deep down my gut. I needed to face all those challenges. During this training, I took a decision to succeed in world ventures, and one of the biggest decisions, the one to never, ever, ever miss an event. To grow this company, to succeed in it, I needed to be an excellent student. Without even knowing how I was going to pay the rent that I was late paying, or the next rent and the residual bill, I took my ticket for the next international event. I had no idea how I was going to pay for my flight ticket to go from Réunion to France and then from France to Hungary for the next event, boot camp. So many things happened, and at this event, thank you, World Venture, for letting us live wonderful moment at the airport. I met by chance a couple, Françoise and Daniel, that are almost a randy in my team and who made more than $100,000 since they joined the club. This is time I left Hungary with the ticket for my next event, which was a view in London, and Françoise came with me to London. She had just started. Fun fact, I had forgotten that the card in my back office was my boyfriend's card, and he saw a payment of 600 euros coming out of his account for this training. He called me straight away really unhappy, and he told me to cancel his account on the spot. He gave me the money until I could pay. He backed off, obviously. I never canceled his account. At the spot with a leg of more than 1,000 people in lineage. Thanks to Françoise and Daniel. Thank you, honey. Thank you, me. You know, money is not a problem. It is not easy this thing to get, but no, the most difficult one either. The money is energy. It can get created. It can't be found. Money is truly real energy. You create in your mind, your head, your meditation, you will find solution. When you're looking for shit, you can't find it. When you are looking for solution, you will find them. You can find what you're asking for. So take the time to meditate about your dreams, your project, the place where you want to become comfortable in your life. The hardest thing is to lock in your mind the decision to succeed. And this no matter what the challenges that you are going to face, because I can assure you, going to face some 100%, just take the decision. Only the way you are going to read it is going to make the difference and will bring you to the top. Today, I am no longer in a place where I needed convincing that I can succeed. I can go back to zero, but I will never forget where I come from. I am telling you all of that because it's my story and there are so many others. The events are truly essential. They made me an IMD. The event brings you belief, the motivation, the technique, the video team. The story turn on the set at you, your team, to identify to the speakers. This where you understand that you should never, ever miss an event. If you don't go to school and you don't learn every day, and seriously, you can make into the top place. That would be miracle. Since my first event, no one has to promote an event to me. It has become a habit. I reinvested every cent from my first checks into the training without even thinking about it. It becomes a habit during each event you book for the next one. Take this move. Don't wait for your upline to tell you. It is your business, yours. Augment your skies. Only one training is not enough. Do you truly think that you are going to go from first grade to worldwide famous surgeon with the help of the magic wand? And no, I want to more than 30 events that made me. And I started to watch my team go on a stage with me at each event. This is a magical to see your team being recognized, rewarded. It is a true incredible feeling. We work together. We brought more and more people to the events. Still living from Réunion in Africa, with this plan, I became an IMD in 27 months. I cried of joy, of pain. I had with my family. My blood family did not understand how hard it was to make it without them. I wanted them next to me. No one had followed me. No one of them giving everything to actually go to it. And even what does it mean? Giving in your best and your call always to better for you, for your dream. Don't compare yourself to others. There will always be others that are doing better than you. So what? What you need to ask yourself and be honest about it is, have you done your best, your very best, of your best to reach your goals? Yes or no? This is with the motivation and determination that you're going to exterminate your excuses. Let me give you an example. One day, I didn't have any money. Between two events, I tried everything. I looked for all the possible solutions. And I found the only possible solution. I actually booked my event place crying and in pain. I had to stay away from my home for 4 months, away from my island, away from my child, the most precious thing I have to this day. 4 months without kissing my daughter, holding her in my arms, without holding her. I missed her birthday. And there was a reason for that. There is a high price to pay to live your dream life. I explained my daughter, and she understood how our children, how our family can understand if we give them a powerful reason why they will support you forever. How our children, how our families can be your engine and not just an anchor. The next year I was IMD. Within our first mega dream tweets in Croatia, and we loved, and it was amazing. Love is going to give you what you're looking for. Is not going to be a smooth journey, but you are getting closer to your dreams. Now I enjoy all of my daughter's birthdays. We have our dream house. She plays the piano. She is not missing anything. We live with love and abundance. We made it together, each and every one of us in your one way. Success isn't coming out of magic hat. You have to be ready to make sacrifices at some point during specific moment. Succeeding is not a chance, but truly a choice. Put your heart, your head, your intelligence, your passion, patience, dedication to reach your dreams, and then watch the result. You will tell your story, you will share hope, become a symbol of text. Tell yourself, yes, I am ready now. I am doing it. I succeed. I am succeeding. You can say that's where the challenges you had, they made you stronger. Watch yourself with this energy create, it nourish it. I am not doing work ventures for the money. I thank the universe for the money that is coming my way, but I understand that I don't do it for the money. I am doing it for the freedom of my family, my birth family, and my chosen family in World Ventures. It took me almost 4 years to get to where I am now, and today I am sharing my story with you. And I am not friend. Which time you can work on your weaknesses and you will become better. I wasn't a good student at school, but today I am one of the best students in World Venture School. I am proud of that. I did not want to be a trainer because I was afraid I couldn't teach the right way, but Melody pushed me. She believed in me and she saw my potential. I tried it and I realized that I love teaching. Gratitude to you, Melody. Gratitude to you, Stavros, for asking me to share my story in English during your event. Today, when I am a friend and I am happily taking of the challenge, listen to me, you, behind your screen. When you are a friend, you need to accept the challenge because you are going to evolve. You are to become the best version of yourself. You want to see you won't see people that are negatively criticizing you.
Love that.
Remember it? Yes?
That was perfect. That was amazing.
Okay.
And firstly, I can't believe that you did this whole training in English when 6 months ago we couldn't even have a conversation in English. It was amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
My pleasure. And thank you for being on the call. So guys, I mean, there you have it. Like I said to you, every single IMD has had a journey where they've had to make sacrifices. And when Gael was speaking and she was sharing about being away from her daughter for 4 months, I mean, you know, I'm an auntie, I don't even have kids. And, you know, I miss my nephews and my nieces when I'm away from them, let alone your own child. But what is that child going to remember? Do you think that she'll remember the 4 months that mom was away? Or do you think that child today sees the memories that she's able to create with her mom And the fact that now they're living in their dream home, she's able to do her piano lessons, and she's able to live a life with no limits because her mom sacrificed the season. So moving on to the next speaker, guys. This guy, literally this guy, and I got a video to introduce this next speaker. This gentleman is probably I call him one of the smoothest people in World Ventures. He's got very stylish dress sense. He's someone that's very sharp in the mind, not just in the way that he dresses. And before World Ventures, he was also an entrepreneur, had a very successful business. He was making some good money, but he didn't have any time freedom. And he got invited to see the opportunity by someone that he didn't know, but something inside him said, go check it out. And he did. He went and checked it out. He got started, and he started building this business. And literally because of this business, it's enabled him to move into his dream place, buy his dream car. He will share a little bit more about that. But he's the true essence of freedom. He's traveling all over the world, living a true life of abundance. And I believe before I bring him up, I'm going to show you just a quick video which will give you a flavor of the character of this amazing individual, and then I'll bring him straight up. There you go. Very smooth individual. And guys, help me welcome to the digital stage, IMD, Cesar in the house.
Hello, hello. What amazing words, what a great introduction, because of course we've been through so many memories together, and Rosini, I want to thank you so much for creating this this event today, because I know so many people are watching and so many people are waiting for an inspiration, waiting for something that can positively impact their lives. So hello everyone. I'm happy to be here because I know that some of you will be impacted by what I'm going to say to you. What happened with my life, what happened before, where am I coming from, but more important, what has happened along those almost 6 years, very close to 6 years. So first of all, of course, we are here because
Sorry, Cesar, sorry to interrupt you, my friend, but you're breaking up quite a bit.
Because Wayne Nugent said yes, because dream and the vision for people to
Okay. Cesar, yep. Thank you. If you just pull over, then we can hear you properly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Okay, dokie. Rosini, is it better?
Yes, keep talking.
Yep, thank you so much. Yeah, because the signal is kind of low.
Yeah.
Is it good right now? Are all good? I can take off?
Than before, definitely, yeah. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yes, as I was saying, it's like a race. We passed on the knowledge, we passed on the dreams and the aspirations, and thank you for saying yes. How many years? It's 11 years ago. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you, Wayne Nugent, our founder, who had the vision to create our company. So yes, I'm coming from Romania, 37 years young, and 5 years and 10 months ago, I saw this platform. When I saw it, I was leading a car shop. Okay, I was first of all, I was an employee at the Porsche dealership. I loved to sell cars because I loved when I was traveling with my parents. I used to see, I used to love cars, and of course I still love them. And I made a living out of this by selling cars, speaking to people, and finding out what they need. So this is another great lesson. We need to find out what people need. So After all of that, I got introduced to entrepreneurship. For me, it was making sense not to have only 21 days per year. It was crazy actually to have only 21 days per year to enjoy traveling, as I was traveling already about 5 times per year. So when I got the job, I was traveling around that, but I wanted more. Actually, if you think about it, in the 21st century, to be limited by income, limited by lifestyle, limited by amount of time that you have, and how many holidays you can take, it's crazy. We can always decide to take our lives into our own hands. So yep, I went into a place to see the information. First of all, it's important for you to know that the person who invited me, I didn't know her actually. I mean, like, it was someone who I met a few weeks before. She invited me to see the platform, so I was just open-minded. That is maybe a lesson about that you cannot say the wrong things to the right people. Also, it's also a better idea to say to be professional about it. Of course, so we need to get professionally. Good. So I got invited. I got excited because they were talking about traveling. The positive people in the room inspired me, and also, I was asking the right questions. I'm also a firm believer that we have to be aware of the questions that we are asking ourselves. So it's quality questions and not so quality questions. So I was asking myself, how can I get to the next level in life? We all deserve a next level. We all should go to the next level. So I was asking myself this kind of a question, and I said, how can I get a smarter business? How can I surround myself with smarter people, which I can learn from? How can I travel more? How can I have more time freedom? I was working a lot. I was like the best employee of my own company. So I wanted a change. It's not only that I wanted more time. I wanted a new challenge. I believe as human beings, we need to evolve. Growth equals happiness, equals fulfillment. So I was looking for growth. We all need to grow. And of course, I believe a huge human value is contribution. But that's another thing that I found out here in World Ventures. So I got to see the information. I got excited. I joined because I wanted to travel more. I saw the positive people. I went into the View from the Edge. Is the next event, the next physical event that we are going to have. And when you see thousands of people speaking about better lifestyle, actually having a better lifestyle than me, and seeing the leadership of the company, that's when I saw, like, I had a tunnel vision, because I said I want to surround myself with this kind of a mindset. So that's when I started building the business. Building the business means going earlier from my job and from my company to meet people, to talk about, not to talk about people, to talk about us, me and them, having a better lifestyle. This is what we did. So I was doing 20-minute excited presentations, 20-minute excited presentations, not long presentations, not talking about numbers. I was very excited. People follow people who know where they are going. People follow excitement, not actual companies, not numbers, they follow excitement, and they follow you. That's so important for you to understand, because I didn't have the skills. I wanted the skills, but I understood that the skills I will get by applying what I learned, because applied knowledge is actually when you get to win, not the knowledge, of course. So I was doing 1-2 hours per day. I enrolled 35 personals, about 35 personals in 6 months. It got us to 600 people, and I was making over $5,000. I looked in the back office, okay, after 6 months. So I said, oh, this is not fast, this is not slow. I'm just telling you my story. And after that, I said, okay, what if I get serious about it? Because I felt also the quality of the life that I could have. I was already traveling. I was already meeting amazing people. The team was growing. I felt the excitement. So I accepted the journey. And right now it's close to 6 years. To give you a short background, it's 108 holidays. So I saw the world in many ways, with many people, met friends all over the world. People in our team, which is my blessing, is that they are earning from a few $100s up to, they are traveling. They met their partners, they met their friends, and they travel more. And some people who are doing the business, actually doing the business is like, for me, doing the business is sharing value. When we're gonna talk about this also, but I believe we are sharing value, and we are selecting the motivated people. We don't motivate people. We are selecting the motivated people in order to partner up with us. Okay. So as I was saying, 108 holidays, people are having fun with us in our team, earning up to $25,000 per month. The serious, the ones who treated it right, they are very focused, and right now they are a few years in the company. Okay, this is what happened. What I can share you, what I want to share today is the mindset behind it, the actual habit behind it. First of all, I want to talk about the self-esteem. Daily. Okay, so it's the skills and what's behind the skills. Okay, the skills are something that you see. It's like the tip of the iceberg. You need to get you need to get good at the skills. I'm not going to talk about the skills. The skills are very simple. If you think about it, it's 5 of them. Is inviting, it's showing very fast the opportunity, is closing, which is taking the decision from the person who saw the information, which is crucial, of course, and then training and promoting the events. Training is like showing them what to do exactly, and promoting our training system, which is what gives you belief in the company and belief in yourself. Okay, so it's these 5 key elements, but what is behind it is the person you become. The journey that I had in this company transformed me as the person that I am today, and helped me realize and actually attract the things I want into my life. So the mindset behind all those skills, it's very important. First of all, change the beliefs. Attending the events is crucial because that's where you will believe more, you'll get excited more, and you will work on yourself. The huge asset that we have is us, of course. So many people invest in the outside of themselves and forget about the inside. Okay, so the value comes from within, of course. So the habits, what I want to say is that the belief is so important. What you believe today and how to change your beliefs. You can trick yourself by every single day. We are going to Journey. Journey is one of our best personal development events with our director of training, Mark Aceta, where you change your beliefs. It's something, I don't know if you can put a price on a better person that you become. So I wrote down the cards which helped me trick my mind. What I want to say, take a piece of paper. First of all, the first thing to do is write your goals and dreams. And on the right side, write down the person you surround yourself with. This is so important, because if the person's on the right, the person's on the right, if they don't match your dreams and goals, it's crucial to change something, okay? To make adjustments. What do you think the adjustments would have to be? The person you hang around with or your dreams and goals? So if they are not in alignment, of course, you need to change the persons around. If you want to get somewhere, you need a navigation, you need a straight direction to where you want to go to. And the habits are like writing down your goals and dreams and reading them in the morning and in the night. This is what we do. This is what we understand that will get us closer to our dreams. Actually speaking, okay? The power is in the tongue. What you speak, what you visualize, and of course, what you do about it, okay? So this is what I believe a lot. And I believe in winning the self-esteem game every single day, okay? In the morning, I didn't want to make an omelet. I wanted to make normal eggs. But I understood why didn't I want to do that? Because I know making an omelet is harder, okay? But every single day, if you want to get out of something important out of this, is you are winning a battle you against you. And in order to get more courageous or more scared, to be more in fear or more encouraged, is you winning the daily battle between you and you. Getting your positive mindset, getting your self-esteem higher into the courage area is you winning small battles against you. So if tomorrow morning you know you want to get in shape, you're not doing something about it, if it's important for you to get in shape and you are not doing something about it, that's when you are losing your self-esteem. And if you know that, but you wake up, even if you don't want to wake up, even if you don't want to do something about it, but you do it anyways, that's when you win a small battle against yourself, of course. So every day, don't forget about winning a battle between you and you. Whatever it is, waking up earlier, reading more, working on yourself, getting a better physique, eating healthier, whatever you do, don't forget about the small winnings. That's what we are doing all the time for getting our self-esteem up, getting our courage up, and all of that. Okay. So I know we are on a limited time frame, and I would like also I would like to ask Efrosini if we have something, a topic that you want to talk about. I would love to share about small nuggets about the business. Efrosini, thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you for that as well, Cesar. And I know like you're in between stuff, so always on the go. Love it. What's one, if there's one thing that, let's say you're sitting in front of a brand new person right now, they just got started in the business. What's one piece of advice that you believe is the most important that they need to pay attention to right now?
First of all, I believe a lot in listening. It's so crazy. In order for you to understand what someone wants, you need to listen to that person. And the second reason is that people don't care what you say unless they know that you really care. That means a lot to listen to the person in front of you. It's so important. Listening exercise and asking questions is something that we all need to get better at. It's crucial, and it's what I understood along the way. And if I'm with someone, I write down their motivation, because people will perform to the level of belief and to the level of the dreams that they have. But so many people don't know where they want to go. They said, I want to win big with this. What do you mean big? What are your bills? How much do you want to earn? What's your money situation? I mean, like, what is the dream that you have? What is the actual amount that you want to earn? And after that, what you want to do with that amount? So that's what I ask a brand new person. What do you want to do with this? How much you want to earn? Because I want to keep them accountable based on their dreams, not my dreams. I know where I'm going, but I want to know where they are going. So I need to pull out to extract the motivation. And then I just ask them to invite, but I do a role play to see how they invite, and explain about the edification, put myself into a good light so I can help them, of course. That's what I do with someone, which is the beginning.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Cesar. I appreciate you. And I love what you said in terms of it's about their dream, not your dream. That's very, very powerful. Awesome, guys. So we're ready for the next speaker. So literally the next individual that I'm about to bring up right now is an individual that I remember meeting him for the first time. I met him, I was sitting down with his upline, and at the time that I met him, his upline pulled me aside and said, this guy is very serious, and please, can you pay attention to him? And from that day, I started literally watching the back office to see what this gentleman was doing. I didn't have a close relationship with him to start with, but as he saw how serious he was, and more importantly, he had a lot of focus. Like when he focuses on something, literally, I've never seen anybody that anything can happen over there, but he's literally that focused that he won't even see what's going on over there, because he's got laser vision towards his goal, his team's vision. And when I say his team, I'm not just talking about his team, I'm talking about the whole team. He's, along with his wife, Stefania, are amazing servant leaders. He's a great dad, very hardworking individual, loves going on tours and helping people to win at the highest level. And whenever I hear the song Legendary, I think of him. And guys, he's none other than IMD Marius in the house. We're ready for you, Marius.
Hey, what's up? Awesome. Thank you so much, Efrosini. Really appreciate it. And I want first to congratulate and thank to everybody that was one of the IMD's trainers prior to me coming on. And also because I know that this training and this live is translated in a lot of languages. I want to thank the translators and to the leader of the teams for organizing different Zoom rooms. And I know I entered the Romanian Zoom room and I saw that there are 120 people listening on the Romanian Zoom room translation. So thank you so much to all of you. Really appreciate your leadership and your effort. And I'm excited. I'm actually watching right here on my phone I'm also on YouTube, and I'm watching myself right now, so you can say hello on the chat. Definitely, I will watch all the messages. So this is going to be quick, right? You've heard all the readers speaking about their emotions, their decisions, speaking about the mindset, speaking about the hustle, the things that they have to pass through in order to have success and to hit the highest rank. And all those things start with you believing that you can do it. And that's it, as plain as possible. I only have one tattoo on my body, and that is right here, okay? And it says belief, because everything starts with that belief. Second thing, after you believe you can do it, you take a decision to finish. Because if you don't take the decision and you don't set an objective for you where to go to, why would somebody follow if you don't have a direction in life? Third thing, after the decision, right, the belief, the decision, and setting an objective is for you to do the action. And then fourth, you're gonna get the results. Now, the results, they're gonna bring you up to the fifth, which is actually the first one. They're gonna increase your belief level. So there is a circuit, and I'm actually gonna use this whiteboard right here. Can you please shut down that light? Thank you. So it's belief, right? Belief. And from here, you go to decision and setting an objective. And from here, action, that will bring you the results that will increase the belief level. So all those things are connected with each other. Now, there should be, first of all, let's say that you believe you can do it. Now, so you got the belief, because when you see a lot of people with different backgrounds, people that didn't speak English before, like we saw Gail, like we're gonna see Vaitiare in the future, like we saw Glenda already, and now like we saw everybody, Ilya, right? And now they are doing trainings in English. Maybe you start believing that you can also do it. Okay, so let's say that you got the belief. Now, why would you take a decision? And why would you set an objective for yourself? And I'm going to give you an example. From my point of view, there are 7 stages of financial freedom. I'm not going to get into the details with them, but the first, I'm just going to mention them. The first one is you are dependent. Kids are dependent, financially speaking, of their parents. Second one, right, is solvency. So when you start your first job, when you start your first activity and you start making some money, but you still need your parents, you still need somebody else to come with a part of money so that you can get along and pay your bills. Third one is stability. So that means from your salary, you can pay for the food, you can pay for the rent, right? You can pay for maybe get a car and all that stuff. Fourth one is you become debt free. That means everything else besides, let's say, a mortgage that you might have or student loans, so you don't have credit card debts, okay? Here at the debt free, at the fourth stage, you eliminate all the credit card debts. Now, at the fifth one, sorry, this is 6. At the fifth one is financial security. Here, you either paid all your debts, including the loans and the mortgage, or let's say even if you have the mortgage, you have the money to pay it out if you want to. Maybe you don't want to because you want to use that money to invest them in order to bring you more money, right? The sixth right now is called financial freedom, and the seventh is financial abundance. At abundance, we are speaking about millionaires and billionaires, okay? People who you know that they live a fulfilled life, not only from a financial point of view. Abundance, it's also about spiritual, mental, and all that stuff. But I'm gonna get one of them, okay? So in order for you to go to all these steps, you have the belief. Now you need to take a decision. Why? And I'm going to give you an example. For those of you that you don't know, we have a 2 teams structure, okay? 2 teams, left team and right team. And let's say you show this concept to 21 people. I have a thing with 21. If you haven't done it yet, make a list of 21 people, show them in the next week, 3 per day for the next 7 days. Usually out of these 21, at least 6 of them will join, and that is before silver coming up. Okay, we sign up, and you heard all the trainers, it was a membership. It was actually the same like gold with benefits, but with the cost of platinum. So that membership was $361. Now platinum plus business at this point is $350. So this is I'm a titanium member, but when I'm speaking with somebody, I'm speaking at least about the platinum, okay? If they want to do the business and they also want to have better experiences in their vacation. So let's say that you show this to 21 people and you're gonna have 6 platinum sign up. And your team is gonna look like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I want you to stay focused with me because this is going to make a lot of sense, okay? Let's say out of the 6, only 2 of them, let's say this one and this one, will duplicate next week what you did in your first week. Okay, so now you're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I chose only 33% of the people, of the new members of the business, they're gonna become business builders. They are going to duplicate, and this 6 is an average. Maybe one of them enrolls 3, the other one enrolls 12, right? It's an average. Now check this out. Out of going on the same percentage, out of this you're gonna have 1, 2, right? 3, 4 that they're gonna duplicate. So now you are going to have 24 new members. I want you to understand what, for most people, financial freedom means. Financial freedom means is to take everything that they spend every month, mortgage, rent, food, clothes, utilities, everything that they spend, and let's say this amount is $2,000. Okay? You know your number. Could be 5,000, could be 500. You know your number. I'm just giving you an example. Financial freedom for most people means to make passive residual income from all ventures, $2,001. So that's $1 more than everything they spend on a monthly basis. Now, let's say your team goes to, here you have a superstar, okay? And this superstar that you didn't know before, you enroll somebody that enrolls somebody that enrolls somebody, this superstar creates a team of 1,000 platinums for you. Could happen, okay? On the other hand, you have somebody that enrolls somebody that enrolls somebody, and this person right here creates a team of 1,200 platinum for you. How much money are you going to make residually every month? This is the question. So you are going to be paid. If you have a team of 1,000 with 1,200, you are going to be paid until here, residually, right? Until 1,000. How are we paid the residual income? You multiplied each platinum on your left team with each platinum on your right team with 15. So that's going to be $15,000. Plus probably by here you are a regional marketing director, you get $1,000 for the lifestyle bonus, plus the cycle bonus, plus all the other bonuses that we have. So $15,000 is way more than 2,000, right? So here we can have 200 people, but it all starts with you and why you would find that reason in order for you to do it. Once you set an objective, then is when the people are going to start following you. Would you follow yourself? So this is the question. And I understood those things from the beginning. And I realized not only the value, okay, not only the value of what we have from a travel point of view, but the value of what we have from a personal development, financial education, mindset, spiritual point of view, community-wise, leadership-wise, you becoming the best version of yourself. And IMD, and I'm going to finish with this, okay? I'm going to let you, and I'm also going to have a call to action for you. IMD is not about the destination. I can promise you, when you hit IMD, you are going to have access to a group of people that went through struggles, that sometimes went through frustration, that many times their business went down, but they are the kind of people that got up again and ended the race. You want to become IMD in order for you to have access to this group of people. IMD is way more than money. Could start a vision and your dream with becoming financially free, but IMD is way more than money. IMD, it's a destination. The most important thing hitting that destination is the person you become on your journey towards hitting the destination. Because if somebody would just give you something like this right now, I can take it off. Look, take it. It's yours, right? It doesn't mean a thing. If you didn't struggle for it, if you didn't build for it, if you didn't become a better version for it, in order for you to achieve it, not to obtain it for free, then it doesn't worth anything. On the other hand, if you are the kind of person that went through all of this, that started coachable and became a coach, started, from 0, and now it's an inspiration for thousands or maybe millions soon, then it's worth everything, because it's the person you become on the journey towards the objective of IMD. This is the biggest win. And let me ask you something. 5 years ago, what were you doing? What were you doing? Did you have objectives and dreams 5 years ago? Did you accomplish them? If yes, awesome. Let's set new heights. If no, whose fault is it that you didn't accomplish them? Is it the government? Is it the politicians? Is it the friends and relatives? Or is it you? And when you realize that the power is in our hand, like Stefania mentioned earlier, like all the IMDs mentioned, then you realize that it's you that is the person, the one able to take your life to where you want it to go in the next 5 years. That's it. The next 5 years are going to pass anyway. What you're going to do in those years. And everything starts right now. What action do you take right now in order for you to be a step closer to your goals and dreams? And I want you to choose one of the two, or the third version, which is the two combined. First one, make a list of 21 people. Second one, I want you to call and invite some people to the evening presentation or for tomorrow to see the presentation. And I want you in your mind not to think, I want to invite somebody to become a member. I want you to think, I'm going to start a new team of 1,000 people. I'm going to start a new team of 1,000 people, because when you have this mindset, you call them differently. Your invitation is going to sound differently. You believe already that they're going to be the next trainers of the company. You present different, you close different. How do I start a new team of 1,000 members? This should be your mindset when you do the invitation. So 1, list of 21. 2, make 2-3 calls to the people you care most that are not members yet, and you want them with you in the business, and set them for new presentation exposures in the next 24 hours. Or third, do both of them. So that's it from me. I really hope that you today, seeing all the stories until now and the ones that are going to follow, you are going to take a decision that you are going to finish the race, not only for the money, not only for the glory, not only for the travel, but for what you become in the journey towards hitting your objective. Thank you so much. Efrosini, back to you. I'm still on for if needed.
That was powerful, Marius. I especially loved there was one thing that you said. There's many things that you said and many gold nuggets, but when you turned around and said the mindset of inviting someone not to sign them up, but to launch a team of 1,000. Now, if someone is right now that let's say they're new, okay, and your mindset now is very different to the mindset that you used to have when you got started. At what point along your journey did you have that shift of the mindset from focusing on enrolling people to focusing on building teams of thousands? What point did that happen?
So you heard it already from Stefania. Our first training was a Super Saturday training, 3rd of May, with International Marketing Director Stavros Zinonos. Always grateful, brother, and also grateful for Asvan and Jetta and the people who, and Octavian and Caesar, the people who paved the way, not only worldwide or in Europe, but also in Romania. Thankful for you, Efrosinian, for being next to us every day. So that was our first training. At that first training, we took the decision to go to boot camp. There was an event called Boot Camp, a few thousand people, 13 to 15 of June in Amsterdam. Maybe not the best location to do a training because, you know, Amsterdam. But at some moment, one of the trainers said on the stage, why do you choose to lose when you have the vehicle to set you and your entire family tree free? And that was a moment when I look at Stefania, she looked at me, I look at Cosmin, which is now regional marketing director. We only had him with us. It was the three of us. We started together. We're going to finish it together. And on the way, we're going to bring millions. Okay. And that was the moment we took that decision that everything is like already done. That was the moment. It was not a question if we're going to hit IMD. It was not a question if we're going to build teams of thousands. It was not a question if you're going to travel the world. It was only a matter of time, because that was the moment the decision was we're going to pass over everything, no matter how hard it will get, no matter how many abilities we have to develop and skills, and no matter how long it will take. So it's a moment in time that can really change the destiny of somebody. Decision is just a moment.
Perfect. So here's what we're going to do. And I want you to give an action to the people right now, guys. We're about to go on a 20-minute break. Now, this break can be like quickly go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. But if there was one action that you would love for them to do, Marius, especially knowing that that first training changed the direction of your life, hearing literally, remember I said to you guys at the beginning of the training, you're going to hear a consistent theme today from everybody. And everybody's saying trainings, personal growth, which happens at the trainings. What's one piece of advice you can give to people as an action item to take during this 20-minute break that's going to help them to grow their business?
Thank you for the question, Efrosine. And it's actually not just one, okay? It's all three combined that will bring you the success. So at that first training, the Super Saturday, May 3rd in Romania, when Stavros was in the room and there were 70 people in the room, I see right now 800 people on the live chat, and it's going to be watched on replay probably by thousands. And Stavros said, although I'm telling you what you should do in order for you to become IMD, only a handful of you are going to do it. And he promoted the next event, which was boot camp in Amsterdam. And I'm telling you right now, if we are not going, if we didn't attend to that event, we would probably, most probably, 99% chances would have quit long time ago. And I'm not speaking about quitting the membership, because there is a value from a travel point of view, huge value anyway. I'm speaking about quitting on our dreams and goals and aspiration and building the business. because we didn't have the vision. So right now, look, leaders take decisions fast and they do it, they change them very hard. If you take that decision I mentioned to finish the race, then boot camp, the next event, is not negotiable. So you should go on events that World Ventures, that Biz, and you're going to find the bootcamp event there. Not only this action, okay? Also, make a new list of 21 people, that new list for you to play with the next week, to have chances to build new teams of thousands. But also, thank you, Efrosini, but also I want you to make 2 phone calls to invite somebody for the next 24 hours. Thank you so much. 20 minutes break. We see you after the break.
Every time you're so nice, won't be in vain. Yeah, I can't even lie, I'm trying to see. Could you handle it if I keep all of me? You've been saying it's not for a while now, so I hope that I'm telling it slow down. But you act like there's nobody around. You've been saying it's not for a while now, so I hope that I'm telling it slow down. But you act like there's nobody around. But all you gotta do is touch me how I want you to. Baby, take your time, I'm gonna make this good for you. Boy, I blow your mind, I promise that I'll be true. You're my perfect type, so touch me how I want you to. Touch me. Touch me how I want you to. It's a matter of time till it's only us. And the body's so right, won't feel your touch. Yeah, I can't even lie, I'm trying to see. Could you handle if I gave all of me? You've been saying it all for a while now, so I hope you're not telling me slow down. But you act like there's nobody around. Yeah. You've been saying it all for a while now, so I hope you're not telling me slow down. But you act like there's nobody around. But all you gotta do is touch me how I want you to. Baby, take your time, I'm gonna make this good for you. Boy, I blow your mind from the start that I'll be true. You're my perfect type, so touch me how I want you to. Touch me. Something's wrong, intuition tell me so. See my pride has pushed me close to my limit. Look, you play dumb, telling me my mind is blown, and my heart beats inside. I admit it. That I've been running from you now more than used to be. I've been feeling the truth, you're talking in your sleep. I've been running from you now more than used to be. I've been running from you now more than used to be. I've been running from you now more than used to be. I've been running from you now. Can rewrite the story. Tonight we're forever young. Yeah, tonight we're forever young. Through the pain and the heartaches, there's still a forever gone. There's still a forever gone. Would you believe me if I said we are here for a reason now? This is not a lie. This is what counts. This is for us. I will go anywhere for you. I will go anywhere for you.
This is all part of the vision. Our founder, Wayne Nugent, is a visionary, and he envisioned this finally coming to fruition. And so we're at the right place at the right time. When people get their hands on this, they're going to actually realize how amazing and how valuable this really is.
We get to travel together as a family, which we didn't always get to do when we were younger. It brought us a lot closer together as well. It's really cool that we were able to do all of it together. I love it.
This is the next level of the environment. I mean, literally the ideas, the fun and the connection that we have on these trips are just amazing.
Yeah, the relationships that we get to build here and take to a higher level, and we're really having fun with our closest friends.
Wild Ventures has turned my life around because now I'm able to spend all my time with my family, all thanks to Wild Ventures.
Never doubt what you made of. There's a hero in everyone. There's a hero.
You touch base with yourself and you become a better human being. The fun is absolutely out of this world.
This is our life. This is what counts. This is for us. I will go anywhere for you. I will go anywhere for you.
Guys, I don't know about you, but I'm telling you, I I am so inspired. I don't know whether you can feel what we feel, but personally, after all these different stories, and we're just halfway through right now, so many stories, so much inspiration, and seeing that video as well, because I know some of you guys that are watching this at home right now, maybe this is your first experience at a training. Maybe you've never had the opportunity in order to actually attend one of the big trainings that our company has put together. But one thing I can tell you, if you've been paying close attention to what the leaders have been saying consistently, every single one of them has said it was attending a big event that helped them to make a decision, that helped them to build belief, to make a shift in order to change their future. And the next person that I'm going to bring up, this lady, I remember the first time I actually met her, I met her at a big event. And one thing that she said to me, she goes, "You will remember my name. The world will remember my name." And I thought, wow, that's a very bold statement. But I'll tell you what, because of this lady and because of her business partner, Razvan, you've heard them already getting mentioned by some of the leaders, including Maris and Stefani and so many other leaders. Because of them, Romania opened. Because of them, through Romania, it grew to Russia and Moldova and so many other countries around the world because of their vision, because they had such a big vision that literally they made so many sacrifices. Because like I shared with you earlier, being a pioneer in a country, it's not easy. Being a pioneer in a country means you're building the roads. There is no roads towards freedom when you launch a country. And first you got to build the dirt roads, then you got to build the bigger roads, then you build the highways. And the leaders come with the dirt roads and the followers come with the highways. This lady and her business partner was a very famous hairstylist in Romania, time poor, had the money, but was time poor. But she wanted an opportunity to make her mark in the world in order to make people that she cared about proud. Single mom, made sacrifices, made things happen. And she'll share her story with you that literally through the power of events, how her and her business partner built a huge dynasty and for a very long time held the record for the fastest people to get to IMD in 18 months. She's also someone that I call family. So Jetta, my sister, over to you.
Hello, my sister. How are you? You look
excellent.
great.
How are you?
You look great. Hello, world. Basically, look, you know where I am now exactly? I am in the same, not the same salon, but I am in the salon right now. And I remember 6 years before, how I started actually 6 years and a few months. And it was amazing because the day I saw the opportunity from my friend Apostolis, it's a Greek guy, it was the day I was actually looking what I'm doing exactly with my life. I had a relation, it was broke, my relation, and I say, okay, what is next? And I literally stay in my knees and I pray to God to give me something amazing, and I wanted to do with a lot of people around me. And I say, give me God something. In one night, I cry for something good. My daughter had in that moment 14, now she's 20. And I want to travel with her around the world. And I want to give it to her something good, some education. But you know how it is. I'm a hairstylist, so I work so much in my salons. So I hear all the story from all the clients. And I want to hear something else, and I want to do something else. If I go back in the 95, I started the network marketing and I was in love. Because you know, sometimes you want to do the business. So I start the business with a money win from a network marketing. So I knew this is the way for me to have the money and to travel around the world. Because, you know, like a hairstylist and entrepreneur, I had many salons. So my money goes in the salons. My money goes not on for my pleasure. So I say, okay, I need to do something. I need to make again this life what I like. I like it. And I say, okay, let's do it. And I saw the opportunity. I jump on the airplane to my friend in Greece. I don't wait nothing. I just say, hold on, just a second. I was exactly in my desk, like how I am today. And I book a ticket and I run to Athens. And I say, I want to see everything. You know, like entrepreneur, you want to know everything from the beginning. And I say I spent one day with Apostolis and George Himonetos, from Greece, very well known mondial champion on cycling. And I say, okay, guys, stay one on the right and one on the left. I want to know everything about the business. And they say, okay, you know, all the time when you see someone put the right questions, you stay and you spend a little time with them. And I remember I didn't understand all, but I trust my friend. And was the amazing things, because I was in love to travel. I want to make, you know, to go around the world, to see my cousins from Australia. And guess what happened? Because of this, because of my dreams and because of my vision, I say, okay, I will do this. And I don't care how much time I take, and I will put Romania on the map, and I will travel around the world. I will take my daughter to all the events, and I do everything for myself and for my family. And I put all the Romanian from all over the world. And I guess what? It's happened. It's happened. It was exactly what I say, because when you dream, it's amazing. But the first time, you know, when we start to work hard, because it's like any business you do. You put the money, you have an idea, you start to work, you put the money again, and you win some money, you take the money, you put back the money. So in this case, in our business, we'll make some money, we make some enrollments, we take the money, and we put in ourselves to know better what to do. So we go to the event. And what I want to share with you exactly, it's, okay, you understand, I traveled more than 200 and something. I just looking on my back office and I see 237, I don't know, the time I buy a ticket, or I travel around the world, or I buy a dream trips, or anything, or I took an activity. So everything is on your back office. And I say, wow, this is amazing. So this company actually pay us, and you put back the money, and they will pay you again, and you put again the money. So this is cool. It's like a normal business. And we start to share. And I say, it was my first time in a bootcamp, and now I want to share something with you guys. I want to share the screen. Okay. Asha. And let's see if you see what I want to share with you now. I think you see if it's seeing, you just need to tell me it's okay, it's all right. So.
All good, all good.
All good, perfect. Thank you very much. I remember the day when I met you, Efrosini, it was I think it was in Madrid. Because, you know, during this period, during all the journey in our ventures, you pass some like a senior, like a director, like a marketing director, like, you know, everything, you know, all the ranks up you go. And I was the first time when I was on stage, because I was the first time in boot camp. And I say, oh my God, I want to be on stage. I want to shine on the spotlight, because I love it. I was also in the television, and I say, I want to shine, and I want to make my country proud of this. And with my business partner, I say, listen, look at me very well. We will go on stage, we will go and we cross the world. We will do everything we can, and everything is possible to put our country there in that moment and all over the place. And we have the best leaders from all over the world, and we have the many possible IMDs from the entire Europe. And we put our feelings and our vision and our dreams in. And this is the way you work. Actually, you put your dreams and make your dreams bigger than you can believe. Because when you make bigger than you can believe, guess what happens? You will do it, because this is the law of attraction. And I remember I was the first time in a boot camp, and it was not so many. And I saw so many things, and I said, okay, let's give 1 year for entire life. And I realized something very nice. And I say, okay, if you work for 1 month only, and you get paid for a year, because you work hard and you compress actually the time. And let's work 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, and we get the money for a year. And after, let's work 1 year, and let's work harder than before. And let's work 1 year, and we get the money for 3 years. And after, let's work more hard and more hard. And after 3 years work hard, you have 40 years paid. Really, it was amazing. And I remember the first time when I was on stage and I couldn't say I'm from Romania. And I just say, I remember the words. I say, I'm born in a small town from Romania, but I live in War Ventures because I couldn't say. And for that moment, I say, I never give up, and I wanted to be on stage, and I want to put our flag on stage, and I wanted to go with the flag, and I wanted to have as many people as possible to the training, because you cannot go somewhere if you are not trained in everything you do in life, everything you do, from the first day when you go to the school. And if you remember, you write something, you make a lot of things to see the alphabet, to learn. It's the same, but it depends how quick you learn. In my case, I'm a hairstylist. So if I want to be the best, I need to make, to go and to cut the hair and to brush the hair and to make hundreds, thousands of times to become better and better and better. Is the same here. What I want to share with you is this, even at the end report, guys. I remember I was in the first time in the boot camp, I think in Madrid, and I saw Mr. Marcaseta, and I asked him, what should I need to do to have the results? And he told me only one thing. You can do whatever you like, but only one thing, it works. And this is what I telling now, I want to tell you to you. So bring a lot of people to the events, and we will care about them. Your job, guys, is just bring a lot of people to this kind of events. Doesn't matter if it's online, doesn't matter if it's fast start training, doesn't matter if it's events for our company. How many people you bring with you, this is your results. And now, because many of you, maybe you are looking for the phone, you can make bigger and you see. Look at this, guys. This is the schedule. This is the table. I just put the numbers for you to understand how important it is to start from something. And we started in 2014, and guess what happened? We see something we love, we like, and we have the feelings and the vision and the dreams to put our country there. And after we was to the journey, we was not so many, and after we was to the view. And what happened to the view? We become a marketing director. That is the moment when I saw Efrosini and I say to her, look at me, you hear my name, look at me. And I remember Efrosini tell me, blah, blah, blah. Yes, yeah, it's true. If I put it like that, it's better. What do you think?
Yes, this is much better. We can see it clearly now.
Much better. Thank you. I just saw something and I say, okay, because I'm looking also like in the YouTube to see. So guys, marketing director, and look how many people we have there. 31. Imagine you walk on stage and 31 people applaud you. And I remember the time when we was in the garden, inside of the room, because we get promoted and we didn't understand so much. And I say, wow, this is nice. And our team was somewhere in the back. And I say, oh, let's go to them and let's stay to them. And I remember, I don't remember exactly who tell me, or I hear something and I say, no, we don't go to them to stay with them. Just we want to bring them here. So they need to understand it's a work team and we need to work. So why we should need to do vice versa? Let them to become what we want and what they want, of course. In a momentum, I remember we was regional marketing director, and imagine the regional marketing director. It was made exactly in the day when this event starting, and it was amazing. You remember? I remember I was in one night before the event starting, and we said we need to have 11 position, and I say let's go, let's work. And we call and we make presentation, even if in the night. We don't care, because we know what we want and we have in our mind. We don't care about nothing. Just we stay and we put our vision. We give the vision to them. We give the vision to the people to understand what we need, what we want for our country. Let's work together. Let's put together the people. Let's work. The next, it was the boot camp again. and he was the national marketing director. And one thing I remember, it was something amazing in that moment. I remember I have a discourse on stage, and I say, listen, guys, I don't know what you want, but I want this company for us to make some very special dream trips. And I remember exactly the words. What do I want? I want to go in a dream trips on the moon. And guess what happened today? We have the titanium and we can go there. So I just have the vision, and I just put my mind and I say, I want this. Maybe it's possible. Impossible make possible in life. And in the Florence, we become an IMD. And in September, it was in September when we became IND, in 21 September, we was in the Dream Trips, the Mega Dream Trip, and get what happened. The last night of the Mega Dream Trip become our celebration because we become an IMD. So we become an IMD in the Mega Dream Trip. So all the dreams you put and you have in your mind, I don't know how it's, but the God gives you something. And now look into the numbers, guys. Look into the numbers and see what happened exactly. Look at in the Florence in 2017, in the 2016, I saw 3 momentum and 3 boot camp. I was in Australia and I saw my cousin, of course, and I was in the Asia with my daughter, and I was so proud because she took the notes, and I said, I did it, and this is important for me. We was with 10,000 people in the mega dream trip because our company did the 10 years anniversary, and we have the best. It was something like, you go in the place and you go to rent the Disneyland, and you go with your daughter, imagine, and daughter have something like I don't know, she was shocked because she couldn't believe we can have all these hotels. And now it was also the start, they imagine how it's possible to do this. How can we put this in Romania? How we can make dream trips? And we start to build the dream trips in Romania, and we start everything. And we build it with vision, all the time with vision. We work together, me, and thank you very much, with Marius, with Steffi, with Octavian, with Caesar. All the teams we are together, with Panos and other teams, with everybody, we put and we work all of us together. Why? Because we believe in our dreams. You cannot be alone. You need to be with all the people from around the world, because I understand something very, very, very simple. I have left and I have right, but I am part of one left and one right from someone else. And someone else is a part of one left and one right with someone else. And this someone else, it's a part of left on the right with the someone else. And guess all of us, where we go to the, I say to the war, to the arms of Wayne, actually. And I say, okay, good, let's do and let's work together. This is our event attendance. And look at on the online now, we have 1,325, but now it's not the true. We have 1,351. So it's possible in 2-3 days, we have the biggest report. Look at this, what happened. This is the most important part, guys. Just take as many possible people from your downline with you to the events. This is the only way to succeed. I understand, this is the only way I understand. Now I want to give you a question for you, and it's very important. Write it down, and I don't want to stay too long because I have only 50 minutes and it's already done. Wrote this. Which dream tip do you wish to be paid from this business? Please wrote it. Biggest dream trips. $5,000, 1 titanium, I don't know, just wrote. How much money do you want to earn and share with someone you care? Because if you care to someone, and if you want someone to be with you, you need to share this. We want to earn millions. Do you be a part of our business together, and we can share this business together? How much money are you willing to invest in yourself to become a better version of you? It's very important. Put this question for you and just give an answer. It's very important for you. I don't know who I am, but I am Jetta. And I commitment taking massive action. I commit to do 21, not 20, 21, at least 100 of 1,000 if it's possible. I make an invitation, not more than 1 minute. No one can stop me to accomplish my dreams. 3-step setup is beginning before the presentation. So I don't care if he want or no, because my dream is bigger than him or than her. So I want to accomplish my dreams. And I will tell him very shortly and very serious, listen, I don't care what you are doing, but this is my dream. I want to put Romania on the map. I don't care how much do you care about this, but I care too much. So if you want to be in the same boat with me, just welcome. Say yes and don't take some other thinking. Presentation, how many presentation I need even when I sleep? Imagine when we started, we do like a 15, 20 presentation. I don't say now you do this, but do at least 3 per day for a year. I remember I almost sleeping, and someone called me from my downline, and we just jumped to do presentation. We don't care. We care about the people who want to make more in their life, and we don't care. We just believe in this. Don't you think if you want like a $10,000 per month, or $20,000 per month, or $50 per $1,000, or $150 per month, you don't need to work? Come on. You just go to the work, and even if you don't know, or you believe it, you get the money or not, you don't know yet till the end of the month. Closing with a smile and honesty. I remember the first day when I start, I didn't know about nothing. I didn't know from where is the company. I forget completely. It's American company based on Dallas. I didn't know what we have like a 3 sites where I cannot open it, and I don't remember. But just I remember, I just smiled and I asked them, "Do you want to come with me in the holidays or in a vacation, in a dream trips?" And they say yes. So that you need to become a member in our club, because I cannot go with you. So if you are not in the club, I cannot talk with you. So if you want me to stay closer to me, just you need to become a member and just cross the world. Edification. There is always someone better than me. This opportunity makes you to be very humble, you know. All the time it's someone better than you. All the time it's someone who can help you. We are here for you to help you. Because if we help you in the networking, I help me. So if I help you, and all of us, we help you, we help us too. And we help our company. It's simple to understand. You cannot find something better than this, because it's the most amazing product we have in the world in the network marketing. So I don't need to make a stock. I just need to book a dream trips and go to have fun and put my sign somewhere and just to have fun and just to smile and just to say something amazing about this opportunity. And that's it, nothing more. I don't care who come. I remember Stavros, I don't remember exactly, one of my mentors, he said, we don't care if you are in or if you are not, or if you do something or not, Workbench grow with you or without you. And I say, what? I need to be here. I want to be here. I want to do something. I want to put my country there. And the 3-way call, guys, this is, I like it so much. It's so simple. Every time I need someone who will help me, it's there, you know. If I need someone to help me, just I make a call and that's it, nothing more. If I don't know how to close, I just call him. Only thing is one important. Just tell them about the objection they have. Example, if I have to call, I don't know, someone, let's say Octavian, my friend, and I say, listen, I have a friend, because you know, when you're a friend, you cannot talk with them, so it's better to talk to someone else. It's like a mom with the daughter, or like you know, with the children, they don't hear, they hear, but it's going there, and it's better to find someone. And if I know my friend doesn't have time, just I call him and I say, listen, Octavian, I'm happy you are here, and you can call me and you can help me. So my friend see the presentation, it's amazing, she was in love, and that's it. But the time it's very short for her, so she doesn't have so much time. So I know you have the same situation, and because he knows very well, he will help me. And also my business partner, Razvan Dinka, because I cannot talk about with my friends, and we make a decision. So I bring the people, we see the presentation, we show them to the presentation, and you close them and you make them a leaders. And all the time when I saw someone, I have this ability because I'm a teacher also in the hair school. So I have the ability to say to them what they want and what they become and what they will become, because I saw something in the people. So guys, this is all for me. I don't want to keep you more, but only one thing, it's all about you, nothing more than you. So bring a lot of people to the event. We have the best event now in a boot camp, and the boot camp was our fire in our business. In 1 year and a half, just we become an IMD. It was the first time after a long time in Europe, no one go on stage. After an MD, no one after us. After an RMD, no one after us. After an NMD, no one after us. After an IMD, we said in that moment, me and Razvan, we said, listen, most of the people and many of them, they will look after us. So better watch us and let's do it.
Bomba, perfect. Thank you very much, Jetta. That was amazing, spot on. And you know, one thing that I really love, Jetta, is how you shared all the growth that you had between the events, how many people you took at each event, what happened afterwards. That was very powerful, guys. And I'm going to go straight into the next speaker, guys. The next speaker, wow, there's so many things I could say about this gentleman, because this gentleman and his family, again, I feel like are an extension of our family. I've had the pleasure of knowing them since 2011. So literally 9 years they've been in our lives. And when I first met him, I was actually doing a presentation in Greece, and there was about 500 people in the room. And this gentleman walked into the room very, very excited. I was just getting ready to close the presentation. He's like, "You're in Frassini, I have to speak to you, I have to speak to you." And I'm thinking, who is this guy? And then later on, we started a conversation. He said, "Look, you're not going to believe it. I just signed up into World Ventures. I just booked, check this out. In his first few days of joining World Ventures, he booked to come to United that year." This was, if I remember correctly, United 2011. He heard there was a dream trip in Mexico beforehand that was sold out, but because he wanted to believe, he paid normal price just to book the same hotel. I'm not sure how much money he spent for the whole trip, because he knew he wanted to believe. And literally when he came to that event and he saw with his own eyes, 12 months later, he RMD, bearing in mind he had a dance school, a full-time job, 4 kids, and 3 of them he was putting through college. But winners always find ways, and he did find a way. He and his whole family have created the rank of IMD. Now he spends a lot of time with his grandkids. He's an amazing individual, and he's none other than IMD Alexis Alexandru. Alexis, are you ready?
Of course. Hello, guys. I am ready. Come on, let's go. Hello, guys. Alex Alexandru here. Of course, thank you very much, Frassini. You are my sister. Of course, you know that. Guys, I have never seen a presentation of World Ventures. Never. Okay. I didn't understand in the beginning what is World Ventures, because I didn't understand what is network marketing. And because my son and my wife gave me this great gift and make me register without to show something. So this is the reason for, because I was very negative in the beginning, but when I understand what is World Ventures, I have from this time the feel that I will be very, very grateful to them for all my life, for all my life. Of course, I have four multiple jobs before joining World Ventures. I work, as Francine said before, for a telecommunication company here in Limassol, in Cyprus. I operate very big dancing school for more than 420 persons, and a folkloric traditional team. I had an ice cream shop, and I work also as a DJ, usually 2, 3, 4 times every week. So this was not easy for me, because I was away from my family, from my kids, too much time. And I remember that I kiss my children too early in the morning and too late every night when they were asleep. And this is no good for me. This is hurt me a lot, if you understand me. For me, the best word in the planet is only one word, is family. So when I understand what is World Ventures, and understood that I had the chance to have time, spend time with my friends, with my kids, with my family, with my all my friends and all my neighbors, because if you work too much, okay, you understand that this is the best way for you. You have this mindset. So when I understand what is World Ventures, for me it was one of the critical time in my life. Okay, and the important of all, if I kept my 4 jobs today and not having World Ventures, I will be broke today, because this coronavirus pandemic will have killed my 4 jobs. So thanks God, I kept World Ventures, and I could get paid residual income anytime from anywhere I am. This is the best for me. So if you have the chance to enjoy the time, okay, because for me, World Ventures is not only business, believe me, it's not business, okay, it's action, it's a gift. And as Wayne just said, remember the triptych of success, the first word is fun, and after means freedom, and after is fulfillment. So if you find time in your life, believe me, you have success in your business, because all your friends, okay, all your friends, all your the family look that you enjoy the time, look that you see that they see that you have good memories, okay, and post something in Facebook, and of course they follow you. So the first word for me is enjoy, and the second is the consistency. The words consistency. The key to success is consistency for me. Why? If you make something important for you one time, maybe it's by accident. If you make this consistency every day, okay, of course you have success. Of course. What can I do for World Ventures? Guys, take something, maybe one presentation. Okay, maybe one presentation, but every day. If you make one presentation, just one, some persons said, it's important for you to make 20 presentations every day. It's unbelievable for me. Okay, I believe that you have no chance to make 20 presentations every day. You have no chance to have 10 presentations every day. Okay, if you make some 2-3 days 10 presentation, is very good for you. But if you have consistency in your life about presentation, if you make just 1 or 2, but every day, guys, you have 2 times 365 presentations. So you have more than 700 presentations. So it's important key the word consistency. And of course, give time, okay, and spend time with your family is the best way to have something positive in the future of your life. I haven't something to say to you. If I have something, if Frosini want to say, ask me something, I am here. But the only important that I want to give to my friends, okay, to everyone, of the members or not, is to enjoy the time, enjoy the route, okay, the path, the way. Is very important for you to have not stress in your life. It's very important. And remember this, because some person stay in the past time, in negative occasion, but something negative in your life, but it's not good. If you have, if you stay on the negative times, every day you have this feeling, every day you have this confidence, and it's not good for your life. So fun, freedom, and fulfillment. Enjoy the time, and the success is coming. Thank you, guys. I am very pleasure to speak with you. I'm very happy to speak with all of you. Frosini, I am here. If you want to ask me something, I don't like to take more time for you, because I know that it's important to speak everyone's 10-15 minutes.
Perfect. So Alexi, a couple of questions. Actually, funnily enough, I was going through some old videos today, and I found a video of you on stage in April 2012, getting recognized as regional marketing director. I have to send it to you.
Oh.
And you had a
I want to speak something for this.
Yeah, you had a
I want to take this opportunity to say something.
Please do share that. Please share, because you had this piece of paper and you were reading your speech at the time because you could hardly speak English. So tell me a little bit about that journey. Okay, Alexi, we seem to have
the connection is not very well. I don't understand, but I take the main. Okay, yes. I take this. Mm-hmm. Okay, from 2012, from 2011, when I went first time in Las Vegas in the United, and I give this idea, all these people to say, wow, enthusiasm and action and positive thinking, and oh my God, more than 5,000 persons. I remember that I sit in the last corner in the back side with my wife, and
okay, so guys, I apologize. We seem to have lost Alexa.
I am here. Okay, I am here. Right. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I repeat that. I will remember that I was staying in the last corner in this big room. Okay, in this in United 2011, and I don't understand all the confidence, all the action of this in this room, but I took the enthusiasm and the palm. And I remember that I called to my daughter and cried, and I said to her, I promise that I don't know when, maybe after 2, 3, 10 years, 20 years, I don't know when, but I promise that I come again here with all of you, and with you and Andreas and Chris Santos and Michael. I have 4 kids. Guys, in the next year, I come back and work very strong, but work from my enthusiasm, from my potential, my power, okay? And I remember that very, very good, very strong passion. And I remember that the next year, 2012, I went again to Las Vegas and remember Frosini and George Adamidis and all the other person next to me. And suddenly, Mark Cassetta said my name and go to the stage as recognized top recruiters in the top 10 recruiters in the planet. Oh my God, me. Say yes. I remember that I had one hat and okay, suddenly stay on the stage and oh, Cyprus. I remember that it was very surprised for me. It was very surprised for me. Believe me, it was amazing time. This moment, and I started crying. When I go back, before to slow the way to the action of there, suddenly repeat again my name from Mark Cassetta again to the stage and go again with the flag of Cyprus. And remember to Cyprus. I feel that I am Makarios. You don't know Makarios. Makarios is the first president in Cyprus. It's historical time for me. Okay. And again the same. Recognizes R&D in the stage 3 times on the amazing. So when I come back, believe me, I work as a team. I work alone as a team. I have this potential, and remember this point. If you go in the next training, okay, bootcamp, momentum, anywhere, okay, with just one member, you have one office to work together. One member is equal to one office.
We lost Alexis, guys. But look, what Alexis was saying was
okay, I'm here again.
Opa.
I am again.
Okay.
So the potential, the confidence, and the passion. Are you hear me?
Yes,
are you hear me?
That you're breaking up, Alexis.
Are you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, the summary. Go to the training with all your team. All your team is important for you if you want to have big business. And enjoy every time, every minute, every seconds.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Alexi. That was awesome. And I love what you said in terms of capturing that feeling. What Alexis said, guys, firstly, he wasn't prepared, but he got called on stage 3 times at this event. And the feeling that you get, for any of you guys that have actually experienced it, that feeling that you get when you get on stage. And I remember Giorgio Gio, one of the top IMDs in all of Europe, said, this is a rock star lifestyle. And it's so true. Elia also mentioned it earlier on, is that when you go and achieve big things in our company, it literally is like a rock star lifestyle. And the feeling that you get of being on stage is something that everybody deserves to experience. But the cooler feeling, I believe, is when you see people in your team that you have helped to get on stage, that you have helped them to transform their life. And I'm going to go straight into the next speaker. And the next person is actually an amazing lady. This lady I had the pleasure of meeting in Australia for the first time. And I remember her leaders at the time introduced me to her. And they said to me that this lady has got a big dream. She wants to plant the flag of World Ventures in France. And at the time, France was not open. And it's crazy, guys. You're hearing a lot of stories right now of pioneers. You're hearing a lot of stories about a lot of leaders that literally paved the way for their country. So that means they didn't just change the lives of people within their life or within their team, but they changed the lives of people within their nation. Now, when she joined World Ventures, she was couch surfing in Australia. So didn't have a lot of money, was sleeping on different people's couch, trying to make ends meet, but had this big goal and this big vision. And she did exactly that. She became one of the youngest people to become an international marketing director. I know now she's building her double IMD position and she's doing very well with that. She's on a great track. She's the pioneer in France. She's an 100K earner. Help me bring to the stage IMD Melody Risman.
Hey,
Over to
hey,
you,
hey.
Melody.
Hey, everybody. What's up, Efrosini? Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so happy to be with you guys. So can everybody hear me right?
Oh,
Yes?
perfect. Yes, perfect.
Awesome. Let's rock and roll. All right. So what I wanted to share with you guys today is all about numbers, because you do know that this is a numbers game. I mean, you heard it so many times, and you know, when I joined this opportunity, they talked to me about colors and I had no clue what the hell was the colors about. And, you know, they say that green people are like numbers people, like analytical people. And when I found out, I was like, yeah, but when I first did the test to find out among the 4 type of colors what was mine, the green was the last. I was not even 10 in green. That's so not analytical at all. Like, I hate numbers and I never liked them at all. And so when I joined, I didn't knew what I was doing. And so they explained me, my multimillionaires mentors, they explained me how to be more green, because they taught me that the most efficient leaders of all, they have the 4 type of colors like almost equal. So I needed to be more green in order to be more efficient as a leader. And so I worked on that, and what they taught me at the time, and I'm going to share it with you today. So hopefully you will save some time, not like me. And so they taught me that this business, as long as you treat it like an amateur, you will get paid as an amateur. But the day you treat it like a business, well, you will get paid as a businessman. And so, well, you choose. And then once you choose, then you're like, okay, I want to be a businessman. So act like it. Like, do you think like a CEO of like Apple or Google or Facebook, they like just go on the job in the morning and be like, yeah, let's chill, we'll see, we'll do our best or whatever? Like, no, like they have numbers, stats, like so many numbers that they can, I don't know how you call that, like the cheese, and then you see the they have all that and they know exactly where they're going. And that's why they are so successful. And the thing is, it's exactly the same in our business. So for example, would you go on a plane if you have no clue where or what the pilot is doing or where he's going? Who would go? Not me. But it's the same in your business. Why would somebody like me or Forsini or Stavros or Alexis or Glenda or all the people here, why some people like us should follow you if you don't know like the pilot where you're going? The only reason why all of us travel the world is because we go on flights where freaking pilots know where they're freaking going. So you need to have clarity in your business. You need to have all those math figured out in order to see, okay, where am I right now? This is point A. Where do I want to go? This is point B. And then what's the perfect strategy to go straight from one to the other? Okay. And the perfect strategy is like a straight line. It's not like this. It's a straight line. And then you need to be focused every single week of your life, every single day, on where you're about in your business. So for example, me, I organize myself so much, like figure, like numbers wise, like I have this, okay, under my eyes all the freaking time like this. So I know exactly where I'm going, and I like update it at the time. And then all my weeks looks like this is my agenda. So you need an agenda, like be professional. And here I put my goals. But the thing is, the week before I put some other goals, and the week before I put some of the goals, and the week before some of the goals. And so every single week, every Monday before starting a new week, I plan. And this is what I need you to do. You need to know exactly where you are, where you want to go, and what's the gap to fill between the two. And so, like I first said, I built the IMD in 23 months. So let's say 2 years. And then I spent 3 years building that team to make them fly on their own. And this year, 2020, with the coronavirus thing and all of that, I was like, girl, this is your perfect shot to go for double. This is now or never. So, or now or in 10 years, and I rather now. So I'm like, okay, let's do it now. So I'm going to share with you the strategies that I use to go for double. And this is a strategy that taught me the quadruple IMD. So I guess, like, yeah, coachable, listen to the people who have what you want. So basically, if everybody can see my teacher screen here. All right, so basically the idea is, let's say you start here, and what the company teaches you to do is to put your first here, your second here, your third here, and then it opens the other leg. But the thing is, if that person puts the 4 here and he's not, like, he stopped at qualified, and then what this person will do? Then never having any spillover, being alone. And so my strategy that I use, and please go to your upline to see what they do, but this year I'm just sharing you what I do right now. So I teach my people, just put as much personals as you can until you reach 90 on one side in lineage. So with the ignition kit, that goes even faster. So you can put your 4th, your 6th, you can put a get 10 maybe, and then you help those people to do the same. So the first one of Mr. 1 will be there, the first of Mr. 2 will be there, the first of Mr. 3 will be there. And that way we all work together, and me above adding more people there. So we all work together on only one leg. So it goes so much faster, and it like give more leadership to people, because that person just joined now, but maybe in 10 days she already will have like 50 people or 50 points below her. So she will be like, wow, this is working, it goes fast, I like it, this is momentum, I can get paid. And all that creates energy, creates enthusiasm, creates get excited. And this is the second rule of success in our company. So this is what we do. And then I tell them, once you reach 90 on one side, only then you're allowed to open your second leg. So let's say this guy hit 90 here, he put maybe 5-10 personals there, and then he will put his 11th, 12th, and so on. And then once he is 90 on the other, well, he will be director. And the thing by doing that is that because we launched so hard the momentum over here, he will never have to work on this first leg ever in his entire career with World Ventures. And that's what we want, because then he will only have to focus here. But you cannot focus here first, otherwise you won't have a first leg. And then you will have to do 1, 1, 1, 1, and it will be slow and zero momentum. Because the thing, when you put your personals pretty fast all together, well, I do groups, like I put them in pair, like, hey, this guy just joined in your team, and then I connect them so they can work together as cross line, but they're still in the same leg, so they help each other, and so they like it, and it sees that it goes so fast. So that's all the kind of the quick tips that I can give to you that makes the whole difference, that makes the game go so much faster. And since the beginning of coronavirus, with that strategy, I already took 700 lineage in addition in my pay leg. So that's just nuts. I mean, who knew? Like, everybody is kind of selfish, like, okay, I want to go quick in my inside, and then they will do the same in their inside, and then they will do the same in their inside, and then they will do the same in their insides, and then everybody is alone. And then you lose so much momentum. So when somebody joins, they don't know that, but they don't know either what you're doing right now. So you have to teach them the best strategy that is out there, whatever it is in your team that your IMD is teaching you guys. But this works for me. I know this works for many IMDs as well. And so, yeah, you need to know exactly what you're doing, and you need to track your number. Like every single day, I update my back office, and I know exactly where I'm at and how far I am for my next goal. And so when you do that, you need to understand something, is that you need to do personals first. Because when you join, you don't have a team. And if you do nothing, yeah, you will have spillover, but nothing is going to happen. So the thing that you need to do is that it's like a rocket that needs to go in the sky. It uses 80% of its energy to like quit the earth and go in the atmosphere. And once it's in the atmosphere, it uses 20% of this energy to like keep rolling. And it's the same in our business. When you join and you're 0 left, 0 right, you need to use 80% of your energy to put as much personal as you can. And then once they are there, use 20% of your energy to keep running. So when they taught me that, that's exactly what I did. On average, if you want to be senior, you need to put 10%. If you want to be director, let's say 20. Marketing director, let's say 30. RMD, let's say 40, and IMD is 55. So, and this is the average. I did 120% because before hitting my IMD. So this is just an average, but it's not like, yeah, 55 in 10 years or 55 in 50 years. It's like, how about you do it in 6 months and then hit your IMD in 2 or 3 years? Because it needs to start by you. And so to me, the best thing you can do is to do them fast. For example, when I joined, I did my get 4 in 48 hours. I did my get 6 in 1 week. I did get 30 in 3 months, get 100 in 1 year. And then when they opened France, I did a get 20 in 72 hours. When I launched a new team last year, I did a get 10 in 1 month. Since the beginning of coronavirus, I did a get 13 again. And now I want to finish the get 20. So I want to do it pretty fast. Like maybe in 1 week or 2 weeks, I will be over with the new get 20 and work with them, duplication, and then hit the next rank. And once I have the next rank, I will do a get 20 and work with them, and then I will hit NMD. And then once NMD, I will do again pretty fast, maybe 1 or 2 weeks, a get 20, and duplication will help me to go to IMD. Like, don't sponsor 1, 2, 3 people on 4 and then lay down and pray for them to work and to make you IMD. That won't work that way. So because it's a numbers game. You know, my mentor, Mr. Matt Morris, he taught me this. Among all the people that you sign up, you have 40% who are gonna quit. 40. Even me as IMD, out of my get 13 in 1 month, 40% quit. So yeah, don't be so hard on you when that happens. It's normal. Like, it's exactly the same at the gym. When people go at the gym on the 1st of January, well, 40% of them quit, sometimes even more. So don't be too hard on you. And then you will have 40% who won't do anything. So yeah, this is sleeping. So they are like your customer. They can be on the Zoom calls, they can be at the events, they can be at the travel parties, the dream nights, the dream days, they can be in dream trips, but they won't build, okay? And so only 20% will build. So if you do a get 1, it will be here. This is 80%. If you do a get 2, nothing will happen. If you do a get 5, you will have 1 who will work. If you do a get 10, you will have 2 who will work. If you do a get 20, like me right now, you will have only 4 who will work. And that's the truth, guys. This is a numbers game. You need to understand that. You really need to get it. So this is what I had with you guys. It's all about numbers. So hopefully, I like this sentence. I love numbers and numbers loves me. So repeat it over and over and over and yeah, know your numbers, love them, and then track them. And that's how you will get the best of them.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Melody. And I love what you just said in terms of I love numbers. Numbers love me. And it's good to see that you have grown so much through the journey. Now, I want to put a little disclosure there, guys. Okay. You know, Melody has shared a strategy, but I want to highlight to you that if that strategy is different to what your upline is letting you know, then don't change the strategy. Okay. And I want to highlight this that I learned from being in the industry for so many years. Different people can build in different ways. And I don't know which leader said that today about learn the motivation and the goal of your team member. So for example, if I'm working with Melody, I know Melody's goal right now is double IMD. I'm going to work with Melody different to if I work with somebody else and their goal is, I just want to take a couple of extra holidays on a yearly basis. Okay. If someone has big goals, I expect big action. If someone has little goals, little action is also good. You got to love people for where they're at. Now, if someone says to me, I need to make money fast. If someone says to me, rank is not as important to me as making a paycheck as fast as possible, then obviously the strategy that I will lead them with will probably be very different to what Melody is teaching right now, because some strategies are great to build money long term, but if someone lost their job today and they need to make a paycheck to pay their rent this week, then obviously my goal is let me help them to get 6 fast in order to make a paycheck fast, and that way they can pay the rent. So I'm just letting you know, because sometimes you'll hear different strategies, and I want you to always go and speak to your upline mentor in order to ensure that you're on the right path. So I'm going to go straight into bringing in the next person and talking about literally chasing, not the pin, chasing the paycheck. This next person has been consistently, from the time that he got started, he has been consistently one of the top income earners in all of World Ventures in Europe, consistently in the top 10, even when he was marketing director, even when he was regional marketing director, he was consistently in the top income earners. And he's one of those guys that when he comes in, firstly, you're going to feel his energy. When he starts talking, I mean, your energy is going to start flowing. Your head is going to be ready to explode with the impact of his voice, because he's just got this amazing ability and talent to move people emotionally. He came from very humble beginnings. In fact, when he saw World Ventures, he was working in clubs, he was a promoter, he was a bartender, and he has changed so much over the years. I've seen him grow so much. In fact, I remember the first time that I met him, he was about to get recognized. I believe he was for marketing director. And I was there in front of the stage, and I was the one that was announcing the names. And I just found out he was a Cypriot for the first time, because I thought he was Greek because he lived in Greece. And he was just, the way that he spoke, I just looked into his eyes and I just saw fire in his eyes. Over the years, we've developed an amazing, beautiful relationship. He's someone else we're very excited to call him as part of our family as well. And George Alogargestos, if you want any market to explode, he's one of the people that we literally, he goes in a market and the market just cranks straight after that. So George, my brother, are you ready to rock?
Ready to roll, sis. So, wow. Actually, guys, I'm becoming a little bit red from the introduction from Frosini. And first of all, I really want to thank you for putting this whole thing together. I know how tough it is to put something like this together. And you guys send a message to Frosini for thank you. And if you want to thank somebody today, I think you should thank Frosini that is putting this whole training together. I mean, we heard from so many different trainers, and as Frosini said when Melody finished, you hear different strategies, different stuff, and taking a first step, a step farther, actually, what Melody says, I love cycles and cycles love me. And you see, I come from a background that I was working as a bartender, and the whole thing with that is that I was just, I was 22 years old when I saw Wall Ventures, and I was just working in the morning. I was working in the night, and in the middle of the day, I was studying. So approximately, I was, giving 14 to 13 hours approximately in something I really didn't like, in a cycle where if you, at the end of the days, at the end of the month, you will take my income, take the expenses out, the number that was equal was 0. And that was the problem with me. I was working like a maniac because I understand that money is something important. For you to understand what I'm saying is, if you think about it, you don't live to eat food, but you don't live without food. And it's the same with money. You cannot live without money. And that's why, you don't live for the money, but you cannot live without the money. That's why you go to work. And I was just a person that I just got to the point where I think I realized that, being an employee is just an exchange of time. I'm exchanging a time and I'm taking a little bit back of the money. So when I saw Wall Ventures, my mind flipped it because I saw actually a business opportunity where it was very different from everything else, very different from any other business. For you to realize what I'm saying, if you want to open up a business, what do you have to do? You got to figure out an idea and build a product around it. After you figure out the idea, you got to build a business plan, a compensation plan that you're going to make your business profitable, okay? And then what you got to do is that you have to figure out a way to invest money, a way to get the money to invest the money. Because you need to invest in resources for your product, you need to invest in resources for building a business plan, and all this money, most of the people don't have it in the very beginning. And for you to realize what I'm saying to you, I think that I heard actually this from Earl Nightingale. Actually, doesn't matter who he is, but he says that 1 out of 100 people become financially interdependent. He's financially wealthy. Money work for money. So he puts money and money make money. And then 4 out of 100 people become financially independent. It means they create multiple sources of income. They make a lot of money and they can have the time they want. They can buy the cars, the homes, the things. They can have time freedom, money freedom. They become financially independent. And I think society has taught the people the wrong perspective. They teach people that you become financially independent if you have a job. Now, if you're not Greek, you cannot relate that much to it, but that's why I'm going to explain it. People in Greece pay their whole life as they work for the government or for any kind of organization. They pay every month some money to get retirement. Actually, the retirement you get is not money that you didn't work for. It's money that you worked for and you paid to the government, and then you're getting this money back as a pension, so to say. And that's the whole shift here. That's the whole shift of becoming an entrepreneur. You give a little bit of your time into create income, into creating multiple sources of income. And to finish that, 5 out of 100 people make it to end at 65 having this pension I just spoke to you about. And 70% of the humanity we're living in right now, this is not me saying it or anybody saying it, it's actually a global statistic, live around poverty. What that means, 13% out of the 70 is poor, literally poor, no money, no nothing. Then 55% out of the 70, 55.9, they live around poverty. They cannot survive something like coronavirus. They cannot survive a lockdown, a loss of a job, a loss of an income for more than 2 months. So let me explain to you if you're very brand new and if you are in Wall Ventures and you join now. This is the best business move you could ever do in your life. Why? The product is ready. You don't need to care about the product. And product is a big time. You need to invest a big part of your time actually when you want to open up a business on your product. The product here is ready and it's one of the best products. Yes, like everything else in the world right now, it goes through a small recession, but it's normal. Then the business plan is a proven fact by all the people that spoke to you today and many more, okay? that it can generate a lot of money. It's a healthy one. And then you overcome the biggest terror barrier why most people will never start up a business, which is to fund the startup, to fund your business. The startup here is ridiculous. I'm not going to speak for silver. Obviously, for the company to put silver, they wanted to help us. I'm going to go more for platinum and titanium. $350 or $1,050 for somebody to start the business, it's ridiculous. And if you ask any person who built a real normal business, okay, not a small business like becoming a self-employed, they will laugh if you say to them that it exists an opportunity where with $350 startup or $1,050 startup, you can make up, starting up, okay, you can make up to 1.9 more million US dollars maximum. That's the best case. I'm not saying to you that everybody becomes a millionaire. I'm not saying to you that everybody makes the 1.9 million. And here's why I'm saying this to you. Tell me one industry where you know that everybody becomes a millionaire. There's not many. Now, here, I want to talk to you actually about the two basic reasons why most people don't win big in life. Number one reason is because they never take the first step. Lao Tzu said, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. You see, most people will never take the first step, most importantly, because of the investment, the startup that they have to do. So here you are in front of an opportunity that you can start up with very low amount of money. And this is why, as Marius was saying before, make the list, pick up your phone and call people. And I believe the second reason why most people lose and they don't win big in this business is because when they take the first step, they look at 1,000, which is becoming an IMD, and they try to jump on the last one. So guess what? You cannot jump on the last step. You have to focus on the second step. What is the second step? When Marius and Efrosini was speaking in the very end of Marius' talk about booking bootcamp, and you went on the break and you didn't book bootcamp yet, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't take the second step. Take the second step, commit. You see, you have IMDs here teaching, okay, how you go from your job to being financially free. Take the steps they're teaching you. Mario said to you, and Efrosini said to you, and all the trainers said to you, you gotta book the events. You have to attend the events. You have to attend the events. It's not a science. You see, down the road, when you reach IMD and you turn back and you just try to think, how did you change? How did you make it to be there? I think every single IMD can say that is that they didn't figure it out themselves. They just tried to figure out their own ideas. They just went out, did in repetition what the system tells them. And if you are stuck, and I was stuck, okay, in the rank, but I was making a lot of money, so I never stuck on the money. I think it's because you try to convince yourself that there's another system. No, the system is there. And I think the hardest part is to understand that it's that simple. You gotta focus on booking the next event, following every single event. It's the repetition of attending events that can make you an IMD. And every single IMD can guarantee this to you. And then the third step is to take immediate action. You see, I think most people lose time to think the wrong things. And saying to you something that I also read from Lao Tzu, he says, what's your thoughts? They become words. What's your words? They become actions. What's your actions? They become habits. What's your habits? They become character. What's your character? It becomes the destiny. So focus on your action, focus on the thought, because thinking is a creative state, is something very positive actually. But I think in the beginning, people shouldn't think. Back in the days when I started, and I know that most of the people here are not IMDs, you're not millionaires, chances are you belong into the 70%. No offense, I'm not saying that to be offensive to you, but if you wanna leave that place, stop thinking like a poor person. Listen to what the IMDs are saying, or what Marcus said is saying, or what the system is saying, or what your uplines are saying, and just go out and take the third step, which is execution. You see, I think these 6 hours that you're here today and you're listening to us, it's a waste of time if you don't go and sponsor, as Efrosini said, 6 people to make your first money. 6 platinums makes you 3 on the left, 3 platinum on the left, 3 platinum on the right, makes you $300. Let me tell you this. Maybe becoming an IMD is something wow, but let me tell you this. When I went to Audi and I wanted to buy a car the way I wanted the car, they didn't ask me what rank I am. They asked me how much money I have. The guy on the desk who placed my order for my car, he asked me, how do you pay? I said, cash. He said, okay, grab a seat. I mean, I understand it's something very important to you guys, but I think most people are rushing. You're rushing for the last step. Let me tell you what you need to do. If you want to reach the last step, rush for the next step. Is what Efrosini said. Get 6, then focus on hitting 3-star rep, then focus on senior rep, then focus on tier 2. I don't see any reason why most of you won't go out and work like crazy and present like crazy to get the tier and make 3 cycles every reason. Some of you don't understand what the 3 cycles is, and it's okay. There are some uplines of you that they really know. Go ask them and tell them, what do I need to do? And I'm telling you what you need to do. 3 platinum on the left, 3 platinum on the right, $300, $1,200 per month. Because, you know, the guy who rents the house here, he asked me for money at the end of the month. He doesn't ask me what rank I am. And I think most people don't get this. You see, for me, you have to understand that becoming an IMD and making the amount of money that an IMD makes is going through these ways successful. A lot of you rush to make the very big checks, okay? The $50,000. When you make $1,000 a month, you cannot understand how you make $50,000. But if you focus on the 3 cycles, you pretty much understand what you have to do. You just have to invite, you just have to show the presentation, get and learn how to close the deal and just move on. I really believe this is the biggest issue for people, and that's the main reason why most of you will never get to IMD, is because you rush to become an IMD instead of rushing to get 3 cycles every single week, which is $300, which is in the month $1,200, which means if you get every single week 3 cycles, it means that you got tier 2 at least, which means that straight away you just get $1,700, just like this. And this $7,000, listen what will happen. Here today, you took some knowledge, and I'm giving you a lot of stuff, and I'm just trying to stay on time. But here today, you took knowledge. And I think knowledge that you put in practice creates an understanding. And when you really understand it, you start making money. 3 cycles, 3 cycles, 3 cycles. What happens with this 3 cycle thing and the understanding is that you create belief. Belief means that you're acting like you already are what you want to be. From the other side, some of you ignore some of the information, and what happens to you is you go do a presentation and the person says, oh my God, this is a scam, this doesn't work, this is not true, who do you think you are to make a lot of money? And you start creating worry and doubt. And you see, belief from the one hand has to express itself, and the reward that comes back is money. From the other hand, doubt and worry express itself into anxiety, and that has to come into a negative result, which means to just have a job that you hate, you don't go to vacation when you want, you cannot do the things you really want, and that is a cycle that you repeat all the time. So try to understand that the knowledge you take, put it to work. Focus on getting 6, on getting 3, on getting to the next run. Rush for the next run, rush for the next target. Don't rush to finish it. Enjoy the ride, because I think that's what is going to build you the character you need to become an IMD. So all that said, I just want to wrap this up and give it back to Efrosini. And actually, lately, I say this all the time to people. I heard it, and it actually really inspired me. And I think the last 8 years, my life has shifted to a level that I never imagined I I could change my life. I live things that I really didn't even dreamed about. I do things that I really are, mind blowing into my mind. And I heard actually this conversation from John Kennedy with Dr. Bernard Brown, who's actually the person that propelled the machine, who is actually the person who built it, the machine that propelled Apollo 11, which is the first spacecraft that went to the moon. And John Kennedy asked Dr. Bernard Brown, he said, "Doctor, what do we need to do in order to create a machine that can take people, take off, break the law of gravity, get out in space, travel to the moon, land there, people can go out, put the flag into the moon, then get back into this machine, take off again, break in the law of gravity, and then land safely back to Earth and walk away from this machine?" Dr. Bernard Brown answered with 5 words: the will to do it. What it takes for you to change your life is the will to do it. What it takes for you to make a lot of money is the will to do it. What it takes for you to hit the next goal is the will to do it. All that said, thank you so much for your time. And Francini, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, champion. Before you get off, I've got a couple of questions for you, okay? So, looking back, your life has changed so much over the last 8 years. I know that you're so similar to me. You're an adrenaline junkie. You love skydiving. But if there was one thing that you could say that you're truly grateful for in the last 8 years that you received from our company, whether it's monetary, lifestyle, personal growth, whatever it is, friendships, what would be the biggest thing that you have received for you personally?
Not the money, not anything else. I became fearless, sorry. I think changing from fearful person into a fearless person is the most magical feeling you can create into your life. I don't feel afraid anymore. I can't explain it with words. I jump off a plane and I really don't feel afraid of jumping off it. I don't feel afraid to go and hear a no. I don't feel afraid to go and get rejected. I don't feel afraid, to start over again, new teams, new people, to take somebody from scratch and just be patient, to teach them the right things and get them to the right track, to do 3 cycles, to make money, and then to focus on getting, rank after rank after rank. I love the process. That's what I want. And I think becoming fearless is, how it feels, okay? And I think once you feel it, you really fall in love with this feeling. Being a fearless person, having no fear is of anything. I can, if you ask me to do anything, I really will go and say, okay, let's go. I learned from my body that if you want to change something, because I was overweighted and my body has shifted in a very big way lately. I think you learn a lot of stuff. If you focus on the process, if you focus on the journey, you will create a character, because I think trying to become an IMD is not just attempting to become successful, is attempting to create a character. This is a character thing. This is not only money. This is just becoming, this is not only the pin, the recognition, this is becoming somebody who really is going to devote himself to help people change their life. And that's the most magical thing.
Perfect. Love that. Thank you very much for that, George. And guys, if you ever want to try skydiving, you should definitely reach out to George. But more importantly, take what he's actually told you on board. I love how he started in terms of, I love cycles, cycles love me. And it's funny, like every single trainer has got some type of motto that of course is a true reflection as to why they have the results that they have right now. He loves cycles, he cycles like crazy. You see what I mean? Whatever is the area you want to develop, that's the area, that's the affirmation you want to create. For example, let's say you have a challenge with being, invitations. You keep inviting people, people don't show up. Then start voicing, I am a master inviter. Every time I invite somebody, they're excited to come and see what I've got to show them, which sounds dangerous, but we're talking about World Ventures presentation right now, okay? Let's say you have a challenge with closing. I am a master closing. I love closing. Closing loves me, okay? Let's say whatever it is that is your development area, start changing your communication around it and you will start changing your results. So the next person I'm going to bring up, well, actually, he's got an amazing story, this gentleman, because this gentleman is probably one of the few IMDs that I know that was able to build it at this level part-time. So when he came across World Ventures, he was in a place of his life where he didn't have the flexibility of time or the flexibility of the funds. He needed to do this. He was part of World Ventures, but for a while, he didn't really understand the power of what he had his hands on. And he was able to just make a decision at one point when he realized he needed to look after his family. His back was against the wall, and he took a decision to build it and to finish it. And literally from that moment that he took the decision, you're here, IMD, 3 years. He used to be uncoachable, but he became Mr. Coachable. And when he became Mr. Coachable and started becoming coachable to the right people, that's when he started having the results. And is one of 2 IMDs in a little island called New Caledonia, 300,000 population. Now, because he still runs a security business, he's still got a couple of businesses at the same time. Right now, he couldn't physically be here with us, but he has sent through a video, and enjoy. Opa. 1 second. Let me just get that up on the screen one more time. I also need you guys, if you could just type it on the chat when I share the video, what the quality of the video is like, because I want to make sure that you guys can actually see it and hear it. Okay, that would be perfect. Okay. I apologize for this. Sometimes you gotta have a plan B. So now I'll be able to share it one more time. Okay.
Yo, what's up? I'm Gianni Bizio, and I'm really happy to be with you today to share the value that you could use on you. I encourage you to be entertained and to be engaged for the next few minutes. What I'm going to share with you is probably the most powerful thing that I have personally used to take my massive action in my life and achieve all my goals. But before I start, I quickly introduce myself for a person who do not know me. I was born to a Caribbean mom and an Italian dad, and I live in New Caledonia, Pacific island of 300,000 person. I study mechanics. Yes, the school wasn't really my passion. And I have 2 beautiful boys that I'm very proud of, and I'm married with a beautiful woman, wonderful woman, with whom I develop all our business. And we have 2 physical businesses and 1 online businesses in the network marketing. I have a full-time job where I work day and night. I think I'm someone who always wants more for me, for my family, for my friend, and the person around me. These 2, that's on paper my story in school, but 3 years ago I was in a very difficult financial situation. 3 years ago I was the kind of a person who lived from day to day without plan or objective of life. I wanted to provide in the short term. And in France, we have a fable for children, which sum up the person I was. This story is the story of Cicada and the ant. Cicada was just singing all summer long, And when the ant was walking and setting aside supply, when the winter came, the cicada was left with nothing because she had not put food aside, and she went to ask the ant to lend her some and promise to refine her with interest. The ant doesn't not like to lend and ask him, what did you do during the summer? And the cicada said, I'm singing. And the ant replied, well, you sing. Okay, now dance. Why I'm telling you this? It's because I understood that because of my own choice in my life and my lifestyle, I put my family in difficulty. I found myself in order to buy food for my family. And when I got into the situation, I went to ask a friend for money, and he said no. And this war, no, I will never forget because it creates something incredible inside of me. This no was the point of no return, and I have only one choice: success, just success. And when I was offered to do this training, I was looking for what value I could bring you on massive action. So I tried to draw inspiration from my friendly relationship and my sports session to find the thing that will put all the shit aside. And today, I want talking about productivity, achievement, success. I want to talk to you about dominating your life, dominating your day, dominating your business. Take massive action in your life. Okay, let's go. There are two questions to ask yourself. The first question is, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? And the second question is, do I have the choice between success or fail? Do you have the choice? Take massive action. One of the problem we have when we want to take massive action in life is because you don't know where to start, or you don't know where you want to go. Taking massive action in the wrong direction will only move you away from where you want to arrive quickly. If you take action by simply spinning the wheel of luck, most of time, what you call massive action is actually just activity. What is the difference between massive action and the mirror activity? Mirror activity is when you do think because other person do it. So after to think because you are told to it, or because people around you do it. This is because you have a focus on what's happening outside of you, when you need to be focused on what is burning inside of you. Action comes with earth. Action is pure. Action is true. Action comes from you. There are 5 steps for massive action. Number 1, set yourself a goal. What is your burning desire? 2, know yourself and work on your personal development. 3, follow your mentors and be coachable. 4, dominate yourself every day by fighting your ego. And 5, you must have say no distraction, and you need to create a not to-do list. It's a shame, however, that you have to wait until you are in trouble to start doing something. I told you my story. I was like a cicada, dancing, singing, during the summer and watching the ants at work. No carry about tomorrow. You have to work hard like an ant. So that's the problem of the old person that you were, not longer be a problem for the new person that you will be. So I want to share an advice my grandparents gave me. The advice were given to me in a garage, in an old house, on a small island, loose in the Pacific, in the Ocean Pacific. He said to me, my son, be a champion and be immortal. Many people want results immediately without taking the action that go with them. But what you have to understand is that the first result will not be visible because the first change are in your mindset. Once your mindset and your action are up to what you want, then the invisible will be visible. Everything you do for good or bad is important. Often, I ever wondered what the goal in the lifetime was be. Today I know. I lost my grandparents not long ago, and I want to perpetuate what they give to me and increase the value of what they are left me. I will not be selfish, and I want to create a legacy and a legend with action that I will take every day. And if you wonder why you have to get up every day to do something, why you have to be focused and take massive action, why do you have to see one more people and you don't find the strength? So look around. Look at your wife, look at your husband, look at your child, your children, look at your family, look at your friend, your team. Look at the person who are with you and who trust you. Look at the person who think you can't make it. And ask yourself, if you have the choice, and don't wait until you back is again the world to start taking massive action. We are creating our children's legacy and of your children's, and tomorrow, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 50 years, in 100 years, when we may not be physical from this world anymore, your massive action that we will taken today, we will fade across generation with the legacy I will leave between. Ask yourself if you have really had the choice not to be successful. Be a champion, and you will become immortal. Be good. Be focused. Train your mind. Dream big, because nobody has the right to tell you that you can't. Never let them be right when they speak badly of you. You can, and you can. Be a champion. Be immortal, because what we are creating was not limit apart from that you impose yourself. Let's take 90 days of your life, 90 days focus on results, and ask yourself, where will you be if these 90 days you break everything, you fight for your immortality? What legacy can you create in 90 days of massive action? Friend, thank you. I'm Gianni. I represent the Pacific. and together we will be immortal. Let's go. Take massive action. Thank you.
Perfect. There you go. So, you know, champions adjust. If you can't be there physically, you can come there digitally. And guys, Gianni has got such a cool story. And I remember when he was actually on the stage at United, getting recognized for IMD, and you can feel his passion coming through his words when he spoke about the sacrifices he made to lead a beautiful life for him, his wife, and their kids. It's this company changes lives, guys. So we're getting close to the end of the day, and we've got two very powerful stories left here. One of the people that I'm going to bring up right now is literally one of the youngest IMDs in World Ventures. This is a gentleman that, once again, I had the pleasure of meeting in 2011. When I met him, he was 16 years old. He was just a boy. He had no facial hair at the time. And I saw him evolve from a boy to a man, from a man to a leader. Now he's an influencer. He's a guy that is respected by a lot of people around the world, because even though he's still quite young, he's got wisdom beyond his years. And he's met his beautiful partner through the club that produced the little Dream Trips baby. So recently he's also become a father. And he's someone that we just hold very dear to our heart, because he's always there, always available to help, always available to serve. And considering what he's achieved in such a young age, I can't wait to see what the legacy that this gentleman will bring and create for the world, for his family, and for his whole team. So, Chrysanthos, are you ready, my friend? Or Chris Alex, should I say?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me? Francine, thank you so much for the great
Perfectly.
introduction. I can hear you perfectly. I'm right here in Bucharest, Romania. So hello for the Romanians, hello for the Italians. Ciao ragazzi, kalispera se olus. Hello for the Greeks. I know we have people from all over the world watching us right now. And as you can see, I'm super excited because, you know, this was a dream of mine a few years ago to arrange a training like this with all the top leaders around the world, and each leader to share their strategy, to see how everybody is working the business. I enjoy to see all the speakers. I saw how Melody did, you know, the structure with the business, Marius, Alexis with a great story that he has. Alexis, in fact, he's my biological father. At least this is what they told me, and I believe it's true. I was not remembering from day one what happened, but I think I saw his eyes, these green eyes, and the same green eyes I have. So I took this for my father. So you know, I was enjoying all the trainers. After me, we have a great trainer who is waiting on the line. So it's not gonna take long. And all the leaders, all the trainers, all the speakers, they share, I believe, one of the topics that they are in love with, and what they are doing with their teams, what they are doing with their network, what they are doing with their family. So you know, one of my strengths, one of my main let's say loves is social media, and you guys know it. You can see on you know, I can see the love, I can feel the love on social media. Every time I share something on social media, it's going viral. And that's the beauty of social media, that you can just literally post something in 1 second and goes to thousands of people around the world in a few minutes. This would not be able with the power of the internet. So a few years back, like Frosini said, I had no idea about network marketing industry. In fact, I saw World Ventures when I was 16 years old. You know, we have joined as a family a few years back. I saw the success with my eyes. I saw people, you know, in Cyprus getting to ranks like crazy in 2-3 months time. And I said, if they can do it, I can do too. Now, I didn't know that 9-10 years down the road, we will be able to, you know, manage to get a team over, I don't know how many people right now, around 60,000 people around the world. But the main thing is that, you know, from nothing, you can get to something if you follow this math system, like George Alogargiastos said, one of my best friends from Greece, Cyprus. So I had no idea about network marketing. I had no idea about traveling. And in fact, I had no idea about social media. Now, some of you, you may laugh because I still can't believe it that I had a smartphone when I was 16, 18, 20 years old, and I was using it stupidly. So I had a smartphone and I was using it stupidly. And in fact, I was ashamed because this is a smartphone. It's meant to be used with a smart way. And I didn't know what a smartphone can do. I didn't know that it's a smart phone. I thought just, just a name of the phone. So I didn't know that you can book your holidays through your smartphone. I didn't know that you can go to the WV mobile app and, this is pro right now. And see your team, how it's growing, the money you are making, the binary tree that is growing. I didn't know that from a smartphone, you can listen, the newest podcast of Frosini, who is rocking around the world and, being mentoring by people that they have what we want. And in fact, I started using my smartphone with a smart way. I didn't know that you can see your bank account because when I was 16 years old and I saw All Ventures, I had no bank account. So getting to the IMD rank by 22 years old, it will not be possible with leaders like Efrosini, Stavros, George, Glenda, Jetta, Razvan for pushing us along the way. Octavian, one of the greatest leaders we have in this company. And along the journey, we met with Melody and then new people like Marius and Stefania. And I am telling their names and I feel like they are in not only in the World Ventures tree, but in my family tree. That's how I feel when I mention those names. So I couldn't believe what a smartphone can do to my life and to my business. And today I'll talk to you very quickly, just a few key points about social media. One of my favorite parts of the industry that I've been doing for 5-6 years consistently and creating professional content for people out there, trying to motivate as much as possible. Being famous on social media is like being rich in Monopoly. Social media is a fake world. And I want you to understand this. We don't want to be travel influencers that the hotels are paying our stay for 3-4 days when they decide, right, and go for free so we can promote the hotel. What we want to do is get stupid rich so we can book a hotel anytime we want and go there, get there, promote it, but without getting paid, because we get paid tons of money from World Ventures being a representative and having our network around the world. So what I want you to understand, we don't see social media becoming a travel influencer or a blogger, or you saw what's happening right now when people couldn't travel for 2 years. All the travel influencers, they disappeared eventually, but the entrepreneurs, they stayed here. The financial advisors, they stayed here. The public speakers, they stayed here. So we have to do with cold market and hot market in the same time. Hot market are the people you know their first name, are the people you know their story, are the people in your family, in your close circle. And cold market are the people that you don't know. Probably people they see in the supermarket. You remember their face, but you don't remember their name. That's the cold market. Now, don't take me wrong. I don't want you to believe that with hot market, you can do it. Yes, you can do it. We became, in fact, national marketing directors with my father with hot market. We had no idea about social media until we get to the national marketing director rank. So it's not a fact that will let you back from success, but it's a fact that can help you explode your business. It's a fact that can help you, is a tool that can help you expand your business in all over the world. Because for me, if you want to do network marketing, but you are selling the membership only to people on the back door of your house, then this is marketing. You try to sell a product, you try to sell something around your city. But what means network marketing for real is getting paid while you sleep, which means I am living in Cyprus, I'm living in Romania, I have a big team, I have big family in Australia, I have big family in New York, I have a big family in the US, and I make money while I sleep. That's the long-term vision that Frosini and all the great leaders before they talk about residual income, money that comes in every single month, even if you work or not. Now, we don't want to be retired through World Ventures. We want to be tired of working and helping people around the world to be retired. I want you to understand this. If you want to be retired, you will make, a small amount of money. Yes, you can make money while you sleep, but we don't want to be retired. We want to be tired by helping people around the world get to their goals and their dreams, like Cesar said before. So what I'm talking to you is cold market and hot market. You need to be committed to learn new skills. So people are watching you no matter what. Everybody you connect on social media, they are watching you. So one of my best friends, Marius, always says, some will, some won't, some watch. There is no what for me. Some will still watch you. And when they see that you get to the results, they will join you eventually. I have 3 people right now waiting for me to find 5-10 minutes to register them in the system. You know how I met them? Through social media. I didn't know them before. Why I met them through social media? Why they met with me and not with some of you guys? Because that's the gap between social media and not being visible. Now, Stavros Zenonos at one of the latest trainings on the stage, he said, if you are in a war and you have all the weapons, you can fight, right? But if you use all your weapons at once, they will kill you. So what you need to do is to use every weapon at a time, every weapon, just one weapon at a time. But what you don't use, you lose, right? So there are so many companies out there that there are so many entrepreneurs, there are so many, network marketeers that they are tired of selling products. And they want to come and travel with us. Guess who they will find and join his team and create a team of thousands of people around the world? Who is visible? They will find who is visible. So as I was telling you, everybody on social media can fake it till they make it. I'm not saying go and fake your lifestyle. No, just get to the specific rank, like Melody told you the plan, like your uplines tells you what to do. And just after this, you can just explode your business through social media. Right now, the biggest amount of our paycheck comes from people I didn't know before I joined World Ventures. I didn't know, in fact, for the last 2-3 years, I met so many people through social media. And what we are doing now, Instagram, for me, is one of the greatest tools in the history of the world to attract new leads and transmit them to customers, transform them to customers, so you can build your network in many countries that probably you wish to start a new team. When I found out a few years back that France and Switzerland are 2 of the most, let's say, wealthiest countries in the world, I went on Facebook and I found the page of Switzerland that thousands and millions of followers, and I started liking people's picture. Now, it didn't came from this, but it came from somewhere else, from another trip, from another thing, and we started a team in these countries. So what Frosini said, and Melody, that numbers loves me and I love the numbers, is true. You need to believe that will happen before it happens. So what are we doing on social media? Number 1, you can write this down. We create curiosity. Every post you do, every picture you do, every share you do, if you find people there like George Alogargastos, who is jumping off the planes, just share it. Explain people and talk to people about fear. If you see like a Frosini launching a new podcast, just share it and edify and leverage a Frosini, because Luke Harty says there's always the next level. So leverage someone else, share other stories, let your people, your followers see other success if you don't have the success you want right now. So leverage other people, make friends, be likable, like other people post, comment, hey, be always nice with people, treat people how you want people to treat you. That's the social media world and the real world. Now invite them on a Zoom call, super easy. Right now, we are everybody at home, at least some countries, some are out of quarantine time, and show them what we have. Get them in, duplicate them. Like Jeda said, get them in, do the closing, edify somebody else so they can share their story to give you a testimonial. And then after you get them on the game, you do what you need to do. In the next 24 to 48 hours, you manage to launch their business. What that means, when you get someone in another country, like let's say we have people right now watching from Italy or Australia or New Caledonia, what you need them to do is to get a team of 10, 20 people, set them a goal, set them an expectation. And when they reach this goal, you get to the next flight. Don't tell people like Glenda said. I said to Vaidiare, when you get one, I come there. What if she said, yes, but it's only one. I just make $50. I just made $10. There is no rule about building a team in another country. I'm just telling you. Some people went there with 0 prospects. I did this. Right now, I have one of the biggest teams in the world, starting from cold market without knowing anybody in the country that I went. There are some people, they built a team of 20, 30 people in another country before they flew there. There are some other, there is not a rule. When some people, you have this question, I know you have this question, when is the right time to jump on the plane and go to another country and build? The right time is when you decide is the right time. There is never a right time in the world. Because what if you say, I will wait until the right time, and then God decides to take you off this world and you are done? That is not the right time. The right time is when you decide, right now, I am enough. Is right now is the time. And you get to this country and you need to trust yourself. Millions of people right now, they lost their job. They lost their hope. Like Frosini said, when we launched Greece 3 years ago, right? When we launched Greece, we had to give them a hope. And we get a team in Greece, over 30,000 people in just around 200 days. How is that possible? Because we gave them a hope. We showed them that if not this, then what? And if not now, then when? When other people were able to take from their bank account in Greece around $40 and $60 per day, we were able to take $2,000 because we had a Pioneer card that we can go to any bank in the world and take $2,000 every single day. How is that possible? Because our bank is in the US, it's Pioneer. It has nothing to do with the Greek government. So what I want you to understand is the system is really smart. And if we use it, if we get as many people as possible through social media and we're online and we get them offline, we show them the deal, we show them how it works. They get to a specific numbers of people, and then I take the next plane and I jump there. If you trust yourself, if you trust your trainer, if you don't trust yourself, bring someone else with you. If I wouldn't trust myself and my upline is George Algariastos, I know this guy is like, I don't call him George, I call him like a spirit, like a fire. You just throw this guy in a country and the country explodes. I don't like to use these words, but I mean, explodes by results. So what I'm saying to you is trust the leaders around you, trust the system around you, create curiosity, make friends, be likable. Don't just go out and say, you know, hey, you are broke, you are poor, you are, no, be likable. Would you like people to tell you, hey, you are broke? Will you like people to say, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that? So give hope to people, give, you know, power to people, give them the strength to believe in themselves. Gael said before that Melody believed in her. And I'm telling you, I believe in you too. I believe in every single one of you who is watching us right now on this call. You know why? You know why? Because if a guy from Cyprus at 16 years old saw an opportunity like this, jump on board right now at 25 years old, having a family, because other people will have a family in Cyprus at 30, 35 years old. You know why? Because that's the system. The system they put, go to school, right? Go to university, get a job, and then go back and work for 40 years in your life. And I'm just telling you, I just didn't want to follow the system. Yes, it works. Yes, it works, because Alvarez said about retirement, that you save some money every single month and you get them in retirement. But I'm just telling you, network marketing maybe is not perfect, but it's better. Why is better? Because at 25 years old, I was able to have a family and have a small daughter and being home every single day, even in guaranteed time, even in non-guaranteed time. It doesn't matter, because for me, it's guaranteed that I will stay home because I worked my ass off the last years and I put in the work. I didn't put in the work on social media. Don't see myself right now after 9 years that I love social media and I'm posting pictures every single day and I have time for that. In the beginning, I had no time for anything. I had just to put down my head. Sometimes I was driving in Cyprus with without license to drive because my drive was bigger than the excuses. So if, like George said before, you need to go to the boot camp. Why? Because your dreams worth more than $50, the tickets of this boot camp. Your dreams worth more than $1,000 of getting from Réunion Island to, you know, whatever will be the view from the edge in November. I'm just telling you, your dreams worth more, and you really deserve it. You know you deserve it. If you wake up this morning, if what wake you up this morning is because he wants to give you more, but most of you guys, you are afraid to ask for more. So go on social media and be visible. Show your lifestyle. Get this YouTube here picture like Lou Harty said in the beginning. So I'm just telling, it works. There are people who reach out to you for every reason that they want help. Maybe they want help for their social media. Maybe they want help for their family. Maybe they want help for everything that they will ask you for. We help people because of what they want. So millions of people right now, they are begging, they are praying to find an opportunity. And we've got this. We have this opportunity. The next speaker that is going to come, I'm just telling you, is one of my favorite persons in this planet. And Efrosini will bring him up right now. But if you listen to all the trainers 100%, I want you to give, you know, the 1,000% of your attention to this speaker. Because if we did this once, twice, some people 3 times, this gentleman did it 4 times. And right now he's working harder than ever before. You know why? Because he knows that if not this, then what? And if not now, then when? Thank you guys. God bless you. And let's do this together as one big team. Let's go.
Something, you were phenomenal, my friend. Thank you for that awesome contribution. And guys, you heard it. I mean, this fire. Tell me if you know many other 25-year-olds that speak with such wisdom, with such clarity in terms of what they want to achieve in their life. And I'll tell you what, guys, that is the end result of the leadership factory that we have within World Ventures. What I said at the beginning, we're a personal development company wrapped around in travel. Travel appeals to the masses, but if you want to build the business, you got to get good at building people. And when you get good at building people, then our leaders build other people. And I can't think of a better way to literally introduce this next speaker. This next individual was one of the first people that inspired me in 2009 when I went to my first training. He probably doesn't know this because at the time it was my first training. I was a few days into the business. And I remember walking into a room of 1,000 people in Los Angeles and Burbank. And I thought back then 1,000 people was like, wow, this is such a big event. And he was up on stage and he was talking about the freedom lifestyle. He was talking about the fact that before World Ventures, he was an anesthesiologist working ridiculous amounts of hours. But because of this company, it enabled him to get his time back. It enabled him to walk away from a career that is literally one of the most well-paid careers in the world. But unfortunately, in our world, sometimes you can make really good money from a job, but it comes at the cost of something else. And because of our company, he made the decision that now that he's got freedom, that him and his beautiful wife were able to adopt a little baby boy and become a family, something that would not have been really possible had it not been for our company. And I remember listening to this story, and I was sitting in the audience. I was just a nobody at the time, and listened to his story, and I thought, wow, like not only his life changed, but his family's life, his little boy's life, and thousands of other people that are now being inspired because of this gentleman. But there's one of the many things that I really respect about this individual is that when he got to IMD, his belief is that it's not just about getting to a certain level, but it's about how many other people you can help to get to that level as well. So he keeps on leading the way from the front. He's there in the trenches. Even now, he'll probably share with you in his story. Recently, he had some big challenges that for good reason, he may have actually had to miss a season. But even though he had some difficult challenges, he was there at the events, always serving. And he's not financially incentivized in order to support us, to help us, but many times he's come on calls, many times he's come over and trained in different markets because he loves helping other people. So I'm very excited, I'm very privileged to host and bring this individual up who's a quadruple IMD in our company, one of the founding members, one of the gentlemen that paved the way for the rest of us to follow. Quadruple IMD, Mr. Troy Brown, we're ready for you.
All right. Can you hear me, Efrosini?
Perfectly.
Am I on the screen yet? There we go. There we go. Hello, everybody. Troy Brown here. Efrosini, thank you so much for that. I appreciate the introduction. I'm here in Oklahoma in the United States, and I know we got people from around the world on this call, and I'm excited to be here. I'm just like you, a lot of you, I've been kind of in my home, in my office for the last couple of months doing our business, and that's one of the great things about our business is that we can do it from right here. Now, I can't wait to get back amongst the people because we are in the people business. We are in the relationship business, and that's what I love doing about this business. I love being around the people. And you know what's crazy about that is I'm kind of really an introvert by nature. You know, if I'm just in crowds of people, it's not what I like to do, but I love being in families of people. And this is a family. And no matter where I go around the world, this is a family, and that I enjoy. I don't enjoy crowds, but I enjoy family. And, you know, when I come to Europe, that's my family. When I go to Asia, that's my family. When I go to Africa, that's my family. All around the world with World Ventures. And, you know, Efrosini kind of said, I've been around this thing since the beginning. You know, if you don't know, I've been here almost 15 years now. And that sounds great. If you're new and you're thinking, wow, that's great. He got to be here in the beginning. He's so lucky. No, that's not the way it was. See, it was a startup. It didn't have the things we see today. It wasn't the company that we see today. It was a lot of potential there with a lot of great people, with Wayne leading the way, Wayne Nugent, our founder, leading the way. And I remember going to that first introduction meeting about what this was all about. They kind of launched the company in Las Vegas, Nevada. And there was about 500 people there. And I happened to be one of them. And the way I got there is I knew somebody who knew Wayne Nugent. And through them, I'd been introduced to Wayne a couple of years prior to that. And so I got invited to come look at this ideal. And I remember Wayne sitting on the stage, first ever World Ventures meeting, and laying out the vision of what this company was going to be. And he would say stuff like this. He would stand on that stage. About 500 people were in the audience, about 500. And he would say, man, someday we're going to have these things called dream trips. And we're going to take a trip of a lifetime monthly. That was his pitch, a trip of a lifetime monthly. And we were like, and he told us what it was going to be all like, what the trips were going to be like. We're going to have a host, we're going to have culture, we're going to have all this stuff. We're like, that is incredible. Where are we going? And he said, we don't have any yet, but we will. And then he said, we're going to have a website where you can book other types of travel. If you want to go to a hotel, you need to rent a car, you can have that too. We're like, that's awesome. What's the name of that website? We don't have that yet either. And see, he stood up there and laid out the vision of this company. See, and that's why I like to tell that story, because it's about vision. See, we're 14 and a half, almost 15 years old. And do you have the vision to go to the next level with this company? Because back then there were 500 people that could have really taken advantage of this. They could have really taken, but see, we didn't have everything in place. Not everything went right. Let me give you a clue. For the rest of your life, in everything you do, not everything's going to go right. And that's where a lot of people pack up before the good things happen. See, those 500 people, a lot of them packed it up. They aren't here today. In fact, I don't know out of the 500 how many are here, but I'm pretty sure it's less than 50. So there's 500 people. sitting in a room with a company that's getting ready to launch, that's getting ready to do billions of dollars. We have done billions of dollars since then. There's 500 people sitting in a room with a company that's getting ready to get on the Inc. 5000, top 15%. There's 500 people sitting in a room with a company that's getting ready to be the largest travel club in the world, but nobody knows it right then because they didn't have the vision. But there was a guy on stage named Wayne that had this vision. And some of us caught the vision with him. And some of us came out of there and got rich. See, there were names in there. There were people in there like Jefferson Santos. He caught the vision. Martin Ruoff, he caught the vision. Carrie and Leisha Snyder, they caught the vision. Byron Straub, he caught the vision. But see, there was a guy named Danny Garcia. He didn't catch the vision. Danny was probably the most talented guy in that room. He didn't catch the vision. What is he doing today? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard. I haven't seen anything big. But I know this: talent, potential. And see, without vision, potential and talent means nothing. So here's what I'm saying is, where are we going from here? See, because my story was this. I had, everything he kind of said it. When I saw this idea, I was in a little different situation than a lot of people that were in that room. My situation was, I was already making a lot of money. Anesthesia is the highest paid profession in America. Has been for years and years. I own that practice. So I was making a lot of money, but as Efrosini said, it came at a price. I had no time. I was working 80 to 100 hours a week. I was on call 24/7. And by law, because we had a labor and delivery department in that hospital, by law, I couldn't get more than 20 minutes from the hospital. That was my life, making tons of money, tons of money. Let me ask you a question. What good is money if you have no time? And so when I sat there and Wayne put the vision out, for me, I started thinking, what if? Because he started talking about this thing called residual income. And it's different than the residual income. A residual dollar is different than a dollar. And he started talking about how a residual dollar was different than a dollar. That if I do it one time and do it right and it'll keep paying me over and over and over and over again. You know what happened? That was almost 15 years ago. There was stuff that happened right out of that meeting. I went and recruited some people into this business. I still get paid for that today, almost 15 years later. See, by contrast, I did a lot of anesthesia 15 years ago. And guess how much I get paid for that today? Nothing. See, that's trading time for dollars. I wanted residual income. That's what happened. So I went to work. Came out of there, caught the vision, man, went to work. And about 18 months into this, okay, I'm already an IMD. I went IMD in 12 months. 12 months later, I'm an IMD. But you know what? I'm still working anesthesia full time. People ask me all the time, why were you still working anesthesia full time? Two reasons. Number one, if you're a fan of Jim Rohn, he always says, don't give up your story too early. See, I had a good story. I'm working 80 and 100 hours a week and I went IMD. See, I didn't want to give that story up too early. But then the second reason, and this one is the real reason, I'm making a lot of money. It took a lot of money to replace that. See, I couldn't just give it up making $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month, $20,000 a month. I couldn't give up anesthesia. I had to make more. I had to make more than that. So I'm IMD, and at 18 months in, Efrosini kind of said this. See, I'm in World Ventures. I am all in. But World Ventures isn't in me yet. I'm still, at this point, I'm an IMD, and I'm still the guy that if you ask me who I am, I'm the anesthesia guy doing this travel thing on the side. That's who I was. Because World Ventures wasn't in here yet. See, but then about 18 months in, a little before that, something happened. My wife and I adopted a baby. And man, it changed everything for me. Because what I started seeing was this vision. I started getting this vision in my head of what my life could look like, what I could do differently. Because if I didn't quit doing anesthesia, if I still had to do anesthesia, I was still going to work 1,800 hours a week, and my wife was going to raise that baby that we waited so long to have. My wife was, see, I wanted to raise that kid full time. You know what I did yesterday? He's 12 years old now. What I did yesterday is I took him, we have 6,000 acres out here in Oklahoma that we hunt and fish and do stuff on. I took him, his best friend, and my wife, and we went out there all day on and got dirty and fished on a pond. I don't know if you know, a little pond out there. We fished all day on a little bitty boat. Oh, we got a big boat, but see, what I like to do is get away where nobody is and with my family and raise my child full time. Teach them the lessons of life. Just soak that up, man. Because see, we're not promised every day, are we? We're not promised tomorrow. We're not promised anything. And so I want to make every day count. And I think that's what you want. So we adopted that baby and my heart changed. See, World Ventures became here. And here changed too, because before that, I was the anesthesia guy doing the travel thing. And when it got in my heart, I became the travel guy doing the anesthesia thing part-time. And I couldn't wait to get rid of it. And 18 months, just over 18 months into it, I started making enough money here that I was able to say, time for me to walk away. I walked away from anesthesia 18 months in. I haven't done an anesthetic in over 12 years now. Life has radically been different. Oh, you know, we still make money. We still make a lot of money with World Ventures. But see, the difference is now I can go to the farm. I can go fishing when I want. I can go raise my kid full time when I want. See, this is what I want. And so what I'm saying to you is, do you have that vision from right now, where we are today? See, this pandemic has kind of screwed with everybody's head. And then, travel. I'm going to give you some reasons. Okay, I'm going to give you some reasons. Travel. Well, nobody's traveling right now. I just went to the airport and nobody is even there. You're talking about, do you have the vision? Because travel is the largest industry in the world. It ain't going nowhere. This too shall pass. Do you have the vision to take it from where it is right now to where we're going in the next 5, 10 years? See, where we're going is we're becoming the biggest and the best. There's going to be nobody bigger than us in this industry, nobody. And so do you have that vision? And so, see, when I go around the country and people are starting teams, it's crazy. It doesn't matter if I'm in Europe. It doesn't matter if I'm in Asia, Australia, Africa, the United States, Canada. It doesn't matter where I go. I get the same questions over and over. And one of them that I get almost every single time I go somewhere, here somebody will kind of come up to me and kind of say, hey, Troy, what do I do to motivate my team? You ever heard that one? What do I do to motivate my team? Man, I'm ready to go. What do I do? What do I say? What do I say to motivate my team? Let me just tell you this. I've done this almost 15 years. I don't know what to say to motivate your team. I haven't figured it out. I don't think Eric Grisbowski knows what to say to motivate. I don't think Efrosini knows what to say to motivate her team. I don't think Stavros knows. I don't think Sasha knows. I don't think any of these, Glenda knows. I don't think anybody knows what to say to motivate their team. See, it's not what you say to motivate your team, it's what you do. See, 15 years ago, I figured it out. Is that I was trying to get people to do the things I wanted them to do, and they just wouldn't do it. And then all of a sudden, I got frustrated, and I just went to work, put my head down, and went to work, and didn't care what anybody else was doing at that. And you know what I saw? People started following me. When I started really going at it and saying, it's up to me, people started following. It's my actions that motivate people. It's not what I say, it's my actions. People don't do what you say, they do what you do. Okay? Now, what is the action? What is the action that makes a difference? Again, I'm going to try to simplify this as much as I can. What's the action, Troy? Okay, you're talking about my action. So I've got everything organized. I'm making my post every day. Whatever. You're doing all this other stuff. I've got my flow charts. I'm doing. It doesn't matter. None of that matters if you're not doing one thing over and over again. You know what it is? Show another one. Who you showing today? Who's showing 3 times a day? Who's showing 5 times a day? Who you show another one? That's the action. When I got my head down and I just started showing people, all of a sudden these people that were standing around, they were watching me showing people, and they started showing people. I told them to show people, but they didn't. But when I just kind of put my head down and went, they went. See, it's the sorting part of this business that makes money for us. Nothing else really makes money. Sorting. We are professional sorters. Now, there's a lot of side things that we do, that make money indirectly. But the money-making activity is sorting through people. Show another one, show another one, show another one. Now, see, this is a formula that you might want to write down. This is the one I've used for 15 years. 15 years ago, I put this up and I said, this is going to be my mantra. This is what I know in everything in my life, whether it was doing anesthesia. I've been successful in most things I've done. And it's not because I'm better than most people. It's because my mindset, for whatever reason, when I was young, I had this mindset. And here's really what it was. Urgency plus consistency over time will get you where you want to go. So let's put it in this way for World Ventures. Urgency plus consistency over time equals IMD. Urgency plus consistency over time equals IMD. Here's what I know. If you leave one of those out, you leave out IMD. So you might want to write that one down. Urgency plus consistency over time equals IMD. Leave one out, leave it all out. See, this is where most people fail. People will be urgent for a short amount of time. People will be urgent sporadically. They won't be urgent consistently over time. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be over time consistency. It's got to be that thing. That's what I've been. That's what most IMDs, if you ask them, that's what got. See, isn't it funny that some IMDs will tell their story and they'll say, you know what? I was in for a year and I didn't do much. And then all of a sudden I made a decision and something changed. You know what changed? Urgency plus consistency over time equals IMD. That's it. So if this is you sitting here and you're trying to make a decision right now and you're saying, okay, what I want to make a decision, I want to do it. Usually the next thing you say is, what do I do to motivate my team? You don't. It's your actions. You don't say anything. You just go to work. Urgency, consistency over time. Showing this thing. Now, if you're going to go to work, doing something, and you're going to put in the kind of work it takes to be IMD, because let me tell you, let me just be real with you. It's hard. It's hard. Because most of you got a job, most of you have other commitments, and you're doing this in the beginning, most of you part-time. And so you got to be urgent and consistent over time, part-time. And you got to make it priority. Remember this? I was the anesthesia guy doing travel on the side. When I became the travel guy doing anesthesia, I'm still working 80 to 100 hours a week. But in my mind, that's my temporary deal. Anesthesia was my temporary deal. Travel, World Ventures was my permanent deal. I changed my mindset. So if you're going to do something like that, I think you want to do it with something that you know is worth doing. I want to get good at something that's worth getting good at. World Ventures is that deal. See, again, I want you to have the vision to know we've done billions of dollars here, but we haven't even scratched the surface. We got so many things getting ready to be big and huge here with us. It's unbelievable. So are you ready to take that next leap? So let's talk about why travel, why World Ventures right now, because, this pandemic thing, like I said earlier, is screwed with a lot of people's head. It's got a lot of people thinking, wow, travel, really? Let me talk to you about a few things. See, you can go on the internet and you can search how many searches of Google is done on a certain topic. So when the pandemic hit, we went and searched how many people are searching for home-based businesses on Google around the world over a 12-month period. So 12 months ago, 12 months before the pandemic, there was a spot of how many searches, or there was a number, how many searches around the world for home-based businesses. And for 12 months, that search, that chart, that graph stayed flatline, same amount for 12 months. Then the pandemic hits, and guess what happened to the amount of searches? A straight up vertical spike. People went crazy searching for home-based businesses. So here's what I'm telling you. See, the pandemic, it's horrible. I hate it. I hate being cooped up here. I can't wait to travel. I can't wait to be on a dream trip with some of you. It sucks. But here's what I'll tell you. It's done some good for us too. I know that people have died, and I'm not downplaying that. And I hate it. I know people have lost their jobs. I know people financially have been hurt. But see, there's going to be some good come out of it. There's going to be a lot of good if you choose. And one of the things that's happening right now, I've been saying it for 3 months since the pandemic's been around. Corona's been around. I've been saying, when this ends, travel's going to explode. It's going to explode. It's the largest, travel's the largest industry in the world, nothing even close, largest industry in the world. And it's that one product that's an inherent yes. I don't have to convince people they want to go see the world God created for them. I don't have to convince your kids they want to go to Disney World. It is an inherent yes. Yes, I want to go. And when we're cooped up in our home and can't see people for the last 3.5 months, it is really an inherent yes. It is a huge inherent yes. And people want to go to a beach. People want to go play golf. People, whatever you want to do, they want to do it. I'm going to prove it to you. If you go look in the last month, something happened in travel that was very significant. And it's what we've been saying. Carnival Cruise Line. See, there's lots of cruise lines, but Carnival's one of those giants, right? And there's lots of other travel places. But Carnival Cruise Line last month opened up their bookings for the month of August. They said, okay, you can go book cruises for August. You want to know what happened? If you haven't seen it, you need to go look at it. Carnival Cruise Line, the month of August, their bookings from last August, okay, they compared last August to this August because they opened it up for the first time. It went up 600% overnight. 600%. Now, it's probably more than that right now, but that was overnight. Their booking, they just flooded the market with bookings. Now, when all these other places open up, that's going to happen there too. See, travel's an inherent yes. And we're the largest travel club in the world. We've done billions of dollars. And in this world of network marketing, there's been a lot of people try to do what we do. And guess what? They haven't done it. There's people trying right now. It's not happening. Now, I'm okay with competition. It makes us better. That's great. But they got 14 years to try to catch up on what we're doing. And travel's very complicated too. Doing what we do. Marrying it with network marketing and travel, that's a complicated business. We've got the deal. So if you're going to get good at something, get good at something we're good at. Now, I want to talk more about the pandemic and just us. Because remember I said, there's only one activity, only real one activity that makes us money. And that's the sorting activity. That's the action. Show another one, show another one. Now, I know you on this right now, there's people from Europe, there's people from everywhere. Africa, Oceania, there's people from everywhere on this call right now. But here's what I know, because I've been around the world doing this. I've talked to you, most of you. I've been around the world, and our system pretty much, we do things different here and there. But your system in Asia, your system in Europe, is just like here in America. For the most part, we were doing, before the pandemic, we were doing live. I know we were doing some Zooms and stuff. We were doing live one-on-ones and two-on-ones. We were doing live travel parties. We were doing live big shop meetings. Okay, that was our system. Now, we threw in some Zooms and some other stuff, but I would say 90-some% of what we did were those three things. Live one-on-one, two-on-one, live travel parties, live big shop meetings. Now, then the pandemic hit. See, I talked at United and I said, you got to be able to adapt. Adaptation is my competitive advantage. I said that at United. That's it's your competitive advantage. If you're able to adapt, it's a competitive advantage. So the pandemic forced us to adapt or we perish. Now, What I saw happen when pandemic happened is I saw some teams that were doing really well. I saw them kind of decline. That's going to happen. They didn't adapt. But I saw some teams that were doing really well even do better. They adapted. You know what I saw though? I saw a bunch of teams. This was crazy. I saw a bunch of teams that weren't doing really well. All of a sudden, when the pandemic hit, they adapted. It was like their decision. They made that decision. They said, okay, I'm going to do it. And they adapted to the new deal. And boom, they took off. Now, what they adapt to? See, live one-on-ones, two-on-ones, travel parties, and big shot meetings. That's what we're doing. But when we adapted during the pandemic, I saw something happen. People adapted right off the bat, most teams, and they started doing Zoom. Now there's webinar jam, whatever you like to do, but I'm going to call them Zooms, and that encompasses everything. They were doing Zoom big shot meetings. And let me explain. I was guilty of this too. I called all my team, my team that I work with on a daily basis. And I said, hey, we're going to start doing team Zooms. So let's call those big shot Zooms. So I had my leaders doing 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, Zooms every day. And we started growing, and those teams caught on. Boom. But then I saw something I didn't like. We adapted, but we didn't adapt good. Remember, before we were doing live one-on-one, two-on-ones, live travel parties, live big shot meetings. When we adapted to the Zoom, because we couldn't do live anymore, we went right to the big shot. I didn't see many of the Zoom one-on-ones and the Zoom travel parties going on. It wasn't happening. And what I saw was only big shot meetings happening. If you don't have the one-on-ones and two-on-ones and travel parties feeding into the big shot meetings, eventually the big shot meetings kind of go down in attendance. They aren't as exciting. They don't have as many new people on them. So I made it another adaptation. You might need to make this one. I called my group up and I said, okay, we got to really focus on something here. We got to focus on Zoom one-on-one, two-on-ones, and travel launch parties. And so my team adjusted, and the ones that I saw adjust, their numbers started spiking again. The ones that didn't adjust, see, it's about adapting. That's all it is. Now, here's why I'm saying this to you. And I said, we are very fortunate in one aspect that the pandemic hit. It forced most of us to start doing Zooms or webinar jams or whatever. See, before this, I can't speak to every country, but I know here in the US, before the pandemic, if I said to most of my friends or most of the people I know, hey, let's jump on a Zoom, they would look at me like I had two heads. They don't know what a Zoom is. They didn't have a clue what a Zoom is. They didn't know how to use it. They didn't have the app downloaded. They didn't have any of it. But today, post-pandemic, 3.5 months later, I say to those same people, hey, let's jump on a Zoom. They know exactly how to do it. You know why? Because their work is having them use Zoom. Their kids are using it to do schoolwork. They've all adapted to Zoom. See, this fits us very well. So here's what I'm saying. This too shall pass. We're getting ready to come out of the pandemic. We already started it. We're coming out of the pandemic. But remember, coming out of this pandemic, you're going to have to adjust it again. We're going to go back to live, but are you going to keep the Zoom arsenal in your weapon book? Of course you are. Of course you are. So how do you adapt to do it all? Because remember, I believe this with everything in me. We are still the personal relationship business. Oh, we can build on Zoom, but where's the culture? Where's that personal touch? See, if you've been to a World Ventures event, a big event, if you went to the last big event in Europe, you got to know there's a lot of culture there. You got to know that when you get there, there's a family there, isn't there? See, if you haven't been to one yet, you need to go. Boot camp's coming up, by the way. Boot camp's coming up. I know it's virtual, but it's coming up. And it's just as important. And the family ship happens even there. See, I'll tell you something about that. WhatsApp groups while you're doing the virtual events are awesome for your team. Have your WhatsApp going while the event's going on. It's awesome. Now, so adjusting back to those Zooms. Now we're adjusting. We got it adapted. So I want you to really think about one-on-one Zooms, travel party Zooms, not just the big shot Zooms right now. Then adapting when it all comes back. We're not going to just get rid of Zooms, or we're not going to just do only Zooms. We're going to do it all. We're going to do the live one-on-ones, 201s. We're going to do the Zoom one-on-ones, 201s. We're going to do the live travel parties, launch parties. We're going to do the Zoom launch party, live party, travel parties. And we're going to do the live big shot meetings and the Zoom big shot meetings. We're going to do it all. And see, if you're the team or the teams that adapt, you win the biggest. If you show the most action, Troy, what do I do? What do I say? You show your team. Here's the action. This is what we do. Now, let's go back to boot camp. Now we're showing. Now we got a team going. Now we got people coming on. And what do we do? Troy, what do I do to get them motivated? Well, it's your action. First of all, I hope you're already signed up for boot camp. If you're not signed up, if you're wanting to lead, if you're wanting to change your life right now, and you're not already signed up for boot camp, you're missing it. You're missing the boat. Let me tell you why, man. Because when I'm talking to my team, and this has been for 15 years, 14 years, I didn't go to my first event. I'll talk about that here a little bit. If you aren't the first one signed up, so you can say to your team, and let's say your team is 2 people. If you can't say to those 2 people, I'm going, or you going, I'm already signed up, or you signed up, how are you going to promote this? See, look, if some of you are like me, and I hope nobody's like me when I was in the beginning. Remember, I wanted it here, but I didn't have it here yet. And I remember when I got the first event was promoted. And I remember thinking to myself, they promoted it and they told us why we need to go. I was on this call. I remember thinking to myself, I don't need to go to that training. I've been to all kinds of trainings. I don't need it. I don't need it. In fact, I don't need to go listen to somebody else. Who's this Marcus Setta guy? I don't need to go listen to some Marcus Setta guy. I don't even know who that is. I'm not going. And I didn't go. And see, I'm working hard. I got my work ethic. I got one thing going for me. I got a good work ethic. I'll go to work. So I thought, I'm just going to outwork everybody. Well, they're out playing and going to some party. That's what I thought, some party training deal, because they said it was going to be fun. I'm like, you can't have fun at a training. I'm not going to go fun. I'm not doing that. It's Marcus Setta guy. I don't need to listen to him. So I thought, I'm just going to outwork them. While they're playing, I'm going to work. So I worked. And you know what? I had success. I had a lot of credibility with the people around me, so I was having success. And then right after that training, I was still having success, but then I would get on these calls that we had. Remember, we had these calls, kind of like this call. And I started hearing about people that were outrunning me. I knew of them. I'd met them one time. Remember the launch deal? I'd met a few people, and I heard about this one guy. And I'm like, they kept talking about him on these calls and how his team was exploding. And he was like, and they started giving numbers. I'm like, what? I know he's not outworking me. He might be as smart as me, but he's not smarter than me. What's he doing? So I had his number. I met him at that launch event. You know, when we all went, the 500 people went, I met him there. So I called him up. I said, hey man, what are you doing? What's going on that's making your team explode like this? And he goes, Troy, he goes, it's the craziest thing. This is crazy. He goes, you know, I wasn't going to go to the training. And he said, right before the day, 2 days before the training, the owner of the company called me up and I answered. And he said, when I answered, the first thing he said to me, he goes, hey, I can't wait to see you at the training. You're going to be there, right? And he said, Troy, I lied. He said, yeah, I'm going to be there. I wasn't going. He goes, but I lied to him. I said, yeah, I'll be there. I'll see you. He said, I hung up and I'm like, man, I got to go now. I got to go to this training. So he said, I went and he said, I lived in Los Angeles. The training was in Dallas. I had to go get a flight. It was the day before. So he called me that 2 nights before. The next day I had to go get the flight. He said, it cost me a lot of money. He goes, Troy, you know, I didn't have the money. I was a waiter. I waited tables. He goes, I didn't have the money. I put it on a credit card. He said, but I went to that training, and he goes, I had nobody on my team there. I was the only one on my team. He said, and I went there, and the whole time I was listening to this Mark Aceta guy, he said, the only thing I could think of was, I'm an idiot. I sat there the whole training, and I took notes, but the whole time I just thought, I'm an idiot. And I said, what do you mean you're an idiot? He goes, all I could think about is, I'm listening to the greatest training I've ever been to. I've never experienced anything like this, and I'm the only one sitting here on my team. He said, what an idiot I was. I didn't take anybody on my team. He said, so what I did, Troy, when I got done with that training, I flew home, and I had an emergency call with my entire team. And he goes, my team wasn't very big at that point, but I called every one of them, and I apologized to them. I said, listen, I made a huge mistake. I should have tried to convince every one of you to go to that training with me. He said it was so incredible. And he said, I apologized to every one of them. And he goes, Troy, the next training, I took a bunch of people. He goes, and that's when it exploded. He goes, I took a lot of people. He goes, for example, I took this one couple. I just met them. I didn't know them very long. I called them up and said, sorry, you guys, I missed it. You guys need to go this next training with me. He said they went, and they came home, and they put in 400 people the next month. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, I guess. I said, what is their name? He said, Dave and Yvette Yaloa. If you don't know their IMDs today. The guy that's telling me the story, his name was Martin Ruoff, waiter from California. And I haven't missed a training since that day. See, Martin told me a story that changed his life and changed his business and changed his family tree forever. And because of that story, it changed my family tree forever. See, this is what we do. I haven't missed a training since. I'm the first one signed up every time because I want to look you right in the eye and say, I'm going. You going? See, that's what got Martin there. If the owner hadn't called him, I don't know. If the owner hadn't called Martin, I might not be sitting here right now because that story was a big part of my story. And so boot camp's coming up. And yeah, it's virtual. And yeah, I wish it was going to be live because I love being around family. I told you I'm an introvert, don't want to be around groups of people, but I love coming to our events. I love being around you. See, because we're a family. We got something in common. We got a common goal we're going to. I got something inside of me that I think I can give to you. And so at your boot camp, you have Mark Aceta. Yeah, he's not there with you, but he's going to be with you. It's a guy that changed my life. I was just with him 2 days ago. And I got to tell you something about Mark right now. See, Mark's always good. He's always on his game. There's something different about Mark right now. See, he's like the rest of us. He can't wait to get out and get going again and go. And so he's got like a renewed energy that I haven't seen in a while. And listen, Mark's the best of the best of the best. But I'm telling you right now, he's on his game. And he's brought some trainers to this Europe boot camp. He's got two of my favorite. I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say, I hear people say this is my favorite trainer. I'm going to say it this way. The next two guys I'm going to talk about, they're both in my top 5 of trainers I like to listen to in World Ventures. Okay. My top 5. I'm putting both these guys in my top 5. Matt Morris, top 5 for me. See, you brought the screen up. Matt Morris, top 5. He's the ultimate pro, the unemployed millionaire. You guys have heard his story. It's an incredible story. He brings something, and if you haven't heard Matt speak, he just brings something special to the table that's incredible. And so Matt's one of your trainers. He's got one of the largest teams in all of World Ventures. He goes around the world speaking. He's the pros pro. If you want to know how to do this, Matt's going to be in there teaching. One of my top 5. But along with him, Eric Grisbowski, special place in my heart. Eric, he's actually on my team. But here's the thing a lot of people don't know about Eric. In the very beginning, Eric and I worked a lot together. So when I watch Eric, man, there's stuff that I see from those early years that, that's from early years. And I remember Eric this is another story about training, okay? I remember being at a training early on. And Eric Grzybowski had had some success. He was either like an R&D, NMD type person. And we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at an event. And I look over, I'm in the back because I'm training at that event. And I look over, Eric's not a trainer yet. And I see Eric standing in the back of the room in the corner by himself. And I can tell there's something not right. And I was listening to one of my team members who had just hit a big rank do their story up on stage. And I'm listening and Eric's listening. But I can tell there's something not right. And I walk over to Eric and I say, hey, what's up, man? And he looked at me with a different look that I'd ever seen in his eye. And here's what he said. He goes, I'm either getting ready to really do this thing or I'm quitting. He goes, I'm not going to play around with this anymore. I'm either going to do it or I'm quitting. He goes, but I'm going to go do it. And he left that event. He flew to Chicago and he sponsored one of his high school buddies named Roscoe Taylor. And today that team, it's called Team Rhino. I don't know how many are on that team, but there's, I'd say over 100,000 easily. And I'm probably not even close to that. But Eric, since that day, has become a beast like I've never seen. He always had this special thing inside of him, but that day changed him. And I'm telling you, when you hear Eric train, when you get to hear him train, and he gets to bring what I was just with Eric too. I just sat with Eric and talked to him about some of the stuff I just talked about. He is so dialed in right now. And you guys have Mark Casetta, Matt Morris, and Eric Grzybowski. And then on top of that, somebody that I just met, in fact, I got to train with for the first time, Batiari. I got to train with her at Momentum in the U.S. We brought her into the U.S. Listen, I knew who she was, but I didn't know anything about her. I knew she was having big success. And I was like, okay, I asked Mark, okay, who is she? Where's she from? What? And he told me. I knew her name and I knew she was having success. And he goes, man, get ready. You're going to be blown away. I'm going to tell you what, man. She got on that stage and she owned it. And so for you guys in Europe, she told a story about how she got to where she's going, and she was incredible. And so for you guys in Europe to have Mark Casetta, Matt Morris, Eric Grzybowski, and Batiari, come on. If you're not signed up right now, you got to get signed up right now because this is our business. This is what we do. See, so let me close with saying this. All these things I talked about sound easy to do. Hey, lead with action. What's your action? Show another one. Do it until people start following you. And then when they start following you, get them to events. This is all easy. It's not easy. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. I keep doing it. People say, Troy, but I didn't get all my team to the event. Me either. I don't need them all. I just need the right ones. I need another one today. I need to get another one to the event today. But here's what keeps driving me to go show another one and get another one to the event. It's the dream. See, I had a dream 14 years ago, 15 years ago. I shared that dream with you. I wanted to raise my child full time. I wanted to go fishing yesterday. I wanted to do that. That was my dream. But see, I got new dreams. I got these dreams. And see, the dream doesn't matter until it just hurts when you think about it. It's got to be so burning desire inside of you that it hurts, man. And if you have that dream that's big enough that the obstacles don't get in the way, your dream's so big that when that obstacle comes, because the obstacle is coming, when it gets so big it doesn't bother you, then you can have the prize on the other side. So you got the dream and you got the prize. But in the middle, between those two, is always the obstacle, which creates the struggle, which creates people quitting. The dream, the prize, obstacle in the middle. You got obstacles. I got obstacles. Is your dream big enough? The obstacle doesn't matter. See, that's what you got to know. That's what keeps you going day after day after day. That's what gets you to the next level. That's what gets you to be Eric Grzybowski. That's what gets you to be Matt Morris. That's what gets you to be Batiari. If you don't have the dream, you ain't got a shot because the struggle is coming. I don't know what your struggle is. I'm working a lot of hours. That was mine. It's a struggle. Hey, Troy, I'm only 18 years old. Nobody will listen to me. That's a struggle. Hey, Troy, whatever. I'm financially, that's a struggle. I don't know what your struggle is, but I know you got one. If you don't have one right now, you're going to have one along the way to IND. That's just the way it is. Okay. So, is your dream big enough? Let me just tell you this one thing. See, my son, I told you I want to raise him full time. I remember this just not too long ago. He came home from school. This is the prize for me. This is the prize. That's what I wanted. My son comes home from school. And he goes, "Hey, Dad, I got to do a speech at school." I go, "Oh, okay, cool. Sure. What are you going to do the speech on?" He goes, "Well, teacher said it's got to be about somebody famous, and I got to act like I'm them. I'm doing the speech like I'm them." And I go, "Well, who she say you got to do it on?" She goes, "I can do it on anybody except they got to be famous." And he said, "They got to be dead or almost dead." Now, I don't know what almost dead is, but that's what my son said. They got to be dead, or they got to be famous and dead or almost dead. I said, "Well, who are you going to do it on?" He goes, "I don't know." He said, "Who should I do it on?" That I said, "I'm not picking, you pick." So the next day he comes home and he goes, "I got it. I know who I'm going to do my talk on." I said, "Who, Trick?" He said, "Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King." I said, "That's awesome." Now, I don't know how he picked Dr. Martin Luther King. I didn't tell him. He said, "I'm going to do it on Dr. Martin Luther King." I said, "Do you know who Dr. Martin Luther King is? You know about him?" And he goes, "I know a little bit." I said, "Tell me a little bit." And he told me a little bit. And you know what? He knew the basics. I said, "Let's go watch a YouTube video of Dr. Martin Luther King." So we went and watched his speech, "I Have a Dream." We went and watched it, me and my son, and we stopped it and we talk a little bit. "I have a dream. This is my dream." And so I said, so we watched it all. I said, "You got it, Trick?" He goes, "Yeah, go put your speech together." I didn't help him. He went and put together. I'm kind of nervous for him. And then about a week later, they have this event, and all the kids had to come in and do their speech. And I went to the school to watch all the kids. Some of them were this person and that person, but my son was Dr. Martin Luther King. And when he got up there, I was nervous, man. By the way, there was a lot of parents in there, but you know what? There were a lot of moms in there. You know how many dads were in there watching? Because it was middle of the day. You know how many dads were in there? Me. Lots of moms and me. And so Trig went up there, did his speech, and I'm like, and when he got done, man, he was awesome. I was like, "Trig, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you." I said, "I'm so proud of you, Trig. Here's what we're going to do." I said, "Next week, you did so good. Next week, we're skipping school. You're not going to school next week." And his eyes got real big. He goes, "What?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Why?" I said, "Because I'm going to take you to Washington, D.C. Your mom and I and you, we're going to fly to Washington, D.C. And I want you to do that speech again. But this time, I want you to do it on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, right where Dr. Martin Luther King did his speech. I want you to do it right there and experience what he experienced." So we went there. And we went to the Lincoln Memorial right there by the Washington Monument. I showed my son pictures of what happened when Dr. Martin Luther King was there. I said, "Here's where this stood. Here's where he stood." And there's a plaque on the steps. There's a plaque on the Lincoln Memorial that says Dr. Martin Luther King stood right here when he gave the speech. And I said, "Trig, stand right there on that plaque." And I videoed him standing looking right there. And he did that speech. And see, this was the payoff for me. Do you want your kids to read about stuff like that? Or do you want your kids to experience stuff like that? See, if I was still doing anesthesia, I would have read a book to him about Dr. Martin Luther King. But because I did World Ventures, I let him feel it. So how big's your dream? Thanks for having me come on. Appreciate you guys. I can't wait till I get to come to Europe or your part of the world and experience our family together in person and touch and feel and love. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Efrozine. Appreciate you guys. Love you.
Love you too, Troy. We appreciate you. We thank you. I mean, we can't top that, but I'll tell you what, just as a closing statement, Troy, okay, we've given a lot of value to people. They've heard a lot of different stories, and there's probably a lot of people right now that have not experienced a big event yet, and they feel the emotion, they feel the stories, they're almost there. But let's say that they're hungry to build their story and there's something, maybe one more thing holding them back, what's a closing statement of an action step for those new people that this is their first experience they've had of any type of training of World Ventures for the next 24, 48 hours for them to take what they've just learned and apply straight away and create a different story?
Well, Efrosini, when I'm promoting an event, and I just did it with you guys, and this is what I do. It's just natural for me. I don't promote the event, I promote the people. So if you go back to what I just said to you guys, and this is what I would do if I were you, I would go, because you can find them. I would, if you're on this call right now and you're like, I want to get more people on my team there, I would go watch or listen to an audio or watch something of Matt Morris. I would go listen to an audio, watch something of Eric Grzybowski. I would go listen to an audio, watch something of Mark Casetta. I would do the same for Vatiari. And I would get to know them and know their story like it's my story. I would know them and I'd pick something out and I would promote the people and say, this is who we're going to watch. You got to come listen to Matt because, and I would create a story. Facts tell, stories sell. And if I've done one thing right over the last 15 years, I've learned to tell a story. I'm not very good on the facts because the facts really don't matter. Oh, I know what the facts are, but I don't care about the facts. I want to know the story. I want to know the behind it. So I would get real good at knowing their story if you're wanting to get more people there. And if you're trying to convince yourself there, I already said, here's why you need to hear Matt. This is why you need to hear Eric. This is why you need to hear Vatiari. Get the stories down. But more than anything, get signed up today. You, right now, you get signed up.
Perfect. Thank you, Troy. You hit the nail on the head. Appreciate your time. Guys, there you have it. For the first time ever, 16 IMDs. 16 IMDs. And remember, I said to you at the beginning of the training, watch for patterns. There's going to be a lot of IMDs sharing a lot of stories, which said at the beginning, but there's going to be a consistent theme. And if you guys didn't pick up on that, one of the biggest consistent themes throughout the whole training is grow yourself. Grow yourself. You grow yourself by going to the trainings. You grow your team by getting your team at the trainings. And when you grow yourself, you grow your team, you grow your paycheck. Guys, next 24 hours, make the boot camp happen right now. I'm going to post the link shortly, WV Event Reg. Don't wait till tomorrow. Don't wait an hour. Don't wait a minute. Literally go book boot camp, post your badge on your Facebook groups, tag your upline, let them know you're ready to play all in. And we've got a presentation happening at 8 o'clock UK time. So 90 minutes from now, we've got 3 presentations tomorrow. We're ready to help you to build your story. Thank you for jumping on. Thank you for everybody that helped to make this event happen, and see you on the next training at Bootcamp digitally.